He fell in a blaze of glory, slaughtering dragons until his final breath. Then reality shifted, and he woke up in the past. No throne awaited him, only a shattered lineage, a crumbling home, and a body stripped of its once godly mana. The legend who once shielded entire nations now lacked the power to even defend his own family's honor. To resurrect his fallen dynasty, he'll cross every line and embrace the darkness, becoming a monster to save his future. Peace shattered when dragons descended like a nightmare, igniting a brutal conflict that ravaged the world for 13 years. Humanity withered against the overwhelming draconic might, facing total extinction. Yet one man stood tall, the legendary warrior Ethan. Unyielding, he carved a path through the monsters, stacking dragon corpses. As the Duke of Arden's firstborn son, he was the West's premier blade master, a peerless dragon slayer, whose name echoed across every battlefield. Hydra's final hope and greatest champion. Ethan carried these heavy titles, but even legends possess human frailties. His limits were reached when Drakeseth, the Dragon King, finally cornered him, impaling Ethan with a massive, razor-sharp claw. Crushed in the beast's grip, Ethan spat blood, hissing a final acknowledgement of the monster's terrifying strength. Suddenly, Drakeseth hurled him aside like trash. Smashing into the jagged rocks, Ethan's fading mind flickered back to his father's parting words. His father had entrusted the family's legacy to him. Closing his eyes, Ethan whispered that he hadn't forgotten that promise. Regret stung worse than his wounds. He'd failed the oath sworn at his sister's grave to purge the dragon scourge. In his final moments, he felt like a fraud, neither the perfect swordsman nor the savior the world needed. Heartbroken that his comrades' sacrifices were wasted, he finally let the cold embrace of death take him. Darkness broke as a ghostly familiar voice pierced the void. His fingers stirred as a girl's frantic scream reached him. Ethan's eyes snapped open to a sight that defied logic. Standing before him was his long-dead sister, Marie. Drying her tears, she beamed, admitting she'd almost given up hope that he would ever return to the living. Stunned, Ethan reeled. Was this a dream? Marie had perished years ago during the initial dragon onslaught. He felt like a total failure, unable to save a soul. Noticing her strange, tattered attire, he felt even more confused. Why was she wearing such rags? He'd always nagged her about modesty, but this looked like straight-up poverty. Shaking off the confusion, he whispered his relief at seeing her. Then he curiously asked how heaven had been treating her. Marie gave him a bewildered stare, clearly ignoring his weird questions, as just more incoherent rambling from a sick man. She begged him never to be so reckless again, blaming her own stupidity for the danger he'd put himself in. Before he could probe further, his stomach betrayed him with a thunderous growl. Chuckling, Marie stood up to find some food. She promised him some hot soup, leaving Ethan floored. The pampered lady he knew was actually going to cook. She nodded like it was totally normal, ordering him to stay put and rest. With that, she vanished toward the kitchen. Marie couldn't even boil water. He wondered if the afterlife transformed a person's entire personality, along with their circumstances. Determined to explore, Ethan tried to rise, but a strange device tethered him a life source machine. It was a mana-fueled life support system. Confused and annoyed, he ripped the tubes out and sat up. His hands trembled violently. The once overflowing well of mana within him felt completely drained, leaving him terrifyingly frail. Was this weakness part of being dead? He hadn't anticipated feeling this pathetic. Like this, he couldn't even stand. Needing fuel, he reached for the life source, intending to forcibly drain its remaining mana into his own body. Raw power surged through his veins, stabilizing his condition. Finally, he could stand. Stretching, he felt his strength returning. That makeshift recharge did the trick. Just then, Marie returned with a tray, her eyes widening in pure shock. Finding her comatose brother pacing the floor, she nearly dropped everything and dashed toward him in a panic. She screamed, "Why did you disconnect the machine? Do you want to die?" Ethan just stared at her, totally lost. She couldn't believe he was even conscious. Ethan flexed his muscles, insisting he felt perfectly fine and ready to go. His movements were fluid and strong. Marie stood frozen, unable to process this sudden miraculous recovery. She stammered that the medic predicted at least half a year of intense therapy before he'd ever take a step. When she revealed he'd been out for an entire decade, Ethan froze. Panicking, she shoved him back toward the mattress. She fussed over him, terrified he'd collapse. To keep her from having a total meltdown, Ethan decided to play along. He settled in but gently declined her help, eating instead, asking how society functioned here in the spirit world. A heavy silence fell. Then Marie broke down, sobbing as she asked why he kept saying such morbid, crazy things. He scares her as he bolts awake. With a strained smile, he confesses he thought she'd died. He believed death claimed him and their siblings too. She screams, "They're alive," but his fractured memories scream back. "This isn't the afterlife," she cries. Their brothers, the third son and the youngest, are both very much alive. Both survived. He stares, paralyzed by shock. He remembers the Dragon King's lethal strike, so how is he breathing? Is this reality, or a cruel hallucination? Desperate for grounding, he asks for their current ages. Learning she's 20 and he's 19 sends his mind reeling. At 19, the dragons had already reduced their world to ash. Is the First Continental War still raging? He shouts. Where's father? What's the status of the front lines? Did he deploy already? Confusion washes over her as she wonders what madness has gripped her brother's tongue. That war ended 15 years ago. Their father fell then, and their bloodline paid a devastating price. All that sacrifice just for a truce with those beasts. Peace with the dragons, he asks, utterly floored. She confirms the treaty, leaving him spiraling. In the life he remembers, humanity never stopped fighting. Everything is warped. Did he leap through time? If so, the past he knew has been rewritten. If he's 13 years back but history is wrong, has he awakened in a parallel reality? He asks about the servants. Clutching her skirt with trembling hands, she whispers that they're all alone. Why, he demands. The money's gone, she replies. He pivots to their heirlooms. Surely they could sell the treasures. Before he can finish, she snaps. This shack is our home, she declares with a firm, hollow gaze. With their wealth evaporated, he begs her to say, it's a prank. Her cold silence is the only answer. This isn't the glorious past, he recalls. His noble family hasn't just fallen, it's been utterly demolished. Seeing her grief-stricken face, the grim reality sinks in. The mighty Arden name is now synonymous with ruin. In Tiny Heidern, the House of Arden once stood as the continent's supreme masters of the blade. Legends whose valor earned them a life of splendor, even as the world teetered on the brink. Now they rot in a hovel. 10 years, he gasps, horrified they've lived like beggars for a decade. A simple nod confirms his nightmare. The timeline he knew has been completely replaced by this tragedy. Slain by the Dragon King, yet reborn at 19 in a world where his family is dirt poor. What is happening? He frantically presses her, demanding to know the details of their family's supposed sacrifice. After losing everything for the war, shouldn't the Emperor have rewarded them? We received one, she sighs. Immunity. King Sigismund the 17th officially branded them the defenders of the kingdom to honor their service. He's stunned the king's identity has changed too. She explains, the monarch granted him a specific absolute privilege. As the primary heir, he possesses succession immunity, shielding him from the consequences of any criminal act. This protection lasts 3 generations, covering every sin imaginable, save for the ultimate crime of treason. Even murder is overlooked, he asks. This level of unchecked power is staggering, yet they live in filth. Marie reveals that while gold and jewels were gifted, the extended family has hoarded everything for themselves. He can't wrap his head around it. This shack can't be their true home. Marie clarifies the bitter truth. 10 years ago, the Senate seized the Arden estate, banishing the siblings to this rotting hunting lodge. His expression darkens with murderous intent. Who dared to touch our family? 10 indirect descendants, she reveals. These vultures took over after his father Hoda and his grandfather perished in the Dragon Wars. Sigmund used their youth as an excuse, ordering the Senate to supervise the Arden family's vast interests. The king feared a teenage boy would abuse his immunity. Ethan's jaw tightens as he grinds his teeth. This Sigmund is a bigger fool than the last king. He never imagined the Senate would actually enslave them. He demands to know who truly leads the family now. Sliding him a bowl of thin soup, she explains, a vote will be held when he hits 20. So his birthright isn't guaranteed. The Senate scrapped the original plan while he lay in a coma. He sips the soup, a cold realization forming. If he secures the title, the game changes completely. With the power of immunity, he could slaughter every single person who dared to make his family suffer. There are only 8 months left until his 20th year. 8 months until the reckoning begins. Marie broke down once more, begging for his mercy. She blamed herself for everything. That monosurge had stolen a decade of his life. Finally, the truth clicked. 10 years back at age 9, he risked it all to reclaim their lost foresight. But the ritual backfired into a mana explosion. His siblings were helpless against the Senate. Back then, Marie was just 10. Ethan gently told her to stop those tears. Why blame herself? She insisted she failed the family, but Ethan took the heat. Gently placing a hand on his shoulder, she urged him to face her. The tears vanished, replaced by a warm smile. She promised things were okay now. His survival was her only wish. He smirked, returning the plate and praising the meal. Her joy was visible. She insisted he rest. After a good night, the room fell silent. Ethan stared into the dark. This world was a disaster, but he was home. The king had empowered the Senate just to cripple Ethan's influence. That same Senate then cast his family into exile to seize absolute control. Reborn after death, his path was clear. 8 months, that's all he needed to recover. He would reclaim his birthright and rain hell on anyone in his way. The Arden name would be feared again. Dawn broke and Marie prepared breakfast. Thinking of Ethan's praise, she headed to his room with a smile. But 3 servants were outside, laughing mockingly. Her expression immediately soured. She told the Chamberlain Hans to leave for the day. He just sneered. He loomed over her menacingly as she tried to insist. You've got it wrong, he chuckled. I serve Baron Kargas, not some duke. Their mocking laughter echoed. Defeated Marie went to wake Ethan instead. Coming downstairs, Ethan spotted the intruders. He questioned why they were there. Marie explained they were gifts from other houses. Ethan's eyes narrowed in disgust. If they were just here to gossip, they were useless trash. Marie sighed. The Senate would just send more if she fired them. But Ethan wasn't her. He stood up, his patience completely evaporated. Keep eating, he told her. I need a quick word with our guests. Meanwhile, Hans was lounging in a luxury suite, wondering why Marie was acting up. This exile lodge was a vacation spot. He loved every lazy second of it. The Senate paid him to ignore the Archduchess. It was the perfect grift. Now that the Duke was awake, the payout for that info would be massive. He started a letter, but a cold voice froze him in his tracks. Before he could turn, Ethan's fist connected, sending him crashing across the room. Hans gasped, clutching his shattered jaw, wondering who'd dare touch him. Seeing the Archduke's murderous glare, his heart nearly stopped from pure terror. He scrambled back, trembling, but Ethan didn't give him an inch. Ethan snatched him by the collar, hoisting him up like a rag doll. Hans squealed about his noble status, but Ethan's expression remained ice cold. He tried to play the noble card, claiming Ethan had no right. He blustered about the Baron, but Ethan answered with a thunderous slap. A flurry of strikes followed, leaving the other servants paralyzed with fear. Ethan mocked his protection. Did he really think the Ardens were a joke? Hans begged for a reason. Ethan just raised his hand for one last blow. Reality finally set in. This was all for the Archduchess. Hans screamed for backup. Ethan released his grip, digging his fingers into the man's shoulder. Listen well, he commanded. Start being useful. The coward collapsed, groveling and swearing to prove his worth at any cost. He watched Ethan leave, convinced the man was insane. Where did that monstrous strength come from? That frail shell must be fueled by mana. The Baron needed a report immediately. Ethan would pay. Back in his room, Ethan felt his exhaustion. Without his pre-stored mana, he would have collapsed. He almost embarrassed himself. Those Senate fools. How dare they provoke the prestige of House Arden? He'd claim their heads and reclaim the duchy. But first, he needed to assess his broken body. Sinking into meditation, a strange sensation washed over him. His mana release was definitely the cause. Power fractured throughout his limbs and joints. It was messy, yet strangely, the sensation wasn't entirely negative. This chaos held potential. An ordinary knight would be dead, but Ethan wasn't just anyone. He remained the continent's apex swordsman. As energy flooded his veins, a dark satisfaction took root. After a decade-long slumber, his mana pathways had withered into fragile, narrowed channels. Restoration would be gradual, starting with resonance, the art of sinking and absorbing environmental mana. He focused on pooling energy into his sword, hand-drawing mana from the air to replenish. Deep focus followed. By afternoon, he stepped outside to stretch his mind, racing with possibilities. Resonance consumed his morning. Now basic physical drills were required before he could refine his techniques. Regaining stamina was paramount. Push-ups and grueling runs filled the hours until the sun finally dipped. Watching servants whispered in shock, he was a monster, training like a demon despite his frail condition. A child's frantic cry for the Archduchess pierced the air. Ethan pivoted instantly, locking eyes. Who are you? Why the panic? The gasping boy blurted that Sir Myers was rampaging downtown. Chaos was brewing and only her ladyship could intervene. And who are you? You're a stranger. Shock hit Ethan. The old Myers loathed alcohol. He only cared for rest, training, and simple milk. Protein and gains were his life. Even as a kid, his massive frame towered over everyone. Discipline was his religion. Summoning Hans, Ethan declared they were bringing his brother home immediately. Hans guided him to a local dive, noting the young Duke had become a regular here. He was usually surrounded by filth. This clearly wasn't a one-time mistake, it was a habit. Wrecking bars with lowlifes, Ethan couldn't believe this was the same diligent brother he knew. What changed? A chair shattered against the wall as they entered Myers was absolutely wasted. The drunkard roared for more booze. Witnessing this pathetic display left Ethan utterly speechless and appalled. Where was that noble heart? Nearby, the mocking laughter of the crowd fueled Ethan's rising fury. Their amusement was the final straw. Ethan's fist hammered the wood, silencing the entire room. The table split as his cold gaze swept the bar. Myers, the slayer of beasts, was now a joke. A legendary warrior turned into a laughingstock. Slurring, Myers squinted and asked if he was hallucinating. Am I dreaming? Myers babbled. Ethan stood frozen. His brother used to be a man of few words. Myers was once a fierce wolf, now a dog. Disgusted, Ethan delivered a sharp blow behind his ear. Myers slumped instantly. We'll talk later. Hans gestured toward the group of shady thugs nearby. The Archduke rumors said he perished 10 years ago in a catastrophic mana overload. Realizing the danger, the leader ordered a retreat. He didn't want smoke with a living legend. He flashed a fake grin, claiming they were just looking out for the young master's safety. He's asleep now, so we'll head out. Ethan turned, his expression darkening with lethal intent. That terrifying glare made the thug's blood run cold. He was trapped, and he knew it. He stammered a goodbye, but Ethan closed the distance like a predator stalking its prey. Who said you could go? A lackey blocked Ethan, mocking his frail and weakened appearance. Back off while you still can. Ethan didn't argue, he simply launched a devastating punch instead. The fist connected, sending the man flying through a wall. Shrapnel grazed the leader's cheek. Stunned and clueless, the thug couldn't even process the strike. Ethan's voice turned cold. "It seems the ducal bloodline is a joke to you, pests. How dare you mock my people?" They'd made a fatal error. Fear paralyzed the man as raw mana flickered at Ethan's fingertips. Even Ethan was stunned. He thought his powers were gone. But this surge was more than enough. The thug tried to guard, but Ethan was a blur. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. Agony ripped a scream from his throat. Seeing their leader fall, the rest lunged at Ethan. Where do they get the nerve? He'd make them pay. Then the tavern erupted in screams. Hans watched the carnage, trembling in pure terror. This wasn't a man, Ethan was a monster. He signaled the help to scrub the blood away. It was time to take his brother home. Years ago, tragedy struck as both parents passed. Little Myers barely remembered their faces. Ethan became his world, his protector and father. Suddenly, Myers jolted awake from a dream. Scrambling out of bed, he cried for Ethan. He took a shaky breath, steadying his heart. "I was just wasted," he muttered, hallucinating him. If Ethan were truly back, he'd be here. Despair hit him. He collapsed into tears, begging for a forgiveness that wouldn't come. Until Ethan stepped in, asking if he'd been summoned. Myers froze, his tears drying in sheer disbelief. "Is it really you?" Ethan's smile was warm. "I'm back." Myers didn't hesitate for a second. He tackled Ethan in a crushing hug, sobbing again, but this time out of pure joy. Ethan sighed, looking at his brother. Guess some things never change. He was still an emotional mess. "Hey, I can't breathe. You reek of cheap booze, Myers." Myers recoiled, flushing with shame. "I'm sorry, I swear I'm done with the bottle for good." Ethan chuckled. "Don't be so hard on yourself. But tell me, where's Taryn?" Myers flinched at the name. Ethan narrowed his eyes. "Are you two keeping secrets from me?" Stuttering, Myers scratched his head. He left for another clan to study their techniques. With the family declining and you in a coma, he chose to bail. Ethan was floored. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Ethan barked. Myers shrugged helplessly, knowing nothing more. A knock interrupted them. Hans's voice drifted in. Ethan sighed. The man had perfect timing. He motioned him in. Hans handed over a heavy pouch of gold while Ethan organized gear. Just what they needed, cash. He tossed Hans a cut, making the man's eyes sparkle. Hans was sharp, Ethan noted. But Taryn, not knowing his location, was a massive headache. At least he's breathing. Now to rebuild the clan. He looked at Myers. "Sit," Ethan commanded. He grabbed Myers' wrist to see if the booze had rotted his core. Their skin met. His energy was murky, but the mana flow was steady. Is his legendary insight truly gone? "Master our breathing arts and your mana will blaze like a supernova. You've still got talent." He let go. "It's not hopeless. You could be a knight. But we've a long way to go. Choose offense or defense." Myers stared, jaw-dropping. "A knight me? You're kidding, right?" Ethan's grin was predatory. "I don't joke. I know our forbidden arts. I'll make you a legend. Only if you want it," he added. Myers was reeling. He'd spent years feeling like a failure. Determination flared in his eyes. "I choose defense. I'll be the shield that protects our legacy. It'll be hell on earth, Myers. Are you ready?" With a fierce nod, the boy accepted. "Hans, fetch the sandbags and practice blades," Ethan ordered, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. The ancient secrets of their house were now his. 15 was late to start, sure, but the kid had guts. Ethan would forge him into a monster. Meanwhile, Helmut sat waiting. News of the Grand Duke's awakening hit like thunder. Helmut quickly penned a missive to Ferris. "Ethan is back in top form," he muttered. Those eyes, exactly like his father's. He had to alert the Senate immediately. The sleeping lion of their homeland had finally awakened. Ethan coached him to fluidly shape the blade's arc. This way, the strike becomes a seamless flow rather than disconnected movements. To prove his point, he unleashed a fierce demonstration. Myers couldn't endure the overwhelming onslaught and crashed to the dirt. His brother lectured that hyper-focusing on a single hit during a block was a fatal mistake. He must deflect every incoming strike in rhythmic succession. "Stand up," he commanded. No predator pauses for a fallen prey. He questioned if Myers' resolve was truly that pathetic. Gripping his hilt, Myers barked back a defiant no and rose again. With a roar, he vowed to stop the next blow at any cost. Ethan smirked, genuinely impressed by the kid's burning fighting spirit. The brutal session resumed. From the mansion's window, Hans watched the two figures dance in a lethal rhythm. They'd been grinding since dawn without a single breath of rest. These two were straight-up monsters. Ethan was turning the brother he hadn't seen in a decade into a literal punching bag. Is this how high-ranking nobles show affection? It was like the young master actually enjoyed the agony. Hans realized he needed to tread lightly around these lunatics. One wrong move could be his end. He decided he needed to be extra charming to the Archduchess to stay in their good graces. Marie stood nearby, watching the chaos with a faint, knowing smile. Their entire world had shifted since Ethan's return. Ever since he woke up, the atmosphere had transformed. Outside, servants were actually hustling and performing their duties for once. The whole estate had suddenly found its work ethic. Marie turned her gaze toward Hans, making the man jump out of his skin. She interrogated him about what Ethan had said to motivate the staff so effectively. Hans's complexion turned ghost white instantly. Ethan hadn't used words, he'd used his fists. Traumatic flashbacks hit Hans like a truck as he let out a frantic, panicked laugh. If the Archduke's pep talks were always that violent, Hans wanted no part of them. He quickly bowed to the Archduchess in apology. He presented a tray of warm, freshly baked treats, desperately rambling about how perfect the weather was for a snack. He suggested a pleasant tea party to distract her. She took the cookies, though her eyes remained narrowed with suspicion. She knew he was dodging the question, but the delicious aroma was too tempting. Once she took a bite, her curiosity vanished. Eventually, Hans retreated to his private quarters. He pulled out a hidden crystal ball to signal Baron Helmut. He carefully produced a mana stone, sweating over its value. This tiny rock cost more than his entire monthly salary. He slotted it into the device, and the Baron's cold face flickered to life. Helmut demanded an immediate update on the Archduke. Hans confirmed the news Ethan was awake and already wielding mana. The Baron's expression darkened as he processed the threat. It seemed 10 years of slumber hadn't dulled Ethan's terrifying talent. With the elders' meeting looming, the stakes were rising. Helmut ordered constant surveillance. Hans hesitated, warning the Baron that the Archduke had returned as a ruthless beast. The Baron dismissed the concern with a cold smirk. He was certain everything was still moving according to his grand design. He promised to smuggle Hans more gold at the meeting to keep his spy loyal. Hans bowed, his eyes gleaming with greed. Helmut demanded another report in a month before cutting the connection. Hans laughed. He was playing both sides for a massive payday. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. The Baron had no clue just how much of a monster Ethan had truly become. Hans planned to shadow the winner. If Ethan emerged victorious, staying by his side would lead to ultimate riches. A sudden knock at the door broke his train of thought. A maid arrived with news that the brothers had finally finished. He snapped into action, ordering cold water and fresh tea to be prepared for the exhausted warriors immediately. He had to play the perfect servant to avoid Ethan's wrath. Back on the field, the grueling training session pushed on. Ethan swung with lethal precision. This time, Myers actually caught the blade, a cocky grin spreading across his face. He was finally adjusting to Ethan's insane speed. Ethan decided to dial up the pressure, causing Myers to break into a cold sweat. The sound of clashing steel echoed as Myers successfully parried the strike. Ethan paused, staring at his brother's shocked, triumphant face. Myers erupted in joy, shouting his victory to the heavens. He genuinely believed he'd reached the level of a pro knight. Ethan immediately humbled him with a swift thwack to the skull. "You're still light years away from being a pro," he deadpanned. "Relying on a single block makes a warrior vulnerable." He warned Myers never to let his guard down for a second. While Myers nursed his head, Ethan secretly marveled at the boy's insane durability and raw physical potential. His brother was a fast learner. At this rate, Myers would soon be trading blows with elite knights on equal footing. Hans scurried over like a loyal dog, offering towels and announcing that a feast was waiting for them at the table. He heaped empty praise on their progress, but Ethan just eyed the man's sudden change in attitude with pure skepticism. Hans gathered their gear and led them toward the mansion. He dropped his voice, admitting he had some urgent news to share. Baron Kargas made his move today. Ethan sat staring him down, demanding to know his endgame. The Baron admitted his orders shadow their every move and leak every secret back to him. Did he think Ethan was a fool? Hans claimed total loyalty, but Ethan smelled a rat. Hans bragged about shaking the Baron down for extra cash, sparking a sudden flash of interest in Ethan. Thirsting for gold, the Chamberlain offered full access. "Anything you need, just say the word." Bleed the Baron dry, Ethan thought. He grabbed a pen and began scribbling a mysterious list. This snake was playing both sides, waiting for a winner before crawling to the strongest. But Ethan didn't mind. A greedy pawn is the easiest kind to manipulate. Fools are predictable. He slid the paper over with a cold command, "Go buy everything here." He wanted every scrap of training gear in the city. "Keep the change," Ethan added coolly. Hans scrambled to obey. With the spy gone, Ethan turned his sharp gaze toward his brother. "What do you know of?" Providence Myers shook his head completely in the dark. The others were clueless too. Honestly, he was shocked Ethan even knew the name. "Did father teach you?" Ethan nodded, then barked orders to Hans to gear up for battle. This was for their lineage. He would restore their glory and forge his brother into a knight. Their providence was unique. It demanded a level of grit most couldn't imagine. "Are you ready to sacrifice every drop of mana you've ever gathered?" Myers froze in shock, but the hesitation vanished. "For our family's future, I'll do whatever it takes." Days flew by. A frantic boy hammered on Sir Vilden's door. The master had arrived. Vilden scrambled out of bed, reeking of booze as he processed the chaotic news. He was hunting for trouble at the Red Scorpion Den. The hellish training started 48 hours ago. Ethan commanded Myers to sit. "Listen closely. I'm teaching you the true breath of power. The black flame is the Arden Legacy's heartbeat. And that heartbeat starts with your breath. This flame defined their bloodline. 4 stages stood between him and absolute mastery. Resonance circulation. Could his raw mana truly evolve into that legendary dark fire? As an Arden, the black flame must be your first conquest, Ethan declared. He had to purge his current mana, drain the core, then ignite it with hellfire. Myers focused, pulling the searing heat inward as violent mana erupted around his body. Engulfed in fire, he grinned. So, is this the true power of our lineage? Ethan nodded in approval. The path is brutal, but never stop pushing your limits. He'd feel the transformation soon. Forging mana into true flame would take months of agony. To trigger the final resonance, they needed a target. Next, stop the Red Scorpion HQ. Hans led the way, pointing. There they are, the ones who dared mock you. Ethan didn't care for talk. End them, he whispered, as the door crashed open. Ready to meet your end, the thugs stared frozen in utter confusion. Drawing his blade, he roared, "You'll pay for staining the honor of the Duke." He closed in on 2 thugs. One stammered, begging for a moment to explain. Was this a prank? Myers answered, with a wooden sword cracking against his jaw. Do I look like I'm kidding? The man collapsed, and the room exploded into violence. The mob swarmed. From the shadows, Ethan watched the chaos unfold with icy eyes. Myers was stronger, Ethan noted, but that inner spark of confidence was still missing. Guilt was holding him back. This slaughterhouse was the only way to break his chains. A blade flashed toward Myers' throat. For a split second, his resolve flickered with fear. He took the hit and gritted his teeth. Not bad, Ethan murmured to himself. He took the blow where it mattered, least then counter-smashed with his shield. Ethan realized his brother was finally evolving beyond just trying to run. Leaving himself open now would be suicide. He shot a glance at Hans, noting the boy was holding his own. What did he think of his master? Hans stared in pure terror, convinced Ethan was straight-up nightmare fuel. Yet there he was, grinning. Hans forced a nervous smile, stammering that the young master's skill was truly unmatched. Insane, considering he only picked up a shield 2 days ago. Finally, the gang's big boss made his entrance. A roar echoed from the second floor. He ordered a ceasefire and demanded Myers explain this absolute disaster immediately. Did he think he'd get away with this? Seeing the boy's piercing glare, he realized it was the Archduke himself. His broken brother whimpered that the kid was a monster. The boss asked if he'd snapped his brother's arms. Ethan confirmed it, asking if he had more to say. Vilden scoffed, his blood boiling at the kid's arrogance. He wanted to strike him, but restraint was key. He had to discuss these complications with the Baron first. He suggested Ethan drop it. They'd suffered enough, so for the family's sake they should part ways peacefully. Ethan just laughed. This clown nearly ruined his brother and was now playing the nice guy card. Pathetic. He headed upstairs, telling his brother these thugs were scum. There was 0 point in wasting any pity. If they wanted to teach a lesson, they'd have to break everyone. Vilden's temper finally hit its breaking point. He threatened the young lord to back off. Igniting his fire mana, he challenged Ethan to finally begin. Ethan watched the flames, intrigued. Rumors said the Arden family mana burned like a literal devastating inferno. Could it be real? Likely just hype. Even if it was fire mana, the Archduke wasn't feeling intimidated. He unleashed his own pressure, mentally mocking Vilden for thinking he could ever frighten a power like him. The kid's strength was surprising. Vilden lunged with heavy fists, screaming, "Regretting your life choices yet, brat." Ethan ghosted through the blow. Smirking, he called him a fool before landing a blur of lightning-fast strikes. The impact shattered Vilden's balance, sending him crashing down. Ethan loomed over him like a cold predator. "Who taught you this breathing style?" Ethan demanded. Vilden froze in silence, his confidence completely evaporating. Ethan hauled him up, threatening him with a flaming fist. Terrified, the man begged for a chance to talk. He blurted out that Baron Kargas was behind it. The Baron had contacted him months ago with orders. His mission was to sabotage the youngest duke, rendering him totally useless and unable to fulfill his duties. Vilden warned that a clean job would take ages. The only shortcut would be through much darker means. It would require dangerous drugs. But the Baron declined. He had 3 years to finish the job. He expected total success. Vilden insisted it was a long game, demanding a massive payout for his trouble. The Baron handed over a scroll as a down payment. When Vilden questioned it, the Baron revealed the truth. It contained the Arden family's secret breathing technique. Success meant he'd eventually receive the full power set. A strength training manual was the ultimate prize. Unrolling the parchment, Vilden realized it was the real deal. He dropped to his knees, swearing his life to the cause. The Baron let out a satisfied, sinister chuckle. He praised Vilden's diligence, noting he'd have plenty more dirty work for him in the near future. Now, Ethan watched the memory play through a crystal ball. He mocked the man's delusions of being a knight. Since he kept the memory sphere, his distrust of the Baron was clear. Hans approached him with the report. The young master had wiped the floor with them, recovering the stolen loot and neutralizing the gang's leader. Should I bring him? Ethan declined, deciding the memory sphere was enough leverage against the collateral families. They stole secret arts and targeted heirs. not to mention their deep ties to the illegal drug trade, gambling hits, and underground deals. The evidence was massive, but the time to strike wasn't quite here yet. The Baron was the weakest branch, but his knights were still too dangerous for Ethan's current condition. Using resonance mana, he planted fire seeds throughout his body, fortifying his wrists, head, and vital points. Once the final mana core in his heart ignited, Baron Kargas would be the first one he eliminated. He ordered Hans to stash the memory sphere. It was his insurance policy against the upcoming storm. Ethan told him to keep the recovered gold. Hans's eyes widened, barely believing he could take it all. Ethan confirmed it with a cold warning. If you value your life, you saw absolutely nothing today. The threat hit home instantly. Hans stammered that his memory was already a complete and total blank. Helmut learned the truth and exploded with rage. He smashed his fist against the desk, spitting curses at the Archduke. How dared that invalid ruin his profits after 10 years in bed? This was unacceptable. He gripped his hair, loathing the royal immunity that tied his hands. Assassination crossed his mind, but this was his own land. Murder was too risky. Suspicion would fall on him instantly, giving the Senate a chance to make him their scapegoat. He had to play it cool. The meeting was in 2 months. He would plot his revenge then. When his servant brought a letter from Hans, Helmut snatched the parchment with pure venom. The butler confirmed the contents were legitimate. The Baron's blood boiled as he waited for orders. He shredded the paper, screaming. Had the man lost his mind, he demanded 100 gold pieces. He begrudgingly ordered the payment, demanding total honesty. 3 days later, Ardon estate hummed with life. Restoration began while Ethan meditated, successfully filling half of his vital mana centers. Hans knocked softly and entered, wishing the young master a restful morning as he woke. The siblings were already gathered in the dining hall. Ethan dressed quickly and headed down. Descending to the ground floor, Ethan noted the repairs were nearing an impressive completion. Hans beamed. The Red Scorpion's hidden stash was massive, allowing for an even grander renovation budget. Ethan shrugged it off. It wasn't their gold anyway, so Hans could keep the surplus funds. Seeing his sister in her new attire, Ethan complimented her elegance. She beamed with pure joy. She credited the Chamberlain's impeccable taste. Ethan realized Hans hadn't wasted a single second. They finally looked like true nobility. He vowed to give his sister the life she deserved. Hans puffed his chest out proudly. Over breakfast, Ethan checked on his brother's healing wound. His brother stretched, claiming he'd be fully recovered by next week. Ethan fell into deep thought. He inquired if they recalled the ancient family ritual, for which this very estate was built. Their blank stares confirmed his fear. Was this sacred history lost in this twisted reality? He informed Hans of their upcoming hunt in the Pusques Mountains. Hans immediately prepared the staff, but Ethan stopped him. Only the 4 of them would go, leaving the Chamberlain stunned. A week of trekking left Hans exhausted, hauling a massive pack through the rugged peaks. Gasping for air, he cursed the hellish week of constant vicious monster ambushes. Since the first day, he'd stared death in the face more times than he could count. Without the Archduke's intervention, they'd be dead. Ethan seemed to be seeking out the danger. He vowed to train his brother harder later. He never wanted to experience this nightmare again. They finally reached the fire temple. Ethan swung the heavy doors open, honoring his bloodline. The Ardan lineage used this sanctum for blessings. Every child was brought here at age 10. Meeting the spirits here allowed their bodies to harmonize with the essence of fire. It was the ultimate right to master the flame. A bewildered Hans called out to him. He questioned if they truly belonged here. Ethan just smirked, a dark thought crossing his mind. This trial would reveal their true loyalties. They reached the altar and dropped their heavy gear. Ethan explained the simple rule. Once the spirits appeared, they just had to perform a dance. Their confusion grew. He told them anything works as long as it burns with passion. The spirits would then bestow their divine blessings. It sounded almost too easy to be true. He mused how much history had shifted over 15 years, let alone the ancient eras. The Ardan contract was centuries old. Had the bond between man and spirit already severed? If so, they'd fight alone. He stepped forward and called out to the eternal flames. He announced the Ardan descendants had returned with offerings and a dance for the spirits. Suddenly, the altar erupted in brilliant light. The gate was open. The spirits had arrived. A mid-tier Efrit claimed Myers, while a salamander chose Marie. The room blazed with power. The spirits fixated on the altar, wondering if the legend herself had arrived. Ethan, however, carried the soul of a former Fire Lord. His spirit was a perfect resonance. Spreading his arms, he challenged the void. Who dares bless me? Suddenly, the inferno roared with fury. The spirits trembled. The Empress had personally descended. Ethan realized this entity's raw power completely eclipsed anything from his previous life. This wasn't just a spirit. It was a goddess demanding that the blood of Ardon bow before her absolute majesty. She turned a piercing gaze toward Ethan, her voice a chilling threat. "Are you the one who summoned me?" He confidently confirmed it. He demanded her blessing, and in a flash, the world dissolved. He was pulled into a void overflowing with pure spirit energy. "Welcome to your inner world, the heart of the flame," she declared. She was Rorasha, the absolute mistress of fire. She offered a pitying blessing, mockingly asking if he truly thought he could tame her wildfire. Ethan just smirked at her dangerous game. He offered a playful apology for overstepping, suggesting a partnership. Secretly, he thought Rorasha sounded surprisingly cute for a terrifying fire lord. She let out a dry laugh, finding his audacity amusing. Fine, then mortal. I'll give you one shot at greatness. Grasp even a sliver of my true power, and your blessing will be god tier. Now, show me what you've got. Ethan locked in, ready to grind. Meanwhile, outside the ritual, his family was spiraling with Marie, looking anxiously at her brother. Will Ethan be okay? She whispered. He'd been standing motionless within the raging pyre for over an hour now. Her brother replied that while something massive was unfolding, Ethan wasn't the type to fold under pressure. Back in the mental realm, Ethan centered himself. He tapped into the deep muscle memory of taming the primal flames. Channeling the breath of black flame, he snapped his hand upward, seizing the chaotic fire. Against all odds, he succeeded. Clenching his fist, he flashed the Empress a confident grin. Looks like I've cleared the stage, he declared. She smirked, calling his feat a mere spark. Still, she acknowledged he was one entertaining little man who could handle it. A promise is a promise. Bestowing her blessing, she granted him total dominion. Ethan realized this power could cleanse everything. He used the intense heat to purge every impurity from his veins. The agony was radioactive, forcing a raw scream from his lungs. He pushed through the searing pain until the torture finally broke, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. A surge of monstrous strength flooded his system. Rorasha asked if he was happy now, and Ethan gave a firm nod. He requested she bless his siblings too. With a massive blast of fire, she declared it a rare honor to receive her touch. Searing ribbons of flame carved into their bodies, sending their spirits into a chaotic frenzy of evolution. Rorasha looked at Ethan one last time, hinting at a future reunion. That was fun, she teased before vanishing. Ethan flexed his hand, sensing the bizarre fate at play. His vessel felt infinitely more powerful and robust than before. His mana circuits were now pristine. In this peak condition, he was officially one of the continent's top-tier threats. He checked on his siblings, knowing they'd need a moment to stabilize. He'd wait for them to finish their awakening. Hans stood there, completely floored. He couldn't believe he'd actually witnessed the legendary Mistress of Fire in the flesh. To him, she was a myth, yet there she was. The Archduke was already a beast, but this blessing made him a monster. Seeing that overwhelming power, Hans finally knew why he was brought here. He was certain which side he needed to take. Marie finally reined in her new power. Glancing at her brother, she blinked in confusion, asking, "Is that really you, Myers?" Myers stared at his own hands, shocked by the transformation. Ethan explained that a true fire blessing reboots your entire existence. Bones, muscles, and mana veins, everything's been upgraded, Ethan noted. That's why they felt like completely different people. The scale of the change felt like a fever dream to Myers. Ethan just watched them, satisfied with the results. They'd secured the favor of a literal overlord. Ethan hadn't even dared to hope for this much luck today. He thanked his past life memories for the edge. Suddenly, a thunderous growl echoed as both siblings clutched their stomachs. Myers gave a sheepish grin, wondering if this insane hunger was normal. Ethan laughed, assuring him it was all part of it. Their bodies had been reconstructed from the ground up. He headed for the exit, suggesting they find a place to eat. A short while later, they emerged from a meal completely revitalized. Myers couldn't help but comment on their surroundings. He was shocked to find a cozy rest house right next to the temple. Even Hans seemed satisfied with the situation. As Myers asked about their next move, Ethan's foot hit something solid. A smirk played on his lips. He'd finally found it. His brother sensed another plot twist coming. Ethan confirmed it with a wink, telling them both to buckle up. He pried open a concealed hatch, drawing a gasp of pure awe from Myers. Together, they descended into the dark depths. "Is this some kind of secret vault?" Myers asked. Ethan nodded, explaining this was where the legendary loot was kept. A high-tier preservation spell guarded the vault, hinting at legendary treasures hidden within. Suddenly, Hans let out a gasp of pure shock. He presented a shimmering peacock hide to the Archduke, a rare prize that every noblewoman in the Empire would kill for. It was a flawless specimen, nearly impossible to find. Ethan's eyes narrowed as he questioned its actual market value. Hans estimated 30 platinum depending on demand. Myers' jaw dropped. That was 3,000 gold coins for a single skin. His brother quickly shut him down, reminding him to maintain the poise expected of a high-ranking noble. After an awkward cough, Ethan realized this windfall would fund his future moves. He turned to Hans with a smirk. He admitted he hadn't pegged Hans as a connoisseur of luxury goods. Hans just laughed it off sheepishly. He revealed his merchant roots, having traveled the kingdom as a child. He'd once hoped to trade, not serve. Sensing a hidden story, Ethan decided to use Hans's connections to find a top-tier, reliable merchant partner. They grabbed the precious leather and left. Hans promised to deliver results as they finally returned to the estate. Ethan went back to his paperwork, but the Chamberlain soon interrupted him with some major news. A powerful trade syndicate was ready to buy their entire stock, and their representative was waiting right now. The name Misas turned Ethan's expression cold. Hans noticed the shift and started sweating bullets immediately. Hans tried to sell them as aggressive market players, but Ethan simply patted his shoulder to calm him. He told Hans he did well, then moved to meet the guest, leaving the chamberlain totally puzzled. Stepping into the parlor, Ethan offered a polite apology for the wait. The man stood up to greet him. He introduced himself as Mishalin, the charismatic head of the famous Misas trading group. Ethan sat down and demanded his real name. True business, he claimed, was built on absolute transparency. The man played dumb, but Ethan dropped a bombshell about the marquis of Basis' ancient family traditions. He detailed how their heirs must live incognito for several years to prove their worth in the world. Ethan exposed his secret identity on the spot. Jiran tried to deny it, his voice trembling slightly. Ethan pushed harder, asking how long he'd stay hidden. Jiran froze his mind, racing for a way out. He'd spent 3 years undercover, perfecting a voice that even the king couldn't possibly see through. But Ethan had a cheat code. He remembered Jiran's confession from his previous life in detail. Jiran finally sighed, acknowledging Ethan's terrifying intuition, before finally dropping the act and his disguise. "I am Jiran Basis," he admitted. Ethan smiled, ready to pivot the entire conversation toward alchemy. He asked if Jiran was interested in potions, leaving the merchant completely stunned by the unexpected offer. Ethan claimed he learned the secrets by luck knowledge from a past life meant for slaying dragons. Families once traded secrets during the war, and he now held the ultimate forgotten brewing formula. He chose the Besis family because of their ancient loyalty. They were the only ones he truly trusted. Jiran grew suspicious. Why was this archduke suddenly talking about high-level alchemy out of nowhere? The offer was too massive to be a prank. He demanded to know why his family was chosen. Ethan reminded him of the Besis family's heroic sacrifices 15 years ago during the Great Dragon Invasion. He spat at the irony heroes left in ruins while parasites feasted on the kingdom's fallen remains. He wouldn't trust those snakes. Then he dropped a prophecy Jiran would soon lead his entire family. In 7 months, Jiran would take the helm, and Ethan wanted to help him purge the traitors. Jiran was reeling. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a brain-dead vegetable for the last 10 years? Standing by Ethan meant facing the wrath of the Senate and the 7 most powerful families. They loathed the Ardan family's status, and were busy rotting the kingdom from the inside out. Between the king, the nobles, and the senators, choosing Ethan was basically a social death wish. Ethan saw the hesitation and decided it was time for a live demonstration of his miraculous product. Without flinching, he sliced his own palm open, leaving Jiran horrified by the sudden violent act. He told him to watch closely. This wasn't just medicine, it was a game-changer for the masses. He applied the liquid. The wound hissed and healed instantly before Jiran's very eyes. Jiran gasped at the impossibly low production cost. The market was about to be flipped. He's mastered every herb ratio and fermentation secret. If the deal is struck, these ancient recipes are yours, no strings attached. Reaching out with a freshly scarred hand, he offered the pact. So he challenged, "What's your final answer?" Jiran hesitated, anxiety gnawing at him. He knew deep down this was the only path to reclaiming his family's lost glory. There was no way he'd let them suffer in silence. The contract was sealed, and several days flew by in a blur. Hans approached the Archduke with a damning 3-day report. The vassals were playing a dangerous game of breaking their oaths. First up, Baron Kargas. He's hoarding soldiers like a warlord, and letting gangs like the Red Scorpions run wild in the streets. His private army is triple the legal limit. Even worse, he's bleeding the villagers dry with illegal sky-high taxes. He calls it protection, but it's pure exploitation through his thugs. Ethan's blood boiled. He'd already purged the Baron's brothers. Leeching off the poor utter scum, Ethan hissed. He suspected the other 9 families were just as crooked. Hand over the documents. He demanded to know who was shaking down the local villages. The name Hamas came up, the Baron's most trusted lapdog. He's in Barosis village right now, collecting the fee, Hans noted. Ethan's eyes darkened. Then that's exactly where we're going. As the Chamberlain rushed to prepare their departure, Ethan sat in silence, his mind already 3 steps ahead. He'd planned to crush the Barons in 4 months, but with the Fire Mistress's power, he could move faster. Himes was first. Meanwhile, over in Barosis, Hymas had arrived to collect his blood money. The atmosphere was thick with dread. A trembling village elder pleaded with him. They'd scraped together every last coin, but they were still coming up short. Hymas exploded in a fit of rage. "Are you kidding me? You still owe 20 gold for my services?" He boasted about saving them from the Red Scorpions. The elder gritted his teeth, knowing damn well it was the Archduke's doing. "Just give us more time," the elder begged. But Hymes shoved the old man aside. "Time's up, old man. If you can't pay in gold, your daughter will do just fine." He wanted to make an example of those who dodged his taxes. The old man's world collapsed. "Take anything but her," he cried. Right then, a shadow loomed. Ethan had arrived. Hans pointed toward the bloated tax collector. "That's Hymes." Ethan's voice was cold. I could smell the filth from miles away. Hymes squinted. "Is that Hans, the loser we kicked out to the boonies?" Then he looked at the man beside him. The sheer pressure of Ethan's aura made Hime's knees shake. "Dokkan," he shrieked, calling for his elite bodyguard. "Protect me," he wailed. Dokkan stepped forward, his eyes widening as he felt the air literally start to burn with mana. Sensing a lethal threat, Dokkan gripped his sword. "Halt right there. One more step, and you're a dead man." He cited the Baron's law, but sweat poured down his face. This guy's mana felt low, so why was the pressure so monstrous? Ethan unsheathed his blade with a sharp ring. "Don't make me laugh. I don't take legal advice from common thieves." "You arrogant brat," Dokkan roared, drawing his steel. "You want to die that badly." He swung with everything he had. "The only one dying today is you," Ethan countered. In a flash, he lunged forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Dokkan was stunned. He's fast, he thought. But the strike looked direct and simple, easy enough to read. He planned to parry the blow and end it with a counter thrust. Ethan's blade was inches away from his neck, but in a split second, Ethan's trajectory shifted. Dokkan's eyes went wide as his defense hit nothing but empty air. Ethan's sword bit deep into his side. Dokkan's weapon clattered to the floor as he was sent flying like a rag doll. The entire village went silent. The guards stood frozen, unable to believe a knight had been one-shot so effortlessly. "You idiots," Himes screamed at his guards. "Don't just stand there. Kill him. Stop him now." Hans stepped forward, his voice booming. "Stand down. You're looking at the Archduke himself. Surrender or face the consequences." The guards started panicking. The rumors were true. This was the man who annihilated the Red Scorpions single-handedly. They dropped their spears instantly, wanting no part of that smoke. Ethan smirked. "Smart choice. You know your place. Now about you, Himes." Ethan dragged the trembling man away for a private chat inside his own lavish mansion. Ethan looked around at the gold-leafed walls. "Wow, you're living in more luxury than I am. You've been busy." Hymas groveled, pointing fingers. "It wasn't me. Baron Kargas made me do it. Every penny is recorded in this ledger." Ethan flipped through the book. It was a goldmine of evidence. "Hans," he called out, a predatory glint in his eyes. Hans was already one step ahead, capturing everything inside a memory sphere. "It's all recorded, Your Grace." "Perfect. Give the Baron this scroll before we head out," Ethan ordered. Then he turned his icy gaze back to Himes. "Kargas told you to tax them, not line your own pockets. If I see your face again, make sure you've changed." Grinning with satisfaction, Hans cracked his knuckles and confirmed that he understood the plan perfectly. Dread began to consume Helmut as he realized his fate. Soon after, a mysterious letter arrived. Shimon Furness reached out, questioning if the Archduke was finally beginning to apply serious pressure. The goal was total dominance before the Senate convened. Was he following the strategy correctly? Then let him make his move. "We need more intel. Keep me updated on every single detail discovered." The moment the crystal ball dimmed, Helmut let out a feral roar, nearly smashing the artifact to pieces. Realizing he was just a sacrificial pawn, he opened a new message from Ethan that stated, Ethan knew about the illegal taxes and contract breaches. How did he survive those 3 aggressive tax collectors? Even with knights, they failed. Seething, he crushed the parchment and summoned his butler immediately. He ordered Ruin to fetch the Archduke. No more games. He could no longer underestimate this opponent. It was time for a final confrontation. Ethan smirked, knowing he had already cleared most of the tax corruption. Baron Kargas must be losing his mind. Suddenly, a knock echoed, and Ethan granted permission to enter. Myers stepped inside with a grin, asking if he was summoned. Ethan gave a sharp nod of confirmation. "Gear up. You are visiting a branch family soon. But first, there is something I need to ask." Myers froze in confusion. "What?" He leaned in, demanding to know exactly which family Ethan was referring to. "Relax, I will break it down." Holding up 3 fingers, Ethan explained there were 3 specific objectives. 3. Myers stood up, eyes wide. "Exactly. Let us start with the first major reason. With Tehran gone, only 2 heirs remain in the brutal race to become the family head. However, the rival families will not just sit idly by while I dismantle the Kargas name. I possess an immunity they cannot touch. Second, they will fight to stop my rise to preserve their power. They will try to turn you into a puppet leader. Finally, we need them to believe you are an ally." Myers gave a solemn nod. "All right, the strategy makes perfect sense to me now." "We are crossing the point of no return," Ethan warned. "Danger is everywhere." But Myers cut him off. "I know the risks. It will be fine." Ethan thanked him, but Myers had one final question. "So I just play the double agent and gain their trust?" Ethan stepped forward and, resting a hand on his shoulder, Ethan confirmed that their support would keep the enemies at bay. "While they are distracted, I will plan their downfall. Our target, Count Furness's elite inner circle. Hans is your backup, so stay sharp." Myers gripped his fist, a confident smirk appearing. "I can handle this mission." Soon, the final crates were being strapped onto the departing carriage. Marie stepped out, crossing her arms tightly. "Are you really going through with this departure?" Myers looked confused, but she snapped back, demanding a straight answer to her inquiry. With hands on her hips, she yelled about him leaving for 6 months with 0 preparation. He chuckled and promised to send letters frequently. She scoffed, insisting that he better keep that promise. Ethan approached and signaled Myers to hold on for a moment. Myers looked back, clearly surprised. I trust you implicitly, but stay on guard. Myers beamed, giving Ethan a firm, respectful handshake. You can count on me. He climbed into the carriage, waving a final goodbye to the group. The horses galloped away. Elsewhere, another carriage hit a jagged rock with a violent jolt. Inside, Ruin cursed the pathetic roads. Sharon sat opposite him, questioning if the Baron was worth this. Ruin laughed, reminding him of the absolute hell they had endured just to reach this point. So what is the payout this month? Patting his chest, he claimed the amount was surprisingly generous. 100 gold, Ruin screamed in shock. Last month, those cheapskates only sent a single gold coin. He scowled, wondering if his own pay was docked because of that unfortunate gambling loss. Yet those low lives get 100 gold. Listen closely to me, Sharon, he whispered. Yes, sir. Ruin held out the bag, suggesting they skim 10. Sharon burst out laughing. Clutching the gold, he agreed that 10 coins were fair compensation. Suddenly, Ruin yelled, No. Leave 10 gold for the trash and keep the rest for us. This is going to be fun. Sharon trembled, asking, What if the Archduke loses his mind? Word is he outclasses elite knights. The Baron warned us to tread lightly. He just flashed a wicked grin and questioned, Is this 10 times the usual haul? Why would he snap? I am a third-ranked knight. He cannot touch me even if he tried. A booming laugh erupted from his throat. Suddenly, Tehran's voice echoed in his mind like a ghost calling out, Brother, do not sweat it. Go. I will hold the line here until my final breath or until that demon king bites the dust. He lashed out with his practice blade, obliterating the training dummy. Tehran, has everything been okay since you finally opened your eyes? Radio silence. I get where he is coming from, though. He has likely bled himself dry, just trying to survive. Just to keep our family from falling apart. Being stuck in the dark about his status is driving me insane. I just want to bring him home. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his inner aura and unleashed a devastating strike. Nothing is ever that simple, and that realization burned. Suddenly, the screech of a carriage pulling up shattered his focus. He spun around, eyes wide with surprise. Sharon stepped out carefully, propping the carriage door open with a nervous hand. We have reached our destination, sir, he muttered. Ruin hopped out, hands buried in his pockets, scoffing at the remote scenery. The protagonist locked eyes with him, thinking, Who is this clown? Without missing a beat, the stranger smirked back. He chucked a heavy pouch at him, chuckling, I am the delivery boy for Baron Kargas's little allowance. Speechless are you not? Bet you never expected to see this much gold. A single coin escaped the bag, rolling right to the protagonist's muddy boots. He stared down at it. Go on, look, Ruin taunted. A beggar like you should be worshipping the ground I walk on. Seriously, no, thank you for my charity. He started bragging about last month's generosity, but before he could finish his sentence, bam, the main character's fist collided with his jaw, sending him spiraling into the dirt, desperately clutching his shattered nose. Towering over him, the protagonist hissed, Did I stutter? Since when does some low-rent baron outrank a duke's bloodline? He snatched Ruin by the collar. What the hell do you think you are doing? Ruin shrieked as he was hoisted skyward. Need a reminder of who you are, Ruin stammered Kargas. Kargas, what? Another punch silenced his pathetic stuttering. Baron Kargas Ruin wailed, face pulsing. You are a freaking lunatic. You are dead. He began surging with raw energy. The protagonist blinked, intrigued. That aura. Is he using a breathing technique too? Suddenly, Ruin lunged, grabbing his wrist tight. I'm going to snap your arms like twigs, Ruin roared. The protagonist just sighed, thinking, how utterly pathetic. Ruin froze. Huh, what is with that look? Ruin barked. The protagonist shook his head. They have the knowledge, but they are clueless about real power. Purely self-taught, he channeled mana into his fingertips, thankful he had mastered the art of point-blank neutralization. A series of lightning-fast finger strikes sent Ruin crashing back down. I did not even break a sweat, he taunted. Ruin stared in shock. Wait, what? He dropped to his knees, frantically staring at his own hands. What did you do? What did you do to me, you monster? I just locked your mana, he replied coolly. Ruin gasped. Locked my mana. Exactly. A talent thief like you should know exactly how this works, the main character stated with icy calm. Do not you mock me, Ruin roared, charging with a desperate swing. The main character danced around the strike effortlessly and countered with a thunderous blow that ended the fight. He then turned his gaze toward a trembling, terrified Sharon. So out with it. Why are you here? Sharon shakily held out a parchment. It is an invite from the Baron. He snatched the letter. An invitation, huh? Yes, sir. And he did not just send 10 gold. It is 100. A full 100. The main character scanned the letter, then commanded stuff every single coin back into that bag. Right away, Sharon scurried. An invitation, he mused, weighing his options and wondering what game the Baron was playing. A face-to-face meeting. This plays right into my hands. The following morning, Marie approached him with a fretful look. Ethan, is this safe? Relax, Marie. It is just a little chat, he reassured her. But she was not buying it. Ethan, listen to me. She tried to protest, but he cut her off as he climbed into the carriage. I am heading out. Do not worry, I will be back. Marie whispered his name as the carriage pulled away. The driver cracked his whip, and the horses surged forward into the mist. She crossed her arms, muttering, "If it is just a talk, then why the hell did you bring your sword?" Inside the cabin, he smiled. The Baron's fate was sealed, no matter what he planned. No escape now. I am seeing this through to the bitter end. He glanced out the window. So, this is the town of Poiret. There it was, the Baron's estate. A vulgar display of wealth, built on the backs of suffering citizens, in this pathetic city, while they scapegoated the Ardan family. For trash like this, we bled on the front lines. The carriage stopped. Your Grace, they've arrived. As the protagonist steps out, Dexter immediately blocks his path with a sneer. So this is the guest he mocks, planting his hands on his hips with arrogant defiance. He scoffs about his father wasting time demanding to know where they hid his pathetic younger brother. The protagonist locks eyes with him, asking coldly if this brat even realizes who he's disrespecting right now. Did the Baron forget to teach you manners? Dexter snaps violently, grabbing the main heir by his collar. Arrogant bastard, you think a title makes you special. The protagonist simply laughs at his misplaced indignation. A brutal kick to the gut sends Dexter flying backward. It's hilarious that trash like you tries lecturing me. Dexter reels in agony, his mind racing. How could he have been struck so fast? Before he can recover, the protagonist tosses a bloodied bound, ruin at his feet like a piece of garbage. Take your brother and get out. Dexter screams in horror, seeing the state Ruin is in. The protagonist just smiles. Enraged, Dexter draws his blade, channeling every ounce of energy into a lethal strike. The blade whistles through the air, but the protagonist dodges effortlessly. Another one who can't handle the basics. He mocks their stolen techniques. Dexter lunges again, gasping in shock as his target vanishes into thin air. Where did he? Before he can finish, the protagonist grabs his hair and slams his head into the dirt. The ground shatters. Reaching for his weapon, the MC declares that such a coward is no true knight. One more strike, and it's over. Suddenly, Manhattan levels his sword, shouting for the Archduke to stop immediately. Their blades clash in a shower of sparks before they spring apart. Manhattan identifies himself as the elite commander. Archduke, you've gone too far. Stand down before I'm forced to use real power against you. The MC lowers his blade, mocking the threat. A mere knight thinks he can use force against the air. If you want to talk about force, then try to survive what's coming next. He points his steel forward, issuing a chilling challenge. You'd better be stronger than this pathetic bastard. Forgive me. Then Manhattan charges with explosive speed, but the protagonist tracks his every movement with predatory eyes. The MC blocks the strike with chilling precision. Manhattan realizes instantly that he's facing a true monster. They trade high-speed blows until a small cut opens on the protagonist's arm, fueling the knight's desperation. Gritting his teeth, Manhattan leaps high, bringing his weapon down in a massive earth-shaking overhead swing. A thick veil of dust chokes the battlefield. Manhattan retreats into the haze, hoping to disable the Duke safely. Suddenly, a cold blade pierces the smoke, aimed straight for his heart. Manhattan freezes in absolute terror. As the protagonist emerges like a vengeful ghost, Manhattan realizes his life is hanging by a single thread. The sword whistles past his neck. He stares in disbelief, wondering why the Archduke chose to show mercy. A fatal strike was diverted at the last second. Then a piercing scream shatters the silence. Ruin. A woman collapses beside her broken son, her guards rushing in to shield her from the surrounding chaos. "My baby, wake up," she wails. Her grief instantly turns to venom as she glares at the protagonist. "How dare this half-dead Duke lay a hand on my son?" she screeches, pointing a trembling, hateful finger. She orders this psychopath to be stopped, screaming at Manhattan for standing there like a useless statue. "That's enough," Helmut thunders, stepping forward with visible irritation as his wife continues her frantic sobbing. "Darling, he's a maniac. He hurt our boys," Helmut sighs, telling her he'll handle the situation himself. He commands Manhattan to escort his wife away and get Ruin to a healer immediately. The knight bows and carries the wounded boy off. Helmut turns back, spreading his arms with fake warmth. 10 years, Your Grace. It's been too long. Perhaps we can release my son and talk like gentlemen." The protagonist steps closer, his gaze like ice. "It has been long, Helmut, but I'm not here for pleasantries." He ignores the request, leveling his sword at the shivering Dexter. Some sins simply cannot be forgiven. Raising steel against the Duke is treason. Only a public execution will suffice for this insult. Helmut desperately tries to play the diplomat, begging for calm and offering his son's sincere apologies. "The Duke's authority is a hollow shell," he sneers. "The Senate rules these lands now, not your bloodline." He suggests they settle this misunderstanding through the proper channels before things get truly ugly. Their combined strength would restore his bloodline's ancient glory. Then the hero spoke. "Baron Helmut, what use is a duke who cannot rule his own duchy?" With a thunderous crack, he drove his steel down. Helmut shrieked Dexter's name in panic, only to see the protagonist's blade quivering inches from his son's face. Drawing his weapon, he roared. Enough driven to the edge, he gathered his aura and bellowed in fury. If he values his life, he'll drop the boy and crawl through the dirt to beg for mercy. Mercy. That's rich. Laughing coldly, he grabbed Dexter's collar and vowed to erase his entire lineage from existence. Then he ruthlessly cast the boy aside like trash. Helmet's a total snake. He trashed the vassal pact just to bury his dirty crimes. Threatening the Duke's bloodline is high treason. Say goodbye to your title, your land, and your castle. Steel flashed as our hero leveled his blade. The Baron spat in fury, calling him a mere brat. He barked a desperate command, unleashing his elite knights to crush the boy once and for all. Gritting his teeth, the Baron smirked. It was all going to plan. He'd break them forever. But Ethan just grinned. He knew this trash was hiding something. Caught you, you filthy amateur. In the heart of Palantian, the king scanned the room, ready to wrap up the royal council. He leaned back, asking if anyone had more business before he finally dismissed the court. Suddenly, Baron Bluton stood hand over his heart, requesting the floor for one final matter. The king's brow furrowed. Why was the Marquess speaking up now? Regardless, he granted permission. Bluton bowed low. Your Majesty, Archduke Arden has finally made contact after all this time. The room went dead silent. The Archduke, the legend who'd been a vegetable for a decade. Since when did those two link up? The king demanded to know the reason for this. The news was explosive. Baron Kargas had betrayed his oath, illegal taxes, secret militias, and forbidden armies. Worse, he'd been selling the Duke's legendary family secrets on the black market like a thief. The 107 families shifted uncomfortably. The king saw right through their panicked faces. The evidence was locked in memory spheres. The Archduke's demand, total confiscation of the Kargas estate. The king was in a bind. Side with the corrupt Senate or back the kingdom's greatest defenders. He tapped his throne thoughtfully. This isn't my call. The Ardens aren't even Senate members. Since it's a private family feud, the king stepped back. Let the Archduke handle his house. Bluton nodded, realizing the king was playing neutral. Meanwhile, Menharton secured the terrified survivors. You're safe now, he reassured them, but the mother's tears wouldn't stop falling in grief. He barked orders for tea and warmth, trying to settle their shattered and broken nerves. He prepared to confront the Baron. Watch your back out there, his subordinate warned him. Walking the halls, Menharton felt a chill. Why change the plan mid-fight? Something was seriously off. Back at the front, Ethan was a whirlwind of steel, parrying strikes from every single direction. A knight lunged, screaming he'd caught him. He aimed a killing blow right at Ethan's heart. Ethan slipped the blade and launched skyward, spotting a sniper knight hovering high above him. Helmet's face contorted. Now dogpile him. Don't give him a single inch to breathe. Menharton signaled to the lady. Don't worry, the master is still absolutely dominating the field. Perfect. I've got this handled, Ethan replied, as Menharton watched the absolute carnage unfold. Wait, the Archduke wasn't just fighting. He was playing with them, treating elite knights like toddlers. He soared into the clouds, mana surging through his blade. 18, 19. It's showtime. He unleashed a devastating shockwave that literally ripped the earth from under their heavy boots. Helmet staggered back, eyes wide with terror. Where the hell did a brat learn that move? Ethan landed like a god. Helmet screamed, "You're dead, I'll rot you in the dungeon forever." Ethan just let out a cold, dark laugh, his blade humming with lethal blue intent. Let's take this long distance, he teased. I'd hate for innocent trash to get caught here. He spun into a cyclone of pure mana, unleashing violent arcs of energy that shredded air. Helmet cowered. Is this a god's power? Ethan sighed, looking bored, and blitzed forward. The sheer pressure was insane. Menharton screamed for everyone to get the hell out of Dodge. Arden's secret technique, second form blast wave. A wall of destruction obliterated every single thing. Miles away, Marie winced as her tea burned her fingers. Ouch, that's way too hot. She stared at her hand, worrying about Ethan. Please tell me he's not being reckless again. He was always a chaotic mess, but the silence from the battlefield felt strangely eerie today. Beyond the glass, the world had transformed into a literal hellscape. Menharton shielded his eyes from the blinding glare, thinking impossible. His mana is bone dry. So, where is this insane pressure coming from? Pure energy surged forward relentlessly. Menharton stepped in front of the Baron blade, raised in defense. Across from them, Helmet's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't wrap his head around it. These were top-tier knights, living legends capable of taking down entire armies solo. Yet he deleted them with a single swing. Suddenly, our hero's hand started to shake uncontrollably. He stared at his palm. My mana is officially on empty. Is this my ceiling? Without the Fire Lord's buff? He'd be unconscious already. Glaring up, he growled. Baron Helmet, you're next. The Baron squeaked out a terrified wah. What? Closing the distance, the protagonist declared. The decades of torment you put my family through end today. Payback's a bitch. Collapsing in terror, the Baron shrieked knights. He's gassed 500 gold to whoever brings me his head right now. Menharton watched in disbelief. It wasn't just raw power. That massive inferno had precisely targeted only the enemies. He'd never witnessed such god-tier control. The survivors finally realized just how outclassed they truly were. Even those still standing were smart enough to keep their blades lowered. Our hero turned his gaze toward Menharton and asked, "What about you? Looking for a round two, Menharton looked down, realizing the fight was over before it even started. Hear that, Baron? The protagonist asked. He began channeling his remaining sparks into his palm, pressing it against the Baron's chest. Your Grace, stop, Menharton shouted, reaching out in a panic. But the hero calmly said, Sir Menharton, throw the Baron in the dungeon and watch him like a hawk. The knight gasped. Wait, excuse me. You want me to imprison my own lord, he stammered. I'm a knight. I swore a sacred oath of loyalty. Stepping closer, our hero replied, Exactly. A loyal knight. That's why I'm trusting you. This man is a traitor, destined to lose his title for these sins. Walking past, he gripped the knight's shoulder firmly. If he slips away, your whole bloodline pays the ultimate price. Don't let your oath blind you to the law. Menharton squeezed his fist tight and nodded. Understood. Later, the Baron was seen rattling his cell bars, screaming at the knight standing guard. You moron. You really think that brat's gonna win this? Unlock this door right now. That's an order. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared, placing a calming hand on Menharton's shoulder, telling him he'd take it from here. As he headed for the exit, the knight called out, Your Grace. Can I ask why? We all tried to kill you on his orders. Why show any of us mercy? The hero glanced back and smirked. The blade is a mirror of the soul. Ever heard that one before? Knights talk through their steel. I expected to find nothing but trash and cowards in this place. Scum, who wanted my heroic family dead. But after trading blows with you, I felt a flicker of genuine respect. It was honestly a huge relief to see. Whether it's guilt or old-school honor, it doesn't matter. There are still hearts loyal to the Archduke's blade. And that's enough for me. Menharton stood stunned as the hero added, Honestly, I totally lost my cool back there. I'm leaving the rest to you. Cut to later, inside Baron Helmut's personal study. Our hero finds Raymond waiting. Bowing low, he says, Greetings, Your Grace. The protagonist studies him with sharp eyes. Raymond places a hand over his heart. I am Raymond, the Baron's firstborn. I've been expecting your arrival. Stepping past him, the hero asked, Expecting the man who just tossed your entire family into a cage. I don't know your game, kid, but watch your tone. Raymond swallowed hard, thinking, Stay calm, don't panic. I'm nothing like my father, he claimed, spreading his arms wide. So how about we cut a deal? The protagonist let out a cold laugh. A deal? You really think you're in a position to negotiate? Clearly, this guy didn't get it. Deals are for equals. In a flash, he snatched Raymond by the throat, hoisting him off his feet. Your family committed high treason by attacking an archduke. Do you really think you're still holding any cards? Raymond thrashed, his vision blurring as he struggled for air. Desperate, he wheezed out the only thing that could save him. I have intel on the seventh family. The hero dropped him instantly. Talk. Raymond collapsed, hacking for breath. The protagonist loomed over him. Lie to me, and you're dead. One wrong word, and you're in the dungeon. No, I swear I really have the dirt on them. He shakily handed over an old ledger. See for yourself. It was. A shady deal for secret arts was struck. After House Arden fell, the seventh great family ruthlessly claimed their sacred tome. These scrolls detailed the vassals' hidden powers, all meant to forge an invincible legion. They needed to crush rival nations, leaving them no option but to surrender. Our hero slumped into his seat. He muttered that these records were useless to his warriors. The man shot back that they lacked the talent. They couldn't crack the code. The seventh family had peddled a cheap knockoff. Our lead was stunned. Wait, what? Raymond slid another book over. This is the real deal. The main character face-palmed, groaning at the sheer stupidity of it all. They handed over the original and bought back a scam. Absolute clowns. He began flipping through the pages. Raymond explained that decoding it cost a fortune, bleeding the people dry through taxes. He slammed the volume shut. It was straight garbage. Shocked, he blurted out, Are you kidding? This thing is completely worthless. Nobody sane leaks state secrets like this. His grip tightened on the leather cover. They'd been played like fiddles, stripped bare and discarded. He mused that while war demands unity and strong bonds, peace just makes everyone greedy for gold. He declared he'd show mercy to the remaining kinsmen. His price, every single one of the Baron's financial records. Go to the annex and wait for my word. Suddenly, the main character was thrust into a hellish war zone. He scanned the carnage, confused. Where am I? This wasn't the training yard. A massive beast loomed over him, its blade aimed right at his throat. A devastating strike whistled past, cleaving the knight behind him in two. He checked his own body, not a scratch. Was this a vision of his former life? Helmut appeared bowing low. A glorious triumph, Archduke. It clicked. Baron Kargas belonged to his original timeline. That bastard needs to rot in the deepest pit of hell, shattering a tranquil world like a rampaging drake. He was reliving the horrors of that first bloody invasion. He was becoming the very thing he despised. History isn't your plaything, he hissed. I won't allow it. He lashed out his blade, tearing through the phantom memory. His roar echoed through the void. No. Snapping back to reality, he stood on the training field. Sister Myers and Taryn. They were still breathing. They're alive in this world. Fate be damned, I will rewrite history itself to keep my family safe. A piercing scream shattered his thoughts. He whipped around, eyes wide with shock. What is going on? A man struggled against the guards, howling that the Duke would recognize him. He lunged, grabbing Michelin's collar. He begged for an audience. Michelin stepped back, claiming he was just a visitor. Then our hero stepped in. Prexian. It really was him. Prexian's eyes welled up as he clutched his heart, collapsing in relief before his lord. Your Highness. In the previous life, Prexian was feared as the legendary monster of paperwork, an ardent powerhouse who climbed from the mud to a count's throne through pure, unadulterated talent. No mountain of paperwork survived him for more than 1 hour. Later, back in the office, Prexian sighed. He explained that every loyalist had been purged. Our hero nodded. The puzzle pieces are finally fitting. That explained his ragged clothes. Sipping his tea, he wondered if they had axed every competent soul left, sabotaging the duchy from the inside. Maybe the enemies were smarter than they looked. He needed a right-hand man. Prexian was the perfect candidate. He gestured toward the other man. Meet Michelin, a trusted traitor, a merchant tied to the duchy's coffers. Prexian bowed, offering a deep apology for the recent chaos. Michelin shrugged it off with a smile. Turning to the main character, he spoke with newfound respect. Your Grace, you crushed the barons, and now you're targeting the Senate. The hero cut him off with a sharp look. Enough. This land belongs to the Arden family, period. He crossed his legs with cold authority. Michelin's jaw dropped. Without the king's seal of approval, he then shared a secret from the baron's firstborn. The seventh family's vassals were making suspicious moves. Our hero stood firm. I said, it is ours. You think an Arden heir needs permission from a useless king? Michelin spat his tea across the room. Choking in disbelief, he gasped. Your Grace, I know you're powerful, but this is treason. The main character silenced him with a smirk. Relax. The winds of change are blowing in our favor. Michelin stood up, yielding to the Duke's confidence. Understood. I will get to work on that mission immediately. Prexian beamed at his lord. I am relieved to see the lion has finally woken up, Your Highness. The Duke is scouting for brilliant minds. Turns out, he's mentoring a protege right here. Care to meet the kid? Cup frozen in midair, the hero blinked in shock. A child Prexian simply nodded, beckoning the mystery guest inside. The heavy doors swung wide. Adopted Prexian, clarified as a small figure, stepped into the light. Lawrence entered, with poise bowing low. It is a profound honor to stand before you, Your Grace. The name hit like a lightning bolt. Lawrence's memories flooded back the eve of the legendary Aran Valley massacre. Mounted and ready, the hero pushed forward. Suddenly, Sylvia galloped to his side. Commander, she called out. The Legion is set. A smirk tugged at his lips. Always outdoing yourself, aren't you, Sylvia? She gave a modest shrug. Yet in just 7 days, she'd engineered a master plan that defied logic. A tide-turning gambit. Her death squad was the ultimate wild card. Everything is ready, she beamed. Just give the signal to strike. He watched her stunned. Only a tactical genius could weave such chaos. Her instinct for the perfect cavalry charge was unmatched. But 3 days without sleep was taking its toll. If she collapsed mid-clash, the whole front would crumble. She noticed his worry, and her expression hardened. Mastering the art of war came with a price. Every fallen soldier felt like a jagged scar on her heart. But with monsters pushing humanity to the brink, she was prepared to gamble everything on this one play. One more life saved was worth her own. Understood, he roared. Let's wipe these pests off the map. For survival, Dragonades advance. He unsheathed his blade, his arm slicing through the thick tension of battle. Time the infantry perfectly, he bellowed. Sound the war horns. Let the world tremble. Catapults groaned as they locked into place. Sword raised toward the heavens, he screamed. To glory, to battle. It was a bloodbath. Despite the staggering odds, Sylvia's lethal strategy snatched victory from the jaws of certain death. That was her final bow. Back in the present, he studied the boy. There was no doubt it was her. Why the alias? Her very aura felt transformed. He sank into his seat, the mystery tightening its grip. He voiced his gratitude for her strike against the Baron. That tyrant's taxes had bled her family dry. History was shifting. The Order's decay had paved the way for these branch families to rule through terror. Prexian grew serious, seeking a private counsel. Time to test just how sharp this Lawrence really was. Lawrence, your mentor speaks highly of you. Tell me, how do you read the Baron's current downfall? The boy didn't flinch. Spare them. We transform them into hollow puppets, useless scarecrows for our enemies to fear. Why? Because even a broken carcass holds the name. It keeps the rival vultures from swooping in too early. As long as the bloodline lives, the seat is occupied. Plus, we keep a mole embedded in their ranks. The power vacuum left them desperate for labor. In this Game of Thrones, we squeeze every asset dry. The hero leaned in, intrigued. That's the long game. What's your play for the immediate chaos? We need boots on the ground. We can't take them all at once, so let's make them tear each other apart. Provoke a civil war to buy us time. Once 4 fall, the duchy splits and we seize the crown. Checkmate. The protagonist took a slow sip, a dark grin forming. It was exactly what he expected. The pieces were falling into place. Prexian, he mused, you've raised quite the terrifying little genius. He turned his gaze to the boy. So, Lawrence, how would you like to be my chief advisor? Outside, iron boots thundered. Knights were rounding up suspects like cattle until one soldier was suddenly sent flying. Amidst the chaos, Manhattan stepped forward. Keep it cool, he warned, his eyes locking onto the next target. Veins popping, the rebel knight surged with mana. Traitor, he spat. You're a disgrace to the Baron Manhattan. Manhattan scoffed. Why waste breath on a dead man? The rebel roared that they were both bound by oath. They shared the same arts, the same master. To the rebel, Manhattan was just a turncoat dog. Manhattan's gaze turned cold. Perhaps. But a true knight carves a path through his master's sins. Lies, the man shrieked, launching a desperate fury-fueled strike aimed straight for the jugular. All bark, no bite. With a sickening crack, Manhattan's boot met his jaw, launching him into the air. Bind him. Shatter his mana core. The subordinates swarmed their yes sir, echoing through the street. Lawrence strolled up, applauding the clean work. Manhattan blinked. The advisor. He was truly caught off guard. Imagine being ordered by a total stranger to crush the 8 gates of darkness. Yet he moved with the surgical precision of a mastermind. Just who was this guy? While the others stood frozen in confusion, Lawrence declared it was time to move out. 7 targets remained. He vowed they'd all be scorched earth before the sun set. Shock painted Lawrence's face. As the word advisor hung in the air, Prexian rose with authority. He stepped out for air, leaving Lawrence to politely decline a surprising offer. Dropping into his chair with a calculated swagger, our lead demanded to know the truth. Biting her lip, Lawrence finally looked up, revealing her secret. She was actually a girl. Raised in the filth of the slums, she was a commoner trapped at society's lowest level. It was a living nightmare. Before his death, her father's only legacy was hating the Baron. He didn't curse the taxes. He blamed his daughter for not being born a son. Faced with slavery, she grabbed her younger brother and vanished into the night. They became thieves to survive, but even that scrap of hope was ripped away. The 8 gates descended, stealing her brother's life and leaving her with nothing. In a world that hated her gender, her existence lost all meaning and color. She donned his identity like armor. If the truth came out, she was finished. Clutching her dress with shaking hands, she apologized, certain she was unworthy of being advisor. The protagonist didn't hesitate. He slammed his fist down, the sound echoing like thunder. He wasn't having it. With a sharp scowl, he shut down her self-loathing immediately. Forget those lies. Talent isn't tied to gender. Stand tall and look the world in the eye. If they point fingers, break them. The 8 gates are just the Baron's greedy puppets. This is your chance for vengeance. I am handing you a legion. Can you handle it? Determination flared in her eyes. Give me 1 day, and I will erase them forever. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. Perfect. I will be waiting for the results. Deep within Kelmont Castle, Myers stared at the ceiling, letting out a heavy, weary sigh. Sitting at his opulent desk, he praised the office, catching the Branch family head's attention. Count Shimon Furness offered a smug chuckle. What brings the busy lord here today? His voice dropped as he confessed the truth his brother had become. Strange. Strange. Myers simply pulled back his sleeve, revealing a sight that stopped Shimon's heart. The Count gasped in horror. Where on earth did those brutal scars come from? He pinned the blame on his brother, revealing the Chamberlain had suffered the same fate. He is a monster now, lashing out daily. 10 years ago he was so quiet. Maybe the mana surge changed him, but he is a total stranger now. Shimon frowned. It all made sense. Helmut was silent, because Ardon had finally made his move. But there was no rush. As long as Myers remained a pawn, Shimon was winning. Suddenly, Myers threw a curveball. He wanted to make a deal. Shimon was stunned. That was the real reason. He knew the Branch families were tearing themselves apart. The Senate was a mess of secrets. Shimon panicked. How did he get this info? 2 factions are warring for power, Count Lugan's squad versus Shimon's Furnace faction. Both sides are locked in a stalemate, desperate for any advantage to tip the scales. Then came the kicker. Myers knew someone was trying to turn him into a drunkard. They were turning his family into villains, with Helmut pulling strings for Count Lugan. Shimon was reeling. Myers leaned in, proposing a pact that would benefit them both. Is this a trap? Shimon wondered if the plan leaked and Myers wanted blood. His eyes shifted to Hans before Myers finally extended a hand, ready to deal. Help him dethrone his psychotic brother to become patriarch, and he'll personally ensure Count Lugan is wiped out. Fists clenched, he pressed for a reaction. A smirk surfaced. This was the ultimate opening, and he wouldn't let it slip. He chuckled, realizing this meeting was a jackpot. He'd move heaven and earth to crown him Archduke. Eventually, Shimon signaled him inside. Hans entered and bowed low. Did you summon me, Your Excellency? The response was a sharp yes. One burning question remained. He knew the source of Myers' misinformation, but why offer a helping hand? If the secret leaked, his head was on the block. He bowed, revealing his true role as Baron Kargas's Chamberlain. He came to safeguard his new master from a ruthless sibling. But why approach me instead of the Baron? He explained that the Archduke was now showing blatant aggression toward the Karjes bloodline. An assault could strike any time. With other factions out of reach, he simply manipulated the truth for his young master. Shimon let out a laugh. How cunning. You've done me a massive favor. Choosing him over the Baron was wise, especially since Helmut had gone silent. He looked shocked. Wait, really? Hans, is it relax? You're on my team now? Hans bowed deeply, thanking him for such immense generosity. He gave a soft laugh. Don't mention it. But without the Baron uncovering the Archduke's plots will be tricky. Uncovering the Archduke's moves. Hans placed a hand over his heart, asking to be sent to the Baron's estate. He graciously accepted. Now, he aimed to prove his loyalty, utilizing his personal history with the Duke. His connections made him a valuable asset. In response, he laughed. Is that the case? He'd report every detail of the Archduke's schemes. Count on it, he vowed. Shimon handed him a bag. Excellent. Stay in touch via this crystal ball. Hans reached for the artifact. You can rely on me. Then he departed. Gripping the crystal, he thought, everything's on track. Mr. Myers had performed his role to perfection. He had to give it his all, too. At that moment, Shimon asked, What's your verdict, Commander Lawson? Tucking his arms across his chest from the shadows, he noted that the story sounded perfectly harmonious. But it's too polished. Stepping closer, he warned of potential danger despite the current calm. A curt yes followed. We must uncover his true motives. Earlier, the knight admitted this was a terrifying first for him. Throughout his long career, he had never encountered a person so incredibly dangerous. She executed criminals without a hint of mercy. Recently, Menharten approached Lawrence. Counselor, don't overdo it. She replied that she'd sworn to his grace to wipe them from the world completely. A fleeting glance left him shivering. Her face resembled a demon feasting on children. He asked the knight, He's watching the prisoners, right? Tell him to beware of that devil. He whispered back. Suddenly, Lawrence appeared. The devil, some new criminal gang. The knight jumped in fright. Lawrence stated she was reporting to the Archduke. Of course, proceed. He's currently training. The hero lunged forward, his blade striking with such force that the dummy shattered into pieces. He swung again, obliterating multiple targets in one sweep before finally lowering his sword. He realized that training dummies were now useless. Lawrence then approached. Your Grace, I have the report. He looked up. Is this about our earlier talk? She nodded. Yes. The 8 Gates has hidden talent. They'll make a formidable scout team. He grabbed the files. Excellent. Are they combat ready? Over half of them, she replied. Just then a knight shouted, Sir, someone named Hans has arrived. The hero blinked. Hans, yes sir, that's him. He's my servant. Bring him to my office. Lawrence, you come too. She replied, yes sir. The hero walked on. Infiltration complete. Soon he'd discover if the gamble truly paid off. At Kilmot Castle, Myers hoisted his shield with a weary sigh. Suddenly, a foe lunged from behind. He deflected the pincer move, then countered with his blade. He spun around, stonewalling yet another assault. Lowenstein watched from above. Impressive skill. He's definitely ready to lead the family. Shimon sat nearby. The Ardon bloodline is undeniable. Keep Lugan completely in the dark. Track the Archduke's every move. He nodded. Yes. Standing up, he said, I'm counting on you. Stroking his chin with a chuckle, he mused. Who'd have thought he'd be this hungry for the Senate? Setting the parchment aside, the Archduke murmured, Myers is thriving. But what of the Count's status? Hans shook his head. No word yet. Everything went flawlessly since the Baron's estate invitation. Information leaks will be effortless now, Lawrence noted. Are you already sowing discord between the noble houses? We begin post-meeting, the Archduke confirmed. Hans's eyes widened, his gaze snapping toward the mysterious woman. Is she really privy to their schemes? Your Grace, Hans stammered. Who exactly is this? Meet Lawrence, he replied. And this is Chamberlain. Coordinate now, as you will be inseparable allies soon. Lawrence bowed gracefully, hand over heart. A pleasure. I serve as His Grace's personal advisor. Settling across from her, Hans took a cautious sip, his mind racing with unspoken questions. Only a week away, and he has already recruited a genius. Plus, her features are incredibly refined. Is she his type? Hans panicked, his pulse skyrocketing. Lawrence narrowed her eyes. What is his problem? He looks bothered, she noted coldly. Perhaps he dislikes me, Lord Chamberlain, cleared his throat nervously. Not at all. You are just quite young. She slid a dossier forward. Age is irrelevant here. My only value is my utility to the Archduke. This situational report, care to review it. Scanning the pages, he realized she was unflappable. Her competence far exceeded his initial expectations. What Baron Helmut and his heirs are behind bars, he gasped. Lawrence nodded calmly. Precisely. A public execution is imminent. Hans reeled. Death. For high-ranking nobility, that is unheard of. 357, she stated flatly. That is how many souls the Baron starved last winter. Uncounted thousands suffered. Worse, they dared draw steel against an heir of the Ardon bloodline. Still, death seems extreme. Should I question your loyalty then? Lawrence countered. Hans instantly retracted. One wrong move, and he would be a corpse too. Wait, 8 gates pulverized in a single day. Just a minor objective, she shrugged. Now reveal your strategy for infiltrating the Count's inner circle. I am feeding the young master fabricated intel to win the Count's favor. I will be their shadow. And the endgame, she pressed. Hans blinked. The endgame, that is it. He crossed his arms. I fooled them in 24 hours. His next moves are unpredictable. We must stay flexible. Should we not just adapt as we go? Lawrence let out a long, weary sigh. Chamberlain. The sheer condescension in her tone stung. What? He barked. Your plan is amateurish, she replied. Leave the strategizing to me. She set her teacup down with a sharp, decisive clink. You overlooked a fatal detail. Return now and the Count will have your head on a platter. Hans froze in terror. Later the Archduke greeted a new arrival. Thanks for making the journey. Let us skip to introductions. Jerome bowed low. Your reputation precedes you, my lady. Jerome of the Misa Vanguard. I look forward to our partnership. Lawrence accepted his firm handshake. Likewise. Drop the formalities. Jerome chuckled. Oh, and why should I do that? You are the Archduke's brain, after all. The protagonist intervened. Jerome is the operation on track. Perfectly. I am here with the response. He produced a sealed parchment with a knowing look. Maybe you hoped for better news. The Archduke grabbed the letter. It makes no difference. I will ensure Marquis Blounton is thanked for handling such a messy affair. He tore it open. He tossed the paper aside in disgust. Vague garbage. Not to mention this handwriting is atrocious. The king chose the Senate, Lawrence observed. Then I will settle this blood feud myself, he declared. Splendid, Lawrence smirked. Jerome looked lost. How is that good? Explain it to me. The crown and the great houses were the hurdles. Now they have stepped aside, she reasoned. The Archduke baited them perfectly. Indeed, he replied. The appeal served its true purpose. This confirms it. The great houses control the Senate. The king sold us out for profit. He slammed the desk. Save this for later. The stage is set. Let the curtains rise. Game on. The Archduke leaned in. So his goal is national dominance over the potion trade. Correct. My firm lacks the reach, so I'm handing the logistics over to House Bezos. His family's trade network gripped the nation. Success was inevitable. Expanding to neighbors meant a 100-fold profit, a total gold mine. Our hero reached out. No reason to refuse. Let's dominate together. A handshake sealed it, then a knock. Enter. The advisor stepped in, reporting the final setup. Preparations are complete, Your Grace. The Archduke stood up. We weren't finished. But Jerome understood the silent signal. Expect a detailed letter. A wave and a cold thanks. See you. Menharton is waiting below. Perfect. Unfathomable. Jerome watched his master go with a sigh. Did he predict the expansion, the kingdoms in his hand? Lawrence handled the logistics once Jerome sends the files. On it. She nodded, her loyalty as sharp as steel. Are they here? Menharton stopped at the Baron's cell. Interrogated, yes, but the coward is still holding out. Gaps in his story, I'll break him myself. He grabbed the keys. Good work. Back to your post. Understood, Captain. Menharton hesitated. Your Grace. The family lives. I keep my vows. Menharton saluted and left. Inside, Helmut sat trembling. What a clown. Once cautious, now a pathetic wreck. Senate power blinded him. Arrogance was his final mistake. He poked a dragon and lost. Tears won't save him. The lock clicked. Helmut shrieked, Your Grace, in terror. Fearing Lawrence's return, he recoiled into the corner. Stay away. Stop. No more torture. Your acting is mid. The Archduke's voice cut deep. Still hiding something. Bold move for a dead man. Do you think hoarding secrets buys you more time? I don't know anything. But his eyes screamed otherwise. Waiting for backup. Look at this. A document fell. Helmut scrambled for the paper. What is this? The royal seal. The king had officially ghosted him. Discarded like trash. The crown washed its hands. Screaming in despair, he slammed the ground. It's over. I'll talk everything. Just spare my sons. A hidden basement. Beneath the manor. My dark secrets. The Arden relic. You dared steal my father's sword. It wasn't me. Calm down. The blade is broken. Senate puppets and broken steel. He was just a witness. Shattered Dranian was the ultimate indestructible divine blade. The sacred heart of House Ardon passed through bloodlines. It survived the Dragon King. It was their pride. How could it break? He loomed over the prisoner. 15 years ago, when the dragons invaded. Defenseless and caught off guard, the nation crumbled instantly. In response, the Arden family forged an elite death squad from their finest warriors. These prodigies eclipsed any ordinary knight. They dared to challenge the Dragon King himself, but in the end, death claimed them all. Nothing remained but the shattered hilt of the divine sword. Staring down, the main character realized the cold, harsh truth. So my father faced that monster too, he muttered. He demanded to know the Dragon King's fate, but the answer was a mystery. The beast had simply vanished from the world. Was it possible the squad managed to wound him so badly? He went into hiding. Why settle for peace? He questioned. With their king gone, the dragons were vulnerable. It was the perfect moment to strike. Your Highness, this predates your coma, he noted. Was the protagonist's memory truly wiped clean? Answer me, the MC roared. He finally revealed that the Xenon Empire were the ones who pushed for peace. They coerced every nearby nation into the pact. What the MC gasped, stunned. Moments later, Lawrence descended the staircase. She confirmed the existence of a hidden corridor. Leading the way, the MC acknowledged that Helmut's intel was actually legit. Raising his lantern, he replayed their earlier conversation. Just a moment ago, they were sitting face to face, weighing every word. He pressed for more, but the story remained consistent. Following that apocalyptic clash, the Dragon King simply evaporated into thin air. Yet the Dragon Commanders remained their legions as terrifying as ever. The threat hadn't diminished. Shortly after, envoys reached out to the Xenon Empire, leading the world's superpowers to sign a desperate armistice with the Dragonkin. Everyone else fell in line, but something didn't sit right. The Empire was never a weak player in this game. Their leverage far outweighed his own. He needed to dig deeper into the details. He came to a halt, signaling their arrival. Facing a massive arcane seal, he wove a defensive barrier around them. Flawless execution. He instructed Lawrence to do the honors, handing her the key item required to proceed. Got it, she said, reaching out. She carefully set the relic into the heart of the glowing magic circle. As the vault groaned open, he knew his father's legacy waited inside. It wasn't the sword, but he had a hunch. Intuition screamed, he was right. Stepping inside, Lawrence marveled at how the space defied its external dimensions. The chamber was overflowing. Can we even find it in this mess? She asked. The MC smirked. Already have. His gaze locked onto a mysterious flask. It reminded him of Helmut's total shock when this whole situation first unfolded. During the Duke's funeral preparations, he witnessed the impossible. Staring at the shrouded corpse, he gasped. What on earth is that? A strange ink-black metallic fluid was oozing from the Duke's body. Its origin remained a complete terrifying mystery. After endless deliberation, the Senate played it safe. They chose to split the substance into separate secure containers, fragmented and hidden. Unsealing the flask, the MC revealed. The cadet branches have no clue this is the eighth ring. It's a bloodline treasure just like the divine sword. The eighth ring, Lawrence echoed, baffled. There are actually 8. It didn't resemble jewelry at all. He explained that the name had nothing to do with its physical form. Then, he ignited his black flame breath. Power surged through his veins as the ring liquefied within his palm. The substance sank into his skin, its essence radiating outward. Looking toward the ceiling, the MC felt the shift. The erratic energy suddenly recoiled, surging back into his core. Lawrence shielded her eyes, screaming in panic. Archduke, what's happening to you? She cried. Exhaling deeply, the MC examined his hand with a calm smirk. Not bad. Stunned, she demanded an explanation. He told her the eighth ring requires total absorption, though its composition is an enigma. This secret relic belongs solely to the Arden line, reserved for the clan head. Only those with potent bloodlines can wield it. Without mastering Black Flame Breath, it's just useless junk. So, does this ring grant you some insane ability? She asked. He nodded, opting for a demonstration. Step back, this might get violent, he warned. Understood, she replied quickly. Focusing his intent, he began funneling every drop of his internal mana straight into the heart of the eighth ring. The artifact drank his power hungrily. Gritting his teeth, he recalled how this ring once shackled its master's very soul. It felt like being bound in chains. He'd almost forgotten that sensation. Perfect. Time to unleash it all. Every bit of stored mana reached its peak. With a sharp exhale, shockwaves of pure energy blasted outward. Lawrence stared in disbelief. You just dumped all your mana at once, she gasped. He gave her a confident grin. Exactly. The eighth ring acts like a battery, fueling a devastating explosive burst of raw power. Reclaiming our territory just became a cakewalk. Let's adjust our strategy. Bowing deeply, she acknowledged his overwhelming strength. Understood. Heading for the exit, he waved a hand, tasking her with hunting down the rest of the fragments. 5 sacred relics were stolen, she whispered. He could lean on her strength, but as he turned away, a dark realization set in. Those traitors didn't just disrespect their father, they'd completely abandoned his legacy. Ardon had bled as a hero for their sake, yet they were looting his relics like common vultures. Clenching his fist until his knuckles turned white, he whispered. A silent warning, they had no idea what was coming. He would hunt them down, every last one. No mercy for the freaks who dared to spit on Ardon's legendary valor. Just wait. Soon, the reckoning would begin. Back in his study, his eyes widened in shock. What 5 pieces were smuggled out of our borders? Lawrence stood firm, nodding, as she delivered the devastating confirmation. The 4 great house heads each hold, one she explained, and the final piece is hidden deep within the kingdom of Rhymedale. He leaned in his voice low. Is your intel absolute? Crystal clear, she replied. The Baron himself verified it. The protagonist let out a slow breath and closed his eyes, the weight of the task settling on his shoulders. Crossing his arms, a grim smile touched his lips. There was no sense in hiding the truth anymore. This was a nightmare scenario. Collecting all 5 relics wouldn't be a quick job. It was going to be a long, bloody road. But he shook off the doubt. He had to focus. Ethan's return was the priority now. He would strike with the resources he had, then circle back for those stolen rings once the foundation was set. Her intel had cleared the fog. He finally knew his next move. First, they would reclaim the ring right under their noses. Prep the strike team, he ordered. Meanwhile, in the seaside town of Port, a spark of rebellion was turning into a wildfire of rumors. Whispers of the hero's true heir arriving to liberate the oppressed flew through the streets. The news spread like lightning, igniting hope in every corner. The people felt the tides turning. The era of tyranny was finally crumbling. That afternoon, the town square was packed to the brim with expectant faces. Near the execution stage, a man's frantic cry cut through the air. "There, look," the crowd hissed, as the Marquis and his 2 sons were dragged forward in chains. "Check out those losers," a voice jeered. "The pathetic scum are finally getting what they deserve." The mob roared in agreement, their anger boiling over. "This is for my wife," one man screamed. "You took everything from us. Death to the tyrants. Send them to hell." A knight's voice boomed. "Silence, bow your heads for the Archduke." As Ethan stepped into the light, the crowd began to whisper in awe. "That is him," they muttered, "the man who crushed the Marquis' grip." Ethan ascended the hill, his gaze fixed on the grim silhouette of the guillotine. He looked out over Port, remembering how Duke Arden had once fought to protect these very people. He was here to finish what his father started and end the Marquis' reign of terror. He raised a hand, and the square fell into a deathly silence. "Residents of Port, listen well. Marquis Helmet didn't just break our laws, he spat on every treaty he ever signed. He bled you dry, stole your land, and tore your families apart. He thought he was untouchable, while your loved ones suffered and died. But today the House of Ardon returns. I, Ethan, officially declare that all illegal taxes are abolished, starting now. By the ancient laws of this land, Helmet and his bloodline are stripped of all rank and title. For their crimes, the sentence is death." He threw his arms wide as the crowd exploded into a deafening cheer. "Glory to Ardon, glory to the Duke Justice at last." The blade dropped, ending the tyranny in a heartbeat. News traveled fast. Back at the estate, Marie sat in stunned silence. Is it really true? Ethan actually took down the Cargus family. Lawrence took a seat across from her, a calm expression on her face. Every word. The moment he stepped into Port, he seized control. The Marquis is gone, and he is already rebuilding the city's foundations. Marie sighed, her mind racing with the implications. That is incredible, but if he executes members of the Senate, won't the other 7 clans declare war? Lawrence didn't flinch. Don't worry, Duchess. His lordship is 10 steps ahead. He has accounted for every possible countermove. This isn't just a reckless attack, it is a masterstroke. Marie nodded, finally feeling a sense of peace. "My carriage is ready for," Port Marie said, standing up. "We cannot waste any time. Why don't you join me? We can finish our strategy session on the road." Lawrence gave a sharp nod. "Okay." She then glanced at the armored figure, standing nearby. "And who is this knight accompanying you?" Lawrence asked, her eyes narrowing. The man stepped forward, realizing his mistake. "Ah, I forgot my manners." He gave a deep, formal bow. "I am the Duchess's personal guardian." Lawrence's eyes flashed with recognition. This was the man Ethan had mentioned. "Sent by the Marquis of Bezos as a pledge of our alliance," he added. Shortly after, the group moved toward the courtyard. The knight checked his gear. "I will lead the escort on horseback. You should stay inside the carriage with the Duchess for safety. The rest of the guard will bring up the rear," he concluded. As the wheels began to turn, Marie looked at her companion. "So that is the plan. As long as Ethan keeps his allies close, his position is rock solid." She looked at Lawrence with genuine warmth. "I am so glad you are here as his assistant. Thank you for being so patient with me. I have had nobody to talk to about our family's mess until now." She gave a shy smile. "I am asking way too many questions, aren't I? You are so sharp and kind, Lawrence." Lawrence blinked, her usual cold mask slipping. "You are overestimating me, Your Grace," she replied, her voice softening. "And please speak to me casually. I am merely the Duke's servant." Marie blushed, covering a small laugh. "Are you sure I wouldn't want to be rude?" Lawrence offered a rare, genuine nod. "Of course." Marie reached out gently, taking Lawrence's hands. "That makes me so happy." She leaned in, her eyes shining with emotion. "You have no idea how relieved I am. Knowing Ethan has someone as loyal as you by his side is a blessing." Lawrence froze, her heart racing. Marie's smile was like sunshine. "It feels like I have finally found a little sister. I truly hope we can be real friends." Lawrence stood there, completely flushed with embarrassment. "Yes," she whispered, her eyes cast down. How could such a legendary noble treat her with such effortless warmth? It was the same for the Duke. Did kindness run in the Arden bloodline? Suddenly, their carriage pulled to a halt. The wheels stopped turning. Ethan stepped forward, his fingers gently pulling back the heavy carriage door. He reached out for his sister's hand. Gripping her silken skirt, she stepped onto the solid ground. "Did you come all this way for me?" she asked. Welcome home, sister, he beamed. Her jaw dropped. Wow, the castle is massive. Just then, a warrior approached, bowing low to greet the Duke with his hand over his heart. He mentioned hearing tales of Ethan from Lord Jerome. This was Fulton, sent by the Marquess of Bezos, as an escort. Ethan offered a charming smile and a firm handshake to the newcomer. A pleasure, I am Ethan, he stated. The knight returned, the grip echoing the sentiment with professional respect. Suddenly, a ripple of power hit Ethan. A mana wave. Was this knight testing his limits in secret? Ethan smirked internally. The man was skilled at masking his energy, but it wasn't enough to fool him. A common soldier would be blind to this, but Ethan felt everything. He flared his own aura in response. Fulton flinched, eyes widening in shock. Ethan realized he was facing a formidable rank 6 knight. Bezos clearly didn't hold back sending such a powerhouse. Lawrence Ethan called ready a room for Sir Fulton immediately. She obeyed with a deep bow as the knight thanked them. He was baffled by the Duke's power. On paper, Ethan was only rank 2. How could a low-level knight shatter a rank 6 mana weave? Marie rushed over asking for updates on Myers. Ethan leaned in, confirming a letter had finally arrived. Inside the manor, Marie gasped as she entered the grand suite. Wait, is this really for me? He nodded, watching her reaction. Do you like it? Marie looked around, her voice trembling slightly. Everything is so lavish, Ethan. Am I truly allowed to stay here? He laughed softly at her concern. Only the best for the Duchess of Arden, he insisted, crossing his arms with a confident grin. In fact, your management training starts tomorrow. Are you ready to take charge? Management, she stammered. Exactly, he replied. I need your brilliance to help me lead this territory. But of course, the choice is yours. Marie reached out, her eyes shining with sudden determination. How could I refuse? She whispered. He had done so much for her. She wanted to be his strength. Caressing his cheek, she promised to give her all. Ethan thanked her, then mentioned a new escort would arrive soon. I'll introduce your new knight by dinner, he said, waving as he headed for the exit. Rest up for tonight, Marie stood there stunned. Wait, Ethan, what do you mean by that? Ethan stepped into the hall, deep in thought. A rank 6 knight. That's a true master of the blade. Someone like Fulton doesn't just swing a sword. He understands its very soul. That power is dangerous. No wonder Count Lugo acts so bold. He's backed by elites of this caliber. 1 month of training wasn't enough. He needed more raw power to survive the coming storm. He knocked on Fulton's door. Sir Fulton, may I come in? The knight opened it, looking puzzled. Your Grace, I'm sorry to intrude, but do you have a moment to spare? Ethan asked calmly. I haven't unpacked, but please come in, Fulton replied, stepping aside to let the Duke enter. Ethan took a seat as Fulton apologized for the mess. What brings you to my quarters, Your Grace? I have a proposal, Ethan said. The front gate was too public for this kind of talk. Fulton sat across from him, realizing the Duke was finally making his move. What's the offer? Ethan leaned forward, his eyes sharp with hidden intent. I'm curious about your skills. I want to witness your technique firsthand. We have time before dinner. How about a spar? I want to see what a master can do. Somewhere else, Marie closed her book and stretched. Is it lunchtime already? She wondered aloud. Her silent shadow, a loyal knight, noted that the sun was already beginning its descent. She glanced at him. Sir, will you join us for the feast? You are my protector after all. The knight paused. Is a humble guard like me truly permitted to dine with the Duchess? No cap, she agreed. He flashed a grin, admitting it was a flex to be there, though things felt mad awkward with Sir Fulton watching. Sir Fulton's here? She blinked. He smirked back. You didn't hear. The Duke literally challenged me to a 1v1. Her jaw dropped. Wait, Ethan did. What? He nodded coolly, noting the showdown was likely popping off at that very moment. Watch what I can do, he taunted. Suddenly, Ethan centered his focus and unleashed a blinding strike right at his opponent. Fulton's blade met Ethan's with a deafening clang. Heavy hitter, the knight mused. Ethan just smirked. He knew his power was landing. A clean parry. Fulton was solid, which meant Ethan didn't have to hold back anymore. He could finally go all out. Time to shift gears. Ethan gathered his mana, a wild grin spreading across his face as he lunged forward with insane speed. Fulton gritted his teeth, pouring energy into his arms. He swung with everything he had, barely deflecting the incoming disaster. This kid is way too fast, Fulton realized. One split second of hesitation, and he would be nothing more than a memory. He was dangerously close to catching a stray. Ethan leveled his blade, his own eyes widening as the battle escalated. Ethan vanished into thin air. Fulton sensed a presence and spun around just as the Duke materialized right at his back. Steel clashed as Fulton barely caught the strike. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Something about this kid was fundamentally broken. How could he rebuild mana from a shattered aura? It defied logic. No ordinary human should be able to pull off that stunt. Plus, Ethan was manifesting powers that totally outclassed his current mana levels. The math just wasn't mathing for Fulton. Usually mana determines a knight's ceiling, but Ethan was a total glitch in the system. Fulton had never faced a monster like this. He had no clue that the fragments embedded in Ethan's body carried the pure, unadulterated essence of the flame itself. Every single shard acted as a mana battery, allowing Ethan to surge energy through his veins with surgical precision and lethal speed. Fulton roared, forcing Ethan to leap back and skid across the dirt. "Things are getting heavy," Ethan joked. Fulton blinked, totally stunned. Heavy Fulton scoffed internally. Seeing that much mana in action was unreal. Meanwhile, Ethan relished the thrill of fighting a high-tier master. Memories of his early training days flickered through Ethan's mind. He took a breath and muttered, "All right, playtime's over. Let's get serious." Ethan ignited 8 mana rings at once. A massive shockwave erupted, leaving Fulton standing there with his mouth agape. "What is this pressure?" Fulton wondered. The sheer volume of mana flooding the field had just spiked to an impossible degree. In a flash, Ethan charged his blade, a blur of destruction. Fulton didn't back down, diving headfirst into the eye of the storm. Their blades collided with fury. Watching from the sidelines, Harton marveled at how Ethan was shattering every limit known to man. It was pure insanity. Harton clenched his fists, realizing that in just a matter of days, the Duke had become a legend. How deep did Ethan's potential actually go? Just then, Fulton lunged for a decisive blow, testing the Duke's defenses to their core. Ethan raised his sword to block, but the impact sent his weapon flying. He let out a soft sigh, acknowledging his defeat. "Guess I can't win them all," Ethan chuckled. "That was one hell of a workout." Fulton stood there catching his breath. Fulton bowed in respect. "Duke, a word." Ethan grabbed a towel from a maid, raising an eyebrow. "What's up?" "Your stats were spiking mid-fight," Fulton noted. "You weren't even using your full power at the start, were you?" Ethan shrugged. "It's not borrowed power, just a little something from the Ardon clan's secret playbook." "No way," Fulton gasped. "A technique like that actually exists. That is absolutely cracked." Ethan added that, without a worthy opponent, he'd never even get to use it. "Thanks for the spar," he said sincerely. Fulton bowed even lower. "The honor was all mine, sir." Secretly, he realized he had drastically underestimated the young Duke. He only meant to test the rumors, but this was next level. The techniques Ethan showed weren't just for show, they were deadly. His form was textbook perfect, yet it carried a chaotic edge that completely defied everything Fulton knew about traditional swordsmanship. It was totally unconventional. Clenching his fist, Fulton realized Ethan's mastery was already on par with a veteran high knight. Fulton himself had hit level 6 and then plateaued for 5 long years, struggling to find his path forward. He couldn't bridge the gap to the top tier, yet Ethan was poised to surpass him completely in just a few months. All the Duke needed was more mana. Fulton called out, catching Ethan just as he was about to walk away. "Yo," Ethan turned. Fulton admitted he had learned more than expected and asked for a rematch whenever the Duke was free. Ethan smiled. This guy was a beast, and yet he was humble enough to ask for tips. Talk about a rare find. Instead of being an arrogant elite, he actually wanted to grow. Ethan reached out his hand. "Anytime. I am always down for a round." Fulton beamed, his gratitude genuine. Watching Ethan's swordplay had unlocked something new in his own soul. A moment of clarity hit him. Ethan shook his hand firmly, promising to show him the ropes when things calmed down. He expressed gratitude for the backup, ignoring the day's drama. Then our hero dropped a new request. "Watch over my sister during her drills." Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed Ethan. He spun around, heart racing. "Wait, what?" Sister Marie stormed over, pointing an accusing finger as she yelled, "You're working a weary traveler to the bone. Have you no manners?" He rubbed his neck, stammering a quick apology. Observing the chaos, Fulton narrowed his eyes, unable to decipher the Duke's true intentions. Later, Bloten contacted Fulton via crystal ball, questioning if the Duke's power truly matched his own. "Precisely," he confirmed. Bloten paused, stunned. "Is the Duke really that monstrous?" "He is," came the reply. "His potential is staggering. His raw speed and power have already shattered every expectation I had. Even crazier, his mana control is on a completely different level, superior even to mine. It was a skill beyond anything he'd witnessed." Bloten smirked, ordering him to track the Duke's every move. Report every tiny detail. He bowed low, swearing his absolute loyalty to the mission. "I'll contact you for the next update." Bloten tapped the desk, musing over the Duke's miraculous recovery from that long coma. Now he's shattering monospheres. That level of strength easily rivals a 6th-rank knight. How intriguing. The Duke's hidden talents and sharp wits are finally coming to light. His battle prowess is insane. If he makes a move now, staying here is no longer an option. He barked orders at his subordinate, demanding a specific list of items be gathered immediately. "Ship these to Fulton with my letter." The soldier saluted, and Fulton sank back into deep thought. Rubbing his chin, he realized the Duke was the key to flipping the entire kingdom upside down. Hydane is about to change. It is the perfect moment to forge a deadlier alliance between our families. Suddenly, a frantic cry erupted. Alarm. The 8-gate prisoners are breaking out. Leave the fire. Hunt down those runners now. Knights surged forward, their war cries filling the air. Don't let a single soul escape. They went that way after them. Move it. Crouched in the brush, hands exhaled sharply. Talk about a close call. Where are those guys heading? Suddenly, rough hands snatched him from the shadows, muffling his scream. Shut up, a cold voice hissed. The Count sent me to extract you. Follow me to safety. Hans nodded, slipping deeper into the thicket. Hans smirked internally. Perfect. Everything was unfolding exactly as we discussed. Back in the damp cell, he had hesitated, asking Lawrence, "Is this extreme measure really necessary?" "We have no choice," she had replied. "We must bait the Count into dropping his guard. Stay strong. Just hold on a bit longer." Hans sighed, reaching out. "Even my patience has its limits." "I'm not a common criminal," she warned. "The Count is a monster. He discarded Baron Kargas like trash. He will cut off his own tail to survive. Loyalty means nothing to a man like him." How much longer? She promised a swift end, revealing the plan to trigger a riot at the 8 Gate. "Tonight, an extraction team will pull you out during the chaos. Then we intercept the pursuers." Following the stranger now, Hans realized Lawrence was spot on. Every detail, even the hideout, was perfect. The guide halted by a hidden passage. "Down here." They descended into the dark. "We've arrived." Patting Hans's back, the man reassured him. "This is the underground sanctuary. You're safe now." Hans nodded gratefully as they approached a table. "Tell me everything that happened inside that castle." "I didn't hide a thing," Hans lied smoothly. "I told them exactly how the Duke captured me." He groaned, adding, "He threw me in a hole and put me through absolute hell." Seeing his battered state, the man realized the Duke truly despised him. "Those wounds look nasty. You need medical attention fast." Hans shook his head. "Forget that. I must reach the Count immediately. I have intel he needs." The man nodded, but Hans added, "They seized my communication crystal. I need your device. This is a matter of life and death. We cannot wait." "Understood. I will patch you through." Later, our main character checked in. His advisor stood ready. "The trap is set, sir. Hans has made contact with the Count." The main character smirked. "Perfect." Things were getting serious for the Count. As for the management, they were scouting fresh talent to fill the ranks. Skimming the reports, she noted a massive purge. The duchy had been bleeding members lately. "Excellent," he smirked, handing her the reins. But she paused. "By the way, Your Grace." What was he so focused on? He glanced up, asking if she meant the document in his hands. A letter from Marquess Bluton. Fulton had spilled everything. "So that is how it is," he muttered. Something big was coming. The Marquess promised a gift to accelerate their grand design. He wanted a solid alliance. Lawrence frowned, wondering what kind of gift could speed up fate itself. A miracle cure, he guessed. A 1 in 10 million find that could change everything. A miracle cure. Rare plants that soak up atmospheric mana are the key. Refining these mystical herbs creates the legendary cure. One taste and your manosphere overflows instantly. The hero knew his skills were already top tier. To reclaim his past glory, he just needed time and raw power. If this cure worked, his flames would reach terrifying levels. No ordinary blade could dream of handling that kind of insane heat. A standard sword would just melt into slag. He tossed the letter aside, his decision finally made. Before the Marquess's gift arrived, he had one final errand to run in the shadows. He assigned Harton and 3 elite knights for protection. "Be careful," he warned. She gasped. "You're leaving." "I need to retrieve something," he replied vaguely. Without another word, he headed straight for the exit. He told her to hold down the fort while he was gone. Donning his cloak, a smirk played on his lips. He needed a weapon that wouldn't shatter under his power. Destination Lloydinium, the heart of the Erden Duchy. Count Lugon slammed his fist down. "Explain yourself, Shimon. Our men are being slaughtered." The faction leader was treating their losses like a joke. Could the Duke really just execute them all? Shimon remained unfazed, hands folded. He told the raging Count to pipe down and stay cool. If the Duke actually committed murder, the consequences would be nuclear. The king would have to act. The 7 clans would demand blood. Their lands, their titles, everything was currently on the line. Heads will roll, Logan grinned internally. He'd make sure someone else took the fall for this mess. It was clear why the Duke struck the Kargas family first. He knew they were the traitors. He realized they'd been plotting his downfall for years. Logan was the true mastermind behind the collapse. Time to fan the flames and watch them tear each other apart. Shimon gritted his teeth, annoyed. What a pathetic clown, Shimon thought. He saw through Logan's transparent games instantly. But then, through a monoball, Hans signaled. Count, it worked. The bait was taken. Shimon leaned in, intrigued. Under torture, the Duke asked about Shimon. Hans seized the moment, feeding him a web of lies. He fed the Duke pure fiction about the faction's moves. Shimon stood up, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "Flawless work," he roared. His trust hadn't been wasted. A dark, chilling laughter filled the room. Back in the present, he plotted his move. Baron Romanton was next on the Duke's hit list. "Let him have his fun while it lasts," Logan sneered. Meanwhile, a dungeon awaited in the wild. Dungeons form where mana spirals into violent vortices, attracting hordes of vicious mana-hungry monsters. This energy crystallizes inside the beasts, turning these lethal pits into ultimate treasure troves for hunters. After a long trek, our protagonist finally reached the weathered gates of a remote village. It had been ages since he'd stepped foot here. A dungeon was definitely lurking nearby. Treasures were tempting, but he was hunting for a legendary metal to forge his ultimate weapon. Halt! A voice boomed from above. A knight on the wall signaled for him to stop. The village was under total lockdown. State your business, traveler. Why are you here? The hero pulled out an emblem. I'm no stranger. Open the gates, now. The guard hesitated, scratching his head. Faction member or not, entry wasn't guaranteed for just anyone. Wait, his partner shrieked, spotting the crest. Golden flames. The unmistakable symbol of the Erden Duchy. Your Grace, the guard stammered. Open the gates, bring the elder, the Duke has arrived. Scanning the perimeter, the vibes were totally off. A main street this wide shouldn't be this ghost town quiet. Pure terror flickered in the villagers' eyes. Were they suspicious of him or just paralyzed by some hidden nightmare? He cornered a guard, demanding to see the elder. The man stammered an apology, claiming soldiers were already dispatched to fetch him. But our hero wasn't playing the waiting game, he'd find the man himself. He forced the lead to the elder's doorstep. Once there, the old man revealed a local hunter had stumbled onto something straight out of a horror flick. While scouting the abandoned mine, a rhythmic clinking echoed from the dark. The hunter froze, realizing it was the unmistakable sound of pickaxes hitting stone. Curiosity outweighed his common sense. He crept toward the entrance, but the sight inside shattered his soul. Skeletons. Dozens of them. Jillian, the Florian village elder, gestured wildly as he added, an entire legion of the undead, hard at work with mining tools. The protagonist leaned back, eyes narrowing. Skeletons, you're serious. The literal walking dead. The elder nodded, trembling. He was too petrified to enter, but the sound of those pickaxes haunted his dreams. The protagonist's mind raced. Something was sus. That mine only held Ephrian, a rare legendary metal. It wasn't as flashy as mithril, but it was tougher than reinforced steel. It basically breathes mana, making it the ultimate material for high-tier magic gear. But here's the kicker. Ephrian shouldn't even be discovered for years. Someone else had found the jackpot early, the elder whispered in dread. What could those monsters possibly want in a dried-up mine? The hero played it cool, claiming total ignorance. Watching the old man, he realized the villagers were still clueless about the literal gold mine beneath their feet. He needed to confirm if Ephrian was the true target. But a bigger problem loomed. Summoning a small army of skeletons required massive dark power. We're talking dark mage, or worst-case scenario, a lich. If a lich was pulling the strings, this wasn't just a mission, it was a war. A lich commands high-ranking undead, and soloing an army was pure suicide. He briefly considered ditching the Ephrian. Then he stood up, resolve hardening. He had to scout the site immediately. Where's the mine? Minutes later, he was hacking through the brush following the elder's directions. Found it. He peered ahead as the distinct metallic rhythm of forced labor drifted from the cave. He slipped inside, surprised to find no magical barriers. These guys were either cocky or just plain arrogant. The elder claimed he'd reported this to the Baron, but the paperwork vanished. If the old man was legit, did Helmut pull a snake move and hide the truth? Was he literally inviting a lich onto his own turf? Something felt rotten to the core. A pickaxe struck ore just ahead, and the hero stepped into the light, witnessing the skeletal crew in action. Bingo! It was Ephrian. Was this really the endgame? He focused his vision channeling energy to scan the shadows until he spotted the dark mage. Judging by that weak aura, this guy was just a puppet master for the bones. He smirked. This wasn't a lich, it was light work. He could snag the Ephrian and be home by dinner. He stepped forward. The mage whipped around, screeching in fury. Who goes there? The hero retorted. Does a dead man really need names? The mage's hands glowed with dark energy. I don't care who you are, kid. You're about to have a very permanent makeover into a skeleton. The protagonist unsheathed his blade, his mana surging as he locked eyes. He paused, a realization hitting him like a truck. He leveled his sword at the mage's throat. Answer me. Where did a bottom-tier mage learn the dragon-breathing technique? The villain just cackled, sending chills down the hero's spine. He grinned maliciously, pointing at his chest. You actually recognize this? Well, now I definitely can't let you leave. He lashed out with a glowing magic chain, screaming for the hero's head. The protagonist's eyes widened. He pulled a lightning-fast dodge. A chain forged from pure mana. The magic density in this thing is insane. The villain roared, how can you dodge my dark chain? It's crushed rank 5 knights like they were nothing. Those peasants must have begged you to save them. Too bad, you're dying for a few copper coins. I'll drain your mana dry before I raise your corpse. The hero blurred to the side, unimpressed. What a clown. He's got level 5 mana, but his control is absolute trash. The guy was basically broadcasting his every move. He continued to dance around the chains, calculating his next strike. The magic chain's fatal flaw is glaringly obvious. Without hesitation, he lashes his blade forward in a lethal arc. The dark mage sneers, thinking he's finally won, but the protagonist's weapon is already mid-swing. Razor-sharp chains strike as a massive dust cloud erupts. Believing victory is his, the dark mage cackles like a lunatic. He brags about crushing 5 ranked knights, mocking our hero as if he were mere two-ranked fodder. Too easy, he sneers, but a voice pierces the smog. You talk way too much. The mage's smug face instantly drops. With lightning precision, the hero shreds the chains into scrap metal. The villain's confidence shatters. Wait, stop, he screams. How did he break them? He didn't just cut the steel, he completely disrupted the mana flow, coursing through the chains. It's impossible. As the hero lunges, the mage panics, realizing this is no time to stand there gaping in shock. He thrusts his hands out, screaming impenetrable darkness. This shield better hold, because the protagonist's blade is already descending. Child's play, the hero scoffs. In a literal blink, he vanishes and reappears directly behind his terrified opponent. He levels his sword, but the mage desperately conjures another barrier, watching in horror as the steel begins to bite. The defense is crumbling. Help your master, you useless servants, he shrieks, summoning his undead horde to the fray. A sea of skeletons swarms the hero, as the dark mage struggles to maintain his failing shield. Grinning like a madman, the mage gambles that the hero can't handle both the barrier and the bone-crushing mob. Big mistake. Gripping his hilt with iron resolve, the protagonist releases a roar that shakes the very ground. A massive shockwave obliterates the shield and the skeletons alike. Instantly, he gathers lethal energy in his palm. He slams a mana wave directly into the mage's chest, finally confirming the location of the villain's power core. The heart is the source. As the mage shrieks in agony, the hero seizes him by the throat like a doll. It's the same control method dragons use, a secret he mastered while researching the species in his previous life. Instead of the stomach, these monsters channel power through their hearts, the true engine of their draconic mana. He integrates a specialized breathing technique with the dragon's heart. He frowns, asking again, where did it go? Analyzing the skill, he realized it was a forbidden fusion of human and dragon arts way too advanced for a solo job. Some dragon clearly mentored him. Just look at how he is panicking right now. He is going to spill those breathing secrets immediately, or this agony is only getting started. The dark mage smirked, admitting this mysterious newcomer packed some serious heat. The order is eternal, he hissed as obsidian aura erupted from his core. Boom. Following the blast, our hero leaped back, realizing this was no ordinary threat. If that 8-ring mana had detonated, nothing would be left but ashes. He brushed off the dust, deep in thought. The breathing technique rang a bell. In his previous life, a twisted cult chased that same power. A bunch of fanatics obsessed with dragons eventually bowing down to them as gods. A rogue mage, the Baron's hidden files, and this hybrid art. The pieces were finally clicking. The conspiracy ran deep. If spies of the dragon race were already lurking in the duchy, they had basically invaded his backyard. He gritted his teeth, pure fury simmering under his skin. How dare they hide here? First priority, get a legendary blade. Time to find the mountain-dwelling dwarves. Masters of the subterranean forge, these guys could turn raw ore into divine masterpieces. Human skill was a joke compared to theirs. Naturally, greedy kings tried to turn them into slaves. After centuries of exploitation, the dwarves vanished into the world's hidden corners. They remained ghosts until the Dragon Wars forced them into a desperate alliance with humanity. Backpack ready, the protagonist set out. Their technology was a literal game-changer back then. He had fought alongside them and earned their respect, even learning the secret path to their home. He reached the coordinates, but the silence was deafening. Where were the warriors? It looked like a ghost town. Convincing them to forge his sword was impossible if they were not here. Not a single dwarf in sight, and he was out of options. Only they could master the material Ifrian. Suddenly, a rugged figure emerged from the shadows. Whose kid is this? The dwarf grunted, scratching his beard. The protagonist stepped up, ready to talk business. Where is everyone? He asked. The dwarf looked at him like he was crazy. Why'd you come here? There were plenty of human smiths in the city. Our hero stood there, totally lost. Apparently the dwarves had moved to the city to chase the gold. Was he really that out of the loop? Where did the blacksmiths go? The dwarf pointed north toward the bustling city of Creston. Dwarves who despise humans, now working for them. The world was upside down. He handed over a premium bottle as a thank you gift. Consider this a token of my appreciation. The dwarf's eyes lit up. Whoa, you are all right, kid, he roared, laughing like a madman. May the hammer bless you, the dwarf yelled as he moved toward Muradni. Bam! A blacksmith slammed his mug down his face, turning beet red. He broke it. Again. I do not care if he is a duke. That Arden guy is a menace. Does he even know how to use a blade? I have never seen someone wreck gear this fast. Listen, kid. Go buy me some top-shelf wine and come back in 1 month. On my honor as a smith, I will forge you a masterpiece. He knew their pride outweighed their greed. These guys lived for the craft, not the status or the coin. So why were they suddenly obsessed with money? A young man broke his train of thought. Sir, you look stressed. Is everything okay? The hero shook it off, forcing a polite smile. My bad for worrying you, he said. The guy waved it off, looking totally starstruck. It is an honor just to meet you. What a weirdo. Man, this street is loud, the hero muttered. Dwarves were everywhere, shouting and hawking weapons like desperate street vendors. Need a spear, a sword, stop by. His companion leaned in with a warning. Never try to outtrade a dwarf, sir. They will strip you of every cent. Thumping his chest with a confident grin, he promised a legendary, time-tested spot in the heart of Creston. You'll love it, guaranteed. Our hero nodded his thanks, and moments later they arrived at the destination. Behold, the guide announced. Steel and Fire, Creston's most prestigious forge, famous for its unparalleled craftsmanship. The main character eyed the massive crowd and sighed. That line is insane. Can we even get in today? The guide told him to wait while he negotiated. Suddenly, the queue erupted in angry shouts about cutting lines. Just then, a rugged dwarf beckoned the protagonist. Listen up, kid, he grunted with a mysterious glint. That Ephrian ore you're carrying is the real deal. He crossed his arms looking like a true expert. Leaning against the stone wall, he dropped a truth bomb. This famous forge was completely overrated and incompetent. They'll butcher that metal and ruin its magical properties. Our hero turned surprised by the stranger's keen insight. How did he know what was inside the bag? His eyes were razor sharp. You know you're Ephrian, don't you? Know it. The dwarf roared with laughter, drawing confused stares from every person waiting in the long line. He stepped closer, explaining that Ephrian doesn't just hold mana, it transforms and amplifies it into pure power. It requires hellish temperatures to smelt, making it a nightmare to work. But the hotter the forge flames, the more god-tier the magical result. Heat pressing it is the only way to lock in that insane durability. Asking if I know Ephrian, kid, you're asking the wrong question to the wrong person. You should ask if any dwarf alive knows it better than me. The answer, a hard no. The MC froze. He remembered Muradni claiming that no smith on earth understood this mythical ore better. Suddenly, a frantic clerk ran out. Sir, please come inside. You're our most important VIP client. He glared at the dwarf. What's this trash doing here? The MC asked. You recognize this man. That's Pavarance. The dwarf's eyes widened. Wait. You're Duke Arden, the one who woke from the coma. The legend who took down Kargas instantly. The protagonist watched the dwarf's attitude do a complete 180. So you get polite once you hear my title. I preferred your earlier backbone, old man. The clerk snarled at Pavarance to get lost, but the Duke held up a silencing hand immediately. Enough. I'm giving my commission to him. The guide and the clerk gasped in pure, unfiltered shock. The clerk was speechless. Our hero just shrugged. Don't worry about it. If you have a moment, take this letter to Port Castle immediately. He handed over the parchment with a commanding royal gaze. The boy reluctantly agreed, but warned him, be careful, my lord. This Pavarance is a convicted criminal. Later, the dwarf opened up. A decade ago, he had a fierce, bitter rival named William. They were the capital's top smiths until a royal recruitment drive turned their friendship into a war. Pavarance knew his skills were superior. He was ready to finally claim his rightful place at the palace. He poured his blood, sweat, and tears into a masterpiece only to suffer a humiliating rigged defeat. Sitting across from the Duke, he spat out the truth his rival had bribed every single judge. Not satisfied with winning, William framed him for fraud, destroying his life and his reputation forever. The dwarf stood up, desperation in his eyes. My forge is dying, but I'll work for you free. If the blade is perfect, sign a contract with House Arden. I'm betting my soul on this. The MC smirked. And if I hate the final product, the dwarf didn't blink or hesitate. Then you can take my life. The Duke's eyes lit up with predatory excitement. Now that's a deal. With that kind of balls, I can't say no. Show me your true power as a smith. You have 3 days. The dwarf grinned. 3 days, the MC asked. Can one dwarf really manage? The smith laughed, explaining that he'd learned a bitter, vital lesson from his defeat by William years ago. True mastery isn't about prideful isolation, it's about having brothers in arms you can actually rely on. On cue, a squad of dwarven smiths marched out from the back hammers, ready for a legendary task. Get that contract ready. Flame Hammer Forge is about to forge a miracle for the Duke. The production began instantly. Pavarance's voice boomed. Fuel the fires. We need every scrap of coal. The furnace roared with white-hot fury as the legendary Ephrian sword finally began to take shape. Talk to me, Orba, Poference bellowed from atop the roaring furnace as the metal began to liquefy. Are we sure about this, Solvent, he worried, fearing the structure might buckle under the intense pressure. With a white-knuckled grip, he roared that consequences didn't matter. They had to go all in now. Let the furnace break, just finish it. The molten flow is here, keep the heat steady, he screamed. A gradual cooling was vital. The Ephrian's true power relied on it. Hours passed as they worked. Rhythmic hammer strikes rang out, followed by the meticulous crafting of the blade's intricate decorative etchings. Poference hoisted the finished sword, his face lighting up, as he let out a triumphant, "Wow, they'd pulled it off." The Duke approached with a calm nod. "Solid work," he remarked, truly impressed. "It took 3 grueling days." Poference wiped his brow. "Right on schedule, Duke. It is almost perfect. Just one final step." When asked what he confirmed, everything else was set for the grand finale. Handing over the blade, he explained that while standard steel is simple, an Ephrian requires something more. A mana ritual was the key. The Duke frowned. A mana spell. For a sword, he questioned. It is the art of bonding your essence into the steel. Poference clarified, emphasizing the process. He needed to breathe his mana into the metal. If it survived, the ultimate Ephrian would be born. Taking the hilt, the protagonist marveled at the weight. It felt like a natural extension of his arm. It was silk smooth yet felt indestructible. He could feel it hungrily waiting to absorb his inner energy. Deepening his focus, he signaled for them to clear the area. Back up. I am starting now. He unleashed the Arden clan's secret technique, Fire Sword. Blazing energy surged into the waiting blade. Shielding his eyes, Poference gasped. What is this heat? Is this the legendary Arden flame mana? It is scorching, he yelled as the team scrambled for cover to avoid being incinerated by the backlash. Gripping the glowing weapon, the Duke smirked. Tougher than it looks. This steel can definitely handle more. Deciding to push its limits, he dialed the output to maximum. A blinding shockwave of light erupted instantly. The Duke smiled at the finished masterpiece. Poference, you've outdone yourself. Once I return to Poert, I will finalize our deal with men and materials. Welcome to House Arden Flamehammer. Later, Menharten descended the stairs, noting that the undead threat on the estate had been neutralized. He was surprised by the fierce defense. Lawrence stepped forward, mentioning the Duke's hunt for information. They needed leads on the necromancer. Perhaps the man behind the door held the missing puzzle piece. The Baron had fled, but his loyal butler of many years remained behind to face them. The man sat trembling on the floor. Lawrence's shadow loomed over him. We have questions for you. Hands clasped behind her, she asked about Fellerin Village. You haven't forgotten the incident, have you? He nodded weakly. When asked why the Baron buried the truth, the old man lowered his gaze. I did not know the full scope, but I witnessed things that still haunt my dreams, he whispered. He described working in the office when a figure in a pitch-black robe would manifest from nowhere. He was always dismissed during those visits. It seemed the Baron was merely a puppet to that man. That mysterious figure was the one pulling the strings behind the cover-up of Fellerin's tragedy. Once he'd eavesdropped through a cracked door. Sir Helmut had been shouting, "How many mages are there?" Mages, Lawrence whispered, her mind racing through the dangerous implications of that specific plural word. She analyzed the possibilities. If no door opened, it was not a standard invisibility spell at play. The butler claimed that was all he knew. Lawrence suspected shadow-stepping or complex incantations were involved, but an ordinary butler would not recognize such high-level sorcery. She had heard enough for now. Exiting the dungeon, she signaled they were done. Menharten noticed the sharp glint in her eyes. I have found a lead, she confirmed. We need to sweep the entire county for any hidden traces. We must mobilize the knights immediately. The mystery had to be solved before our lord returned. High atop the battlements, a sentry's cry rang out. The Duke has arrived. Raise the portcullis. The protagonist galloped through the gates. Lawrence met him mid-stride, asking how his mission had fared. Nothing to report, she said with a shrug. Surprisingly, his relatives had been on their absolute best behavior while he was away. Vaulting off his horse, he let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. What a relief. Now, did you look into the request from my letter? As they walked, she confirmed that the investigation was a wrap. His eyes sharpened. Excellent. He wanted to dive into the findings immediately. She nodded, noting that all the classified data was already waiting on his desk. Moments later, he was buried in the files. Space travel, he muttered. The report laid out a shocking reality. There were only about 50 mages in the entire county capable of such high-level spatial manipulation. The attached documents held every gritty detail. He nearly choked in surprise. Wait, back up. Lawrence, is this data for real? Are these numbers 100% accurate? She stood her ground, confirming she'd personally verified everything with the knights. He leaned back, his mind racing. The logic was flawless, but the results were a total curveball. Spatial movement, teleportation. It's the ultimate flex, but the mana cost is so insane that even elite mages usually avoid it like the plague. Usually only big city nobles use it, burning through expensive crystals to power gates for about 50 high society elites. But wait, could this be linked to that dark mage he encountered in the abyss of the abandoned mine? That guy's mana was off the charts, a terrifying hybrid of dark arts and ancient dragonkin techniques, a method to boost mana capacity in record time. If a breathing technique like that was easy to master, then every mage would be a walking god with infinite mana. But that's just a theory. The real nightmare starts here. One of those 50 people has to be a mole for the order. Later on, Fulton gripped a brand new blade in his hands. He asked if this was the custom order he'd been waiting for. Our protagonist smirked. The one and only. It was a masterpiece forged by the greatest dwarven smith alive. It was so perfect he knew it had to go to the Ardan estate. It's light as a feather, Fulton gasped. Dwarven craftsmanship is seriously cracked. You can never underestimate their skills. The MC smiled, offering to get him a custom piece too. Fulton's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, seriously? Of course. You've been doing a top-tier job guarding my sister. Consider it a small bonus for your hard work. Fulton leaned the sword against his chair, playing it cool. It was nothing, really. If anything, I had way too much free time on my hands. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Anyway, how's my sister doing? Fulton mentioned she'd been handling administrative chaos alongside Mr. Prexian. Even though she was a complete rookie at paperwork, she was proving to be a total natural. Even Prexian had to admit the Duchess was a genius who picked up everything instantly. The MC nodded. Good. It seemed trusting her to him was the right call. I'm grateful for your help, he added sincerely. Don't mention it. Then reaching into his inner pocket, he added, actually, there's a little something you need to give him. For me, a mystery box from Marquis Bleaton landed on the desk. He cracked it open, and his heart skipped a beat. It was a legendary pill designed to skyrocket mana. The Marquis clearly knew his current reserves weren't enough. This was a total game changer. Even in this life, the Marquis's intuition was absolutely legendary. Nothing escaped those eyes. He stood up, his resolve hardening. During his journey, he'd successfully infused flame essence into his mana shards. That energy was already circulating through his core. If this pill worked its magic, his power levels would go nuclear. He'd finally be ready to unlock the third stage of black flame breathing. With a deep breath, he tossed the pill into his mouth. The absorption phase hit like a freight train, raw energy surging through his entire body. He braced himself for a level of agony beyond human imagination, but with his massive mana reserves, he could actually take it. First step, crank the black flame up to its absolute maximum. As his mana heated up enough to melt solid iron, his body absorbed the searing steam. The real torture was starting. It felt like his blood and organs were being incinerated from the inside. He had to harness that pain and fuse it with the flames. The fire transformed into a terrifying black void. He gritted his teeth and let out a guttural scream, as violent waves of energy erupted from his core. But then he looked at his hands in confusion. Wait, why don't I feel the burn? He should be in a world of pain right now. Did the breakthrough fail? Suddenly, Rorisha materialized beside him. Not exactly. It's far from a failure. Long time no see, little Ember. He gasped, his eyes widening. Rorisha. What was she doing here? She smiled, offering him rare praise. It wasn't a failure, on the contrary, it was a massive win. He'd ascended to the next level, and she had absorbed enough pure fire mana to finally claw her way back to life. Unlike the others, he'd successfully bypassed the corrupted flames. Tainted, he muttered, questioning the impurity. The breath of black flame, he asked. She nodded. Fire laced with agony loses its true essence. Flawed embers stifle your growth. He froze. Was the clan's signature technique actually a cage? For generations, the Arden name reigned supreme in swordsmanship, all fueled by that dark, ominous blaze. The black flame was the Arden soul's reflection. No one dared challenge its absolute terrifying, destructive power. Yet a technique reflecting a broken soul is imperfect. He gritted his teeth, unable to deny Roroshia's logic. In his previous life, he'd hit the pinnacle of excellence only to smash against an unbreakable ceiling. Was the black flame his secret anchor? Desperate for answers, he looked to her. She finally spoke. Sensing his inner turmoil, she smiled. You don't see it, do you? You've returned with a pristine aura. That light belongs to the first patriarch, he gasped. The legendary progenitor himself, Ziran Arden. Ziran wasn't just a founder. He was a god-tier genius who birthed dozens of elite warrior lineages. Centuries swallowed his history, leaving only 2 whispered legends behind for the modern world to find. He'd transcended human limits to wield holy white fire. White, how could I be so blind? He cursed. The memory finally clicked. Roroshia watched his realization. As a true Arden heir, she began, eyes glowing. I'll wait for the day you summon the true light. Until then, stay strong, child of fire. She vanished into thin air, leaving him with a sharp, newfound clarity amidst the fading mist. A godlike ancestor. Pure white heat. The dark flaws of the Arden legacy finally made sense. No more hitting walls. Instead of igniting the dark soot, he simply let the energy flow smoothly. Time skipped forward. Inside Baron Romanton's estate in Aldrin, a frantic subordinate sprinted through the halls. He slammed the doors open, gasping. Baron, urgent news. The Duke is launching a full-scale invasion. What wasn't he hunting Shimon? The Baron barked. Beside him, Merlin remained unfazed, urging him to stay calm. A smug grin crept onto his face. Let him come. I have a fresh 5-star powerhouse on my side. He was practically drooling for the confrontation. Tell the Duke to hurry. I'm waiting to crush him. The Warhorn's blast shook the sky. Onward to Aldrin, our hero commanded, leading the charge. Metal shrieked as he lashed out. Fulton barely intercepted the strike, his blade vibrating from the impact. What sorcery is this? Fulton hissed. A single swing had somehow landed 2 distinct lethal hits. His mana pool had expanded, sure, but birthing a completely new style mid-fight, that was insane. This was the Red Flame, an elite art reserved only for those who'd mastered the Arden cycle. Fusing it with basics, impossible, Fulton realized his steel couldn't hold back the storm. Then he struck. Teeth bared the protagonist, unleashed a primal roar, and swung. Fulton's eyes widened in sheer shock. He'd sliced right through the aura, dumping every ounce of mana into one explosive, desperate lunge. A smirk played on his lips. Good call, he mused, forcing the veteran to abandon his stance. Fulton couldn't help but grin. The Duke. How did he evolve this much in mere days? I'm going all out now, he warned. A true duel to the death if you accept. I'm always game. Later, Lawrence approached with a map. Here's the blueprint for Romanton's downfall. Scanning the parchment, he nodded. Solid. Even the king's hands are tied. Lawrence had covered every base. Your only job is to deliver the ultimatum. That's it, he asked. That's all she confirmed. Rumors say their commander hit 5-star status. Shouldn't we call for reinforcements just to be safe? He just crossed his arms, a confident gleam in his eye. Reinforcements, we won't need them. Once your part is done, head to safety. Every combat knight I have will be your shield. As the Duke's cavalry thundered through town, the locals panicked. Not again. Is it another tax raid? From the ridge, he looked down. This ruler was a parasite, bleeding the people dry like Kargas. The commoners were shadows of themselves, faces etched with pure, unadulterated terror and misery. Raising the royal decree, he thundered. Citizens of Polaris, you've heard what happened to Baron Kargas. By the king's authority, I'm here to investigate. If Romanton's a traitor, he pays the ultimate price. The duchy's law demands justice. Elder the Baron is finally going to pay for his crimes. Is that Baron even doing his job? The elder shifted nervously, his hands trembling as he gestured blindly. The crowd erupted into frantic whispers. Punishing a high-ranking Baron. Could such a miracle actually happen? Tensions peaked as a man stepped forward, pointing toward the sky. Duke, bring that tyrant Baron to justice. He's bleeding us dry with taxes. The villagers roared in agreement, demanding the Baron face his judgment. Our lives are a living nightmare because of him. Please, Duke, you're our only hope for survival. Enough. Our main character stepped forward, his voice booming. I, Ethan Arden, swear upon my family's name that the Baron will fall. All I need is the cold, hard proof of his corruption. Bring me every scrap of evidence regarding Romanton's sins. Not long after that, the main character inspected the ledger, impressed by the preparation. He turned to Lawrence. Is this the Shadow Organization? She nodded confidently. Everything is falling into place. A few more villages and the Baron is finished. The evidence will be undeniable. Ethan vaulted onto his horse, ready for blood. Move out. Shimon glared at Hans, seeking confirmation. Is this intel legit? Hans nodded, citing his top spy. The Duke struck Romanton's territory, while Lugo was completely blindsided. Shimon slammed the table, his eyes gleaming. Brilliant move, Hans. Deploy our agents now. We cannot let word of this reach Lugo's ears. A wicked smirk crossed his face. Let's see Lugo try to act tough once his best pawns are gone. Even if the Duke fails, I'll strip him of his title and drag him to the gallows myself. He cackled, savoring this unexpected stroke of luck. Meanwhile, at the Romanton estate in Oldrun, Ethan marched forward, meeting Romanton and his armed thugs head-on. The Baron let out a mocking laugh. Duke, what brings you to my humble home? You really should have called ahead, your grace. Ethan hurled the report at his feet. Save the small talk. Explain these crimes before I lose my patience. Romanton smirked, grinding the paper under his boot. You found this garbage in that pathetic little village, didn't you? You should have worried about your own skin first, Duke. He glanced toward Merlin with a murderous grin. He's all yours, Chief Merlin unsheathed his blade, laughing. Duke coming here alone was either brave or incredibly stupid. Did you expect us to shake in our boots? Since you're a Duke, I might even hold back slightly. Ethan just smirked, gripping his hilt. You clowns are even more pathetic than Kargas was. Merlin's laughter boomed. So arrogant, you're clearly riding high on your family name, aren't you? Let's see if that pride survives my blade. He swung with blinding speed, catching the Duke off guard. Merlin mocked him as Ethan stayed silent. What's wrong? Not the warm welcome you were hoping for. Ever seen a real warrior in action? Ethan narrowed his eyes. This fool was moving way too fast. Hold your fire, Sir Merlin. Romanton stepped in, feigning an apology for his subordinate's wild behavior. He wouldn't have listened otherwise. Surely you realize now that our power levels are just different. How about a deal instead? Romanton opened his arms wide, projecting an air of false confidence. There's no need for bloodshed. You've clearly gotten the wrong idea about who we are. Your real enemy is Count Shimon and that dog Kargas who dumped you when you were comatose. I belong to Count Lugan's faction, making us natural rivals. But hear me out. I've got an offer you can't refuse. Ethan stared speechless. They draw swords and then talk business. Simple. Trust our faction. Join us and we'll become an unstoppable force. Side with us and we'll tear Count Shimon to pieces for everything he did to you. I'll personally guarantee your safety. Ethan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Have you lost your mind or just your shame? You pathetic losers really are a special breed. Zifron Romanton, you're just a lowly vassal. How dare you think you can protect me? I don't care about your petty faction wars. Any traitor who betrays their lord is my enemy. Prepare for Arden's judgment. Romanton's face twisted in absolute fury. Why you? Mana flared violently as Merlin lunged forward. Baron, there's no point in talking to this corpse. Steel clashed as Ethan parried the strike. Merlin sneered, claiming the truth behind Cargus's downfall was finally out. Using gold to corrupt Manhattan was a dirty trick. Is that your plan here too? Merlin demanded, lunging forward again. Waking from a coma hasn't cleared his head. He still acts like the duchy's laws matter. Ramontan's knuckles turned white. Cargus was a total fool. I thought he'd just lost his grip with age, but then this specimen shows up. Still, his knights remain unshakable. Lawrence really trained these dogs well, Ethan mused with a cold, mocking smirk. His intel was surprisingly deep. If nearby territories are forging records, then the entire region is likely a lie. The atmosphere grew heavy, making Merlin flinch. He finally sensed Ethan's overwhelming pressure. That cocky grin is getting annoying. Playtime is over, Duke Ethan Merlin roared as their blades collided with a deafening metallic shriek. Sinking into her seat, Marie hesitated, wondering if sipping tea was appropriate while a literal war was brewing nearby. Prexian just chuckled at her worry. Ethan crushed Cargus like a bug. A few more knights won't stop him. Remington is a bigger threat than Cargus, especially with an elite squad backing him up. Marie whispered his name. A man like him would never let his men bleed while he stays safe, Prexian noted with a confident nod. He's a one-man army now. Fulton laughed, betting that Ethan wouldn't even walk away with a single tiny scratch. Under their intense gaze, he declared Ethan had surpassed the Baron's weaklings. He'd personally felt the Duke's monstrous power. He swore it on his chivalric honor. Meanwhile, Merlin lay slumped against the stone wall, dazed by the sudden impact. He had the advantage. Was it a fluke? Ramontan shrieked in panic, calling out for Sir Merlin to get up. Gritting his teeth, he burned with embarrassment. Being humbled like this before his own men was an absolute nightmare. Ramontan gestured wildly, barking at the idle knights to snap out of it and assist their fallen leader immediately. Gripping his hilt, Merlin commanded everyone to stay back. He wasn't done yet, but the Count looked skeptical. Begging for forgiveness, he unleashed a violent surge of mana. I can't hold back this destructive energy anymore. He's going for the kill. Ramontan cackled, enjoying the chaos. Suddenly Merlin's war cry erupted, the swift sword's call. Shrouded in raw energy, Merlin unleashed a chaotic strike. Remington watched, tossing out a snide, mocking remark. Looks like Merlin snapped. Fixing this wreckage will be pricey. Time to squeeze the peasants for more gold again. Merlin blinked. He'd missed. I didn't feel any contact. Where are you hiding, you rat? Then he saw Ethan standing there. Ethan delivered a brutal palm strike to his jaw, followed by a savage kick that sent Merlin flying like a rag doll. This can't be real. Ethan leaned in close, whispering a chilling secret, while Merlin trembled under his immense pressure. Total paralysis. Ethan struck back with cold precision, triggering a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the entire courtyard. What's that noise? Merlin report. Is the Duke dead? Ethan stepped out of the dust. He's a bit occupied right now. He threw the corpse toward them. Ramontan shrieked in absolute horror, stumbling back in shock. Merlin. No way. This is impossible. Deputy, speak up. Tell me this is some kind of sick joke. Where are my 30 elite knights? He panicked, screaming for anyone to stop the Duke's advance immediately. Tightening her grip, the girl barked orders. Stay sharp. Use the secret arts we've spent months perfecting. Encircle him. Vengeance for our captain, Ethan sighed, unimpressed by their amateurish movements and lack of real power. Using the red flame would be overkill. Charge, the girl yelled. Ethan pitied the weaklings rushing to their doom. He'd need to hold back. With a roar, he unleashed a blazing torrent of fire from his blade. Why waste time on these pawns? None of them possess a shred of true martial talent or threat. No one here has a truly murderous aura, except for one. His eyes locked onto the trembling girl. Her eyes widened in pure terror as she began to quake. Passing her, Ethan noted the Count's illegal taxation. You bled the people dry, and then drew steel to hide your crimes. That was your final mistake. Under the Duchy's strict code, this is high treason. Effective immediately, your fate is sealed. Your title and wealth are forfeited. Zifron Ramontan collapsed, his face pale as he looked for an escape. Why are you just standing there? I have 200 guards, he shrieked, glaring at his silent army. Kill him now. He's just one man, Ramontan screamed, cursing his men for their hesitation and stupidity. I pay your wages. I am your master, not Arden. Why are you listening to him? The knights shared a look before tossing their swords aside. We refuse to follow a corrupt coward like you. How could they point blades at their own savior, especially when their paychecks come directly from their family's hard-earned taxes? Taxes stolen through pure greed. Ramontan trembled, realizing the nightmare was real. Ethan wasn't talking to him, he was rallying the troops. He was speaking to them. This Duke is a monster. He wields absolute power, military dominance, and a terrifying grip on the masses. How is everyone blind to this game over Zifron Ramontan? Ethan growled before burying his fist in the Baron's face. Ramontan's pathetic shriek echoed as he hit the dirt. Towering over him, Ethan commanded every soldier's absolute attention. He thanked them for refusing to draw steel against his bloodline. The word was already spreading through the ranks. After liberating other regions, Ethan swore, this Baron's reign of terror officially ends today. No more tyranny. As of this moment, Ethan Arden strips this man of his rank. His voice boomed across the square. These lands now belong to the duchy. Freedom is yours. Every knight dropped to one knee, swearing eternal loyalty. Long live the Duke Hail Arden. Later, Ethan smirked. Phase 1 was complete. He'd secured the second piece. Did the Baron crack? Ethan asked. Lawrence nodded. Everything. They've even got the king's official seal. Following the helmet scandal, it's an open and shut case. The coward is begging for his life in exchange for info. Mercy, Ethan scoffed. That depends on what he knows about this text. Lawrence blinked. A book, sir. Discovered in Romanton's desk, it's the sacred book of dragons. Go back, Ethan ordered. Make him talk about it. He had to know how a snake like Romanton got it. This scripture demands absolute worship of the dragon god. Devotion grants unimaginable power. Study the text and the dragon god's blessing shall shield you from all harm. Just as he suspected a manual for mana breathing, it's identical to the Dark Mage's style from the old mine. It's definitely a budget version of his own arts, but the core breathing principles are exactly the same. But there's a catch. The side effects are lethal. It's a corrupted fusion of human and dragon breathing styles. Instead of the usual vessel, mana floods the heart. It's a shortcut to reaching 4-star power in record time. The cost. Your heart literally explodes. Fatal. Ethan slammed the book shut and signaled for them to enter. Sylvia stepped in. Find anything useful? Ethan asked. She gave a sharp nod. Plenty. She'd squeezed intel from the Baron and the locals. This cursed book is the calling card for that secret order. They used it as a trap. The book was bait, Ethan asked. Exactly, and no one knew about the deadly backlash. Power-hungry fools were easy targets. Unless they already hated dragons, they practically begged to be recruited by this cult. Do commoners actually trust dragons? Ethan wondered. Would they really bet their lives on this? Lawrence chimed in. War always crushes the little guy first. Despite the peace treaty, most people still view dragons as absolute monsters. When the book surfaced, the people begged for the order's destruction. They knew something was deeply wrong. But the nobles turned a blind eye. Anyone who dared to complain simply vanished into thin air. Their silence fueled the chaos. Now the citizens only dare to whisper their fears in the shadows. They're helpless. Ethan mused that the Guardian and some high-level players must be pulling the strings here. So Zephron went rogue after Helmet's fall? Ethan asked. Lawrence agreed. Actually, Zephron seemed terrified of them. He wanted out. He kept screaming that he had zero connection to those lunatics and their twisted games. He swore he wasn't part of that horrific cult, Naraxis. Naraxis, Ethan echoed. Lawrence nodded grimly. That's the one. Is there an issue? Lawrence asked. None. Ethan lied while thinking of the shape-shifting nightmare known as Naraxis, the king of deception. Not every dragon is built the same. Some possess far more sinister, unique talents. They use psychic horrors to break people. The worst is the Shaper, a master of mimicking human forms perfectly. They can become anything, animals, plants, you name it. Only a 7-star knight can even hope to spot the disguise. Even Ethan spent an entire year playing a deadly game of cat and mouse, just to track Naraxis down. The treaty is signed now, but who knows how many decades that monster has been lurking within the duchy. If a dragon is wearing a noble skin, we're looking at a disaster far worse than his previous life. Lawrence, we have a massive problem, Ethan said, rising. This book didn't just sprout wings and fly here. Grabbing his coat, he declared, someone delivered this filth. I'm going to hunt down the courier myself. Later, a grumpy clerk barked, we're closed, beat it, and come back tomorrow. He looked visibly annoyed. He slammed the desk, screaming, I said we're closed. Then the front door exploded into a million wooden shards. The man's eyes bulged as Ethan kicked the door open. Finally, Ethan muttered. Who is this? The man stammered. What was he planning? An accomplice rushed over, panting that everything would be explained in a moment. Ethan stepped inside, and the merchant growled. Today's sales were over. Did this intruder have a death wish? Ethan spotted a book and sneered. Vile rats who've forgotten their history to sell the power of dragons. And the idiots who line up to buy it. Pathetic, the man roared. What did you just say? First, he interrupts their business. Now he's preaching. The man cracked, his knuckles looming forward aggressively. Are you begging for a beating? He sneered. His buddy chimed in. Let's grant his wish then. Ethan walked right past them. Step aside, he commanded coldly. Someone scoffed. This kid is a total joke. Clenching his fist, the man screamed, We've got business with you. Any last words, brat? Ethan's jaw tightened before he buried a fist in the man's face. I won't say it twice. Get lost. The thugs scrambled. Yes, sir. They fled toward the exit, begging for mercy. Ethan turned his icy gaze toward the leader, who shrieked in terror. Backed against the wall, the merchant trembled. Who are you? Get out, or I'll call the guards right now. Do you realize causing a riot is a felony? Ethan's hand drifted to his sword, hilt his expression terrifying. Don't make me laugh, Ethan hissed. You've got the nerve to sell books glorifying dragons. On Arden territory, this is a mortal sin. You should know exactly what that means. The merchant froze, his heart racing. Arden lands. Cold sweat poured down. Could he be? Duke Ethan. Steel touched his throat. Start talking, Ethan ordered. Where are these books being manufactured? Trembling, the man confessed. I just sell them. They come from the order. I don't know the details. Ethan narrowed his eyes. There are more distribution hubs, aren't there? Where are they? The man shook his head. The order is secretive, but I heard a rumor about the Deccan estate. Viscount Deccan's land, he stammered. I'm not sure if it's true, but that's the word. Later, Ethan trekked through the dense forest, deep in thought. Deccan's estate, near the Kargas border. His next target was locked. Approaching a hidden cave, Ethan whispered, "This must be the place." He slipped inside, scouting the perimeter. No magic alarms, no hidden sentries. It was eerily quiet. They've operated here so long they've grown arrogant. Their overconfidence is honestly disgusting. Hiding in the shadows, he watched the guards boast. So what happened next? One asked. The guy folded instantly. The knight laughed. One little threat, and he handed over all his gold. Then I sent him to the next world. His companion frowned. Man, you're wild. You know that. Even with the priest covering for us, we shouldn't get too messy. The guard just smirked. Who's gonna tell the order basically rules the world? Anyone else is just a dead idiot. Shut your filthy mouth. Ethan stepped out, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated loathing. The guards jumped in surprise. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? You don't need to know my name, Ethan declared. Because you're all dying here today. How could humans be so utterly devoid of guilt? He couldn't believe his ears. We didn't have any guests booked, the guard joked. Wait, is this guy just some mercenary? The other laughed. A mercenary. Perfect. I was actually getting pretty bored anyway. He flared his mana, his blade glowing. Judging by that look, you're a knight. You asked for this. Ethan's eyes darkened. Mixed breathing. Have you already forgotten the war between dragons and humans? Rage boiled in his chest. What, the guard asked, confused. Ethan's voice turned deadly. Mastering dragon arts to slaughter innocent people. You don't even deserve to be called human. Ethan exploded forward, a blur of motion. The guard smirked. Fast, but way too predictable. I can handle a rookie like this. He braced for impact, but Ethan's strike was overwhelming. What? The guard gasped. Another charged roaring. You're dead, kid, but his eyes went wide. Ethan ghosted past the swing, his hand slamming into the man's throat. Please, don't. The man wheezed. I'm beyond disgusted, Ethan whispered, his aura suffocating. For my father and my family's honor, brave souls died for a coward like him. Now he'll bleed for every betrayal and every life he stole. Justice is coming for everyone. Suddenly, a frantic shout erupted. Intruder, alert the high priest at once. Soldiers scrambled to gear up, bracing for impact. But Ethan already obliterated the second defensive line. Absolute nightmare. Who is this guy? Ethan halted, grip tightening on his blade as crossbows locked onto him. Target spotted, aim and ready, the guards barked. One wrong move and they'd rain steel. They were itching to fire. Ethan surveyed the room with a smirk. Flashy welcome. Anyone else want some? The priest cackled. Begging for mercy already. Talk, and maybe I'll grant you a painless end. Ethan scoffed. Pity from you. Aren't you the holy man peddling those dragon race scriptures? The priest's eyes widened. So you realized you've walked straight into our dragon sanctuary. Sanctuary. Ethan's grin turned feral. Speechless, he unleashed his mana in a roar. You actually worship dragons. Blasphemy in our sacred halls. The priest pointed a trembling finger. Crush him, leave nothing but dust. Kill him. No, wait, keep him alive. For questioning, Ethan lunged his body, igniting in a crimson inferno. A shockwave of mana tore through the ranks. What is that power? Is he a human cannon? The priest's brow furrowed. Swordsmanship and fire mana control. This wasn't just some random soldier. Wait, that flame. Could it be him? The legendary Duke Arden himself, the dragon slayer who despises our kind. Total disaster. How did he find this place? Yet opportunity knocked. If he eliminated the meddling Duke, his status would skyrocket instantly. The dragons would grant him ultimate power. Screaming, the priest summoned a crackling fire whip. Burned to ashes, he lashed out. Ethan dodged, impressed by such high-tier magic with zero incantation time. Dragon magic. The fabled tongue of the dragonkin that turns praise into pure destruction. It was elite-tier sorcery, allowing them to cast spells without uttering a single traditional word. They fueled it through a mana orb embedded in their skulls. Ethan's mind raced. Did he have one? If so, the Naraxis cult wasn't just following one shifter, they were linked to every dragon clan. Ethan sidestepped as the priest roared. He's trapped. End him. This guy eclipsed that previous dark mage. One clean strike was his only shot. Thinking of casting, the priest sneered. Not on my watch. Fire shackles bind vile dark energy ribbons coiled tightly around Ethan's limbs. The priest gloated. Gotcha. Flinch and those chains will rip you apart limb from limb. Game over. But Ethan just sighed in annoyance. He shattered the chains like glass and swung. The priest froze in terror. Nice try, but the Arden lineage has a little secret, Ethan whispered. We rule, fire mana. Your weak sparks can't burn me, the priest shrieked in absolute denial. He expected a challenge, but this was a nightmare. Don't pray for a quick death, he bellowed. Welcome to hell. Cloud Giant's aura empower my lash. Mana erupted, flooding the entire chamber. Ethan raised his blade. This aura was legit. If the priest focused it, all things could get messy. Guards swarmed in. Think I'll let you move, the priest screamed. Stay right there. Block him. Hold the line. Ethan slashed through them. Too many flies, not enough time. Spitting blood, the priest grinned. Witness the divine might my masters bestowed upon me. Try tanking this with your talents. He conjured a monstrous energy entity. Destroy him. Too late. Ethan sighed. He hated being forced to use this, but his mana was surging. He triggered the double ring. Screams filled the air as mana spikes skewered everyone nearby. They howled in agony. Priest, behold, the second form of the secret breathing art, Black Flame Spear. The collision was cataclysmic, but Ethan's power utterly eclipsed the priest's. Impossible, pure force alone. The shockwave slammed into the priest, forcing a gut-wrenching scream. The temple crumbled as bodies flew. Ethan calmly walked toward the broken priest. The man lay hacking up blood. Start talking, Ethan demanded. Tell me about your mage circle. The Order's mages, the priest cackled hysterically. Just looking to flex your power, Duke. A true ardent fanatic, Ethan muttered. He wasn't in the mood for talk. It was time to make the captive sing. Shrouding himself in mana, the priest sneered. Ethan would die long before he ever uncovered the group's secret location. Glory to the Lord, the zealot screamed. Mana erupted from his brow, a final suicide blast to drag Ethan with him. Ethan's hand clamped onto his skull, suffocating the mana flow. The priest let out a bone-chilling shriek of agony. The priest watched Ethan absorb the energy. How he wheezed. Ethan coldly replied, he'd dealt with this trick before. Ethan drained the blood magic before the explosion. The priest cackled, calling Ethan an absolute monster for his power. Power won't save you, the fanatic spat. No one from the Order would break their blood oath to the Lord. Ethan watched him closely. A strange seal manifested above the priest, and Ethan recognized the flicker of dark magic. It was an execution spell for those who leaked secrets. Unfortunately, Ethan's current skills couldn't dismantle the complex seal. This brand was the work of a high overseer. With a final cry of, Lord, the priest died. Ethan needed more intel. Meanwhile, Shimon roared with laughter, mocking Logan for making a complete fool of himself. Hans, you did great, Shimon praised. Hans bowed down playing his role, but the Count insisted he wasn't exaggerating. He was an asset. Thanks to his intel, Logan couldn't send reinforcements, and likely won't find out until tomorrow. Hans voiced his gratitude but remained suspicious. Capturing that castle seemed impossible. Did the Duke use some hidden trump card? Shimon shrugged. It's obvious. He clearly bought off the Order of Kargas to win, didn't he? They launched a night attack with their help. Shimon scoffed, dismissing Roman Dmitri as just another cult-level fighter. Hans's eyes widened. He realized Shimon was dangerously underestimating Roman and had completely misread the situation. Shimon was so delusional that Hans feared he'd soon claim Lawrence possessed secret magical powers as well. Shimon barked. Yes, Hans, snapped to attention as the Count spoke. Your contribution earns you a promotion, Shimon declared. I'm appointing you the new head of intelligence for the county. Intelligence chief, isn't that too much for me? Hans stammered. Shimon shook his head, insisting he deserved it. He earned it. Shimon assigned him knights to track the Duke. Can you do it? Hans grabbed a drink. I'll give it my all, Hans promised. Shimon grinned, pleased, before asking him for a personal favor. Shimon chuckled. Logan was trapped, forced to fight the Duke exactly as planned, while the Count pressured everyone at once. His factions would defect soon. Shimon couldn't wait to see Logan's face at the upcoming Elders' Council meeting. Is everything okay? Duke Lawrence asked. Ethan nodded, though the information harvest was quite small. He'd gathered some intel. He then asked if she'd secured her own data, and she confirmed she had. She'd found dirt on Neuraxis. Shockingly, the Order wasn't a shadow group. They were a fully official organization. In the Xenon Empire, Ethan's eyes widened in shock. Are you sure? Is that intel actually accurate? The official records confirm it, Lawrence replied. She had recently uncovered the truth while investigating the surrounding lands. Surveying the situation, Ethan felt uneasy. What was happening? The Xenon Empire was playing a dark game. After the dragon attacks, a peace treaty wasn't enough. Now they were officially recognizing the Neuraxis Order. An official cult. What a nightmare. This was a global threat. Ethan ordered Prexian summoned to the room immediately. Prexian would be intrigued. Currently, the Xenon Empire treated the Neuraxis Order's land as holy, sacred ground. With a temple at its center, their branches spanned 6 kingdoms everywhere except for Hydern. Their leader was the Holy Overlord with great rulers commanding each branch. This was major. After a while, Ethan slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes burning. Damn it, if this is true Prexian, the Western continent's top figures are already compromised. There are likely hidden branches in Hydern as well. The priest's final words confirmed his fears. From that moment, Arden had a single deadly goal. He'd revive his lineage and exterminate every cultist and dragon within the kingdom. Prexian noted it was lucky Hydern wasn't crawling with secret cults thanks to the king's policy. Ethan paused. Wait, are you talking about that useless do-nothing king of ours? Hard to believe but true, Prexian confirmed. The king actively opposed the cult, which is why. Hydern is the only clean spot. Ethan was shocked the king actually held off the dragon race from penetrating the kingdom. He thought the king was just a weak puppet of the Seven Council, the great families. It turns out he had been their silent guardian all along. Arden likely had his hands tied by fate. Turning to Prexian, he declared that starting now, he would leak the king's policies. A potential goldmine, Prexian simply obeyed his command. The main character pressed further, presenting a mysterious badge. Prexian recognized it as a chest insignia. Ethan confirmed the priest carried it, suspecting links to a mage cult, and Lawson himself. At the crack of dawn, he commanded Lawrence to deliver a priority letter to Florence immediately. She questioned if it was for the blacksmith's steel. The main character reclined, his voice icy. No. A deeper conspiracy loomed. It wasn't just humans. The dwarves were likely entangled in the order. Porthos let his hammer fall as he scanned the parchment, his dwarven eyes widening with pure dread. Porthos, what gives? Why stop now? Porthos barked at Mooster to guard the forge with his life. He ripped off his gloves, needing the Duke immediately. Muster watched, left in a cloud of confusion. Florence turned a dark smile playing on his lips. Vengeance was arriving ahead of schedule. Shimon sat before the glowing orb in his office, initiating the 33rd Council of Elders. First on the docket, the Duke's bold and aggressive seizure of the Romantin estate. He pointedly noted the Lugon faction was embarrassingly late to catch wind of the situation. Lugo's fists whitened in rage. Shimon mocked him, questioning if his incompetence invited the Duke's disrespect. The room went dead silent. Shimon pressed the issue. So Count Lugo, what is your play? Or will you just spectate while every last one of your men is slaughtered? Lugo crumpled the paper. He assumed the Duke's grudge was with Shimon, hence the Kargas incident. But the Duke was simply hunting the easy prey first. Being out of the loop felt suspicious. A shadow player was aiding Shimon. Or worse, was Shimon actually in bed with the Duke? He stood proposing they dispatch a warning letter. Shimon echoed, a letter, his tone skeptical. Lugo countered that the vassal treaty shackled them, making a direct assault impossible for now. They had to exercise their rights using a formal warning to check the Duke's aggression. Lugo's eyes narrowed, aiming to expose the rat. He declared they'd escalate this to the king. Shimon suppressed a smirk, mocking the fool. Lugo clearly hadn't grasped the true gravity yet. A pathetic letter won't stall the Duke's wrath. Let them clash and burn each other out. He'd seized the moment, using his elite knights to annihilate what remained of his rivals. The meeting ended. Hans entered to find Shimon wearing a triumphant grin. Everything went perfectly. He had Lugo backed into a corner. If the Duke struck the Viscount next, it would be flawless. Any word on the Duke's next target, Hans admitted his surveillance had come up empty. The Duke targets high-tax territories. Hans suggested a tax cut to distract him, sparking Shimon's fury. Hans flinched. Shimon leaned over the table, his gaze piercing. Are you overstepping your bounds? Hans pleaded for mercy, wondering why the air had suddenly turned so suffocatingly cold. Shimon reminded him his sole duty was surveillance, not advising his master on how to act. Hans bowed in terror, admitting his mistake. Shimon told him to focus on his primary mission. Fail again and you know the price. With a final plea for forgiveness, Hans scrambled out. Shimon gripped his face, sensing Lugo was starting to sniff out his hidden benefactor. To checkmate them all, he had to install the third Duke as the family head immediately. Days later, at Rombertum Castle, the main character chuckled over the warning letter. The bait was taken. His trap was set. Both factions were now convinced he was preparing to strike the west. He handed the dispatch to Lawrence. She asked if Shimon was the target, but Ethan looked thoughtful. Lugo was using the king as a shield. Perhaps it's time to exploit that too, he pondered. The main character pivoted. The research on the Sacred Book of Dragons. Is it finished? Lawrence confirmed the mission's success. Every channel for the book's distribution was now wide open. Perfect, the Duke smirked. Now their only duty is upholding the king's decree and shielding the dragon race. And purging those corrupt elders. What's the word on Hans? Lawrence's report was exactly what he anticipated. He dangled tax cuts before Shimon but was met with cold silence. Greedy fools, he spat. They know the council is doomed, yet they refuse to budge. Suddenly, a mocking voice cut through the air. How amusing, a voice cackled. A thief claiming ownership of stolen goods. Instantly, he drew his blade. Pure mana surged. Lawrence panicked. Who was this? How did an intruder bypass their ironclad security? A girl's silhouette flickered into view. Intense, she mused. So this is the legendary Arden Flame. Living up to the hype. Lawrence's heart sank. The Duke's strike did nothing. This wasn't some low-level fighter. State your name, Ethan demanded. She scoffed. You've got a lot of nerve for a common thief. I own the potion you snatched. Catch my drift, she sneered. He frowned, echoing her words. A thief. Bit rich. Coming from a castle breaker, don't you think, she teased? Ethan narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Rude. Don't make me laugh, she shot back. Look who's talking about manners in my face. You're a bandit. He stared, realization finally dawning. So that's it. She flourished a vial and shrieked. Explain this, she demanded. Ethan realized this was the legendary elixir he'd mentioned to Jaren. Life essence, lightning metal, and a mana charger. Combined with that potion, these 4 artifacts were game changers. In his previous life, these items saved humanity from the dragon's scourge. Their creator, the genius, mage artisan, Ilya Fizcraft. Rage fueled her as she crushed the glass vial into dust. 5 years of research, Ilya barked. I haven't left my lab in 10 years, yet you reproduced it flawlessly. There's no mistaking it. You copied my formula perfectly. How did you steal my secret recipe? Duke Arden, your audacity is truly legendary, she spat. Lawrence stood frozen, baffled by her sudden intrusion. It had to be Ilya, but he couldn't be sure. Ethan wondered, had his presence shifted the timeline? Just like Lawrence, things were changing. What nonsense is this, he countered. If you're going to point fingers, drop the disguise and show your real face. Ilya hesitated. Ethan recalled her secretive nature from his past life. This was the only way to bait her. Leveling his blade, he warned, never underestimate a Duke of Arden. He'd seen through her illusions instantly. Ilya's lips curled. Sharp eyes, you've got there, kid. I'll give you credit, you're special. Mana swirled around her, dissolving her mask. Lawrence gasped. Is that you? Seems like it, Ethan replied. Ilya grinned wickedly. Feel honored, pup. Now start talking before I lose my patience. She was reaching her limit. Ethan confirmed it. This was the real Ilya, revealing her legendary visage at last. A face he hadn't even glimpsed in his previous life. Before him stood the world's most elusive hermit mage. This was a golden opportunity. He had her right where he wanted. Ilya barked out in sheer frustration. Are you listening? Why are you just standing there? As she ranted, Ethan calmly cut her off. The monster mimic elixir. The mana-infused shifting stone, he began. Her jaw dropped as he listed her secrets. The gravity-defying bead. The silent phantom cloak. Even that rare crystal ball. The one that glimpses 1,000 years ahead. And your self-filling canteen. Stop it, Ilya screamed. Her mind raced. How? These were her private projects. Some weren't even finished yet. Theft was impossible. How do you know my work? She demanded, trembling. Ethan shrugged casually. Just a little Arden family foresight. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Secrets for family only, obviously. You're full of it, Ilya hissed. You're a family of swordsmen, not alchemists. You expect me to buy that. Believe what you want, Ethan replied coldly. Her eyes went wide, her confusion spiraling. Wait, what? You broke into my home and falsely accused me of being a common thief, he reminded her. Yet I showed mercy and gave you the truth. Suddenly, guards swarmed the area, shouting in alarm. Intruder, what's the situation? Ethan sighed. No thanks, and now you're making me worry about your sanity. Well, do you believe me or not? Ilya fumed. This guy is absolutely full of lies, she thought. Ethan turned his back. You have your answer. Get out. I'll handle the damage to the training grounds myself. Consider the repair bill waived. She watched him walk away, teeth clenched. What a total moron, she muttered. She froze him in place, her mana surging as she shrieked. A kid, you dared to deceive me, you filthy brat. She was out for blood. While Lawrence trembled in terror, the Duke realized the truth. This is a domain. Only mana masters can warp reality itself. In this world, such a feat is known as the caster's domain. Total nightmare, he'd slipped up. In his past life, Ilya was an absolute monster, an 8th circle archmage. She struck without hesitation. Paralyzed already, she sneered. The main character sighed. These guys are hopeless. They were sitting ducks. Stealing himself, Ethan erupted with power, his roar echoing as mana flooded the area. Ilya gasped. Don't play hero, kid, she barked, stunned by his insane speed while her fingers blurred, weaving a deadly spell. Ethan's blade flashed. She parried, her mind racing. He shattered my domain. Just who the hell is this guy? Her defense was absolute. Yet as he lunged, the main character forged a seal, closing the distance with predatory grace. The strain was immense. This move wasn't finished, but he forced his mana to explode with a guttural scream. Ilya's eyes widened. His power is skyrocketing. Is it him? Suddenly, Ethan unleashed a spear of scorching crimson. A violent blast rocked the field. Get back, the knight yelled. With raw force, Ethan pulverized Ilya's protective barrier. His blade bit into her neck. One twitch and you're dead, he growled. Ilya froze, her cover blown. This was impossible. He just used dragon breath. Was this human actually allied with the legendary dragon race? No way. The Duke might have pillaged their secrets, but he wasn't the type to serve a lizard lord. How did you see through my disguise? She demanded. Noticing her killing intent fade, Ethan finally lowered his guard. Don't underestimate my clan. We aren't just muscle with swords. We're masters of alchemy, and the arcane arts too. We possess specialized combat skills. My family's unique vision pierced right through your little charade. Satisfied. Let's stop wrecking the place. Ethan sighed. Lawrence turned to the Duke, his voice trembling with uncertainty. But she attacked us, Lawrence cried. Ethan shrugged. Just a minor misunderstanding. We're letting it slide. He ordered a cleanup crew immediately. But then Ethan gasped, clutching his chest as a sharp pain flared. His lungs burned. That dragon breath technique was high risk, high reward, and right now the price was steep. Without that trump card, he'd be toast. Luckily, he'd mastered the technique before his body completely gave out. No side effects. Yet. A shout rang out, but he ignored it. Ilya rose, her eyes gleaming. "Aren't you fighting a civil war? I'll help you win, but in exchange." Before she could finish, Ethan cut her off. "Hard pass," Ilya blinked, completely floored. "Wait, what?" Ethan looked her dead in the eye. "I don't need your help. I can handle them myself." Ilya lost it. "I'm an 8th rank archmage, and you're just a measly 4-star knight. And yet I won." Ethan smirked. She fumed, then shrieked. "I can craft way more than just those petty items. I'm a literal legend." She chuckled darkly, certain he'd cave. No one in their right mind turns down an archmage. She was the greatest artisan alive. She'd play along for now, then dismantle his precious Ardon from the inside. Ethan shrugged. "Fine, if you're that desperate. I'll see if your talents are actually worth my time or not." "Lawrence, prep a room." Ilya smirked, thinking she had him right where she wanted. Hook, line, and sinker. Minutes later, Lawrence gestured to a door. "Here we are, Miss Ilya." She stepped inside, looking unimpressed. "A bit basic, but it'll do." Lawrence started to offer more help, but Ilya cut her off with a shout. "Dimensional storage." In a flash, her gear appeared. Lawrence watched amazed at how easily the Duke had humbled her. She'd almost forgotten Ilya was a top-tier mage. There Ilya purred much better. The room was now fit for royalty. Lawrence stared at the luxury items that appeared out of thin air. So Lawrence Ilya began spill the tea on the Duke. She was digging for intel. Lawrence shook her head. "I'm new here too. The Duke is still a mystery to me. You should talk to the lady instead." Ilya raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "The lady? Who's that?" His sister Lawrence nodded. "Exactly," Ilya mused. "Maybe I should slip back into my old woman disguise for this. Lead the way." But Lawrence hesitated. "Wait, can't you doppelgangers shift into literally anyone or anything?" "I prefer the old lady look," Ilya explained. "People actually show some respect when you have gray hair." "Being a half-doppelganger was tricky," Lawrence countered. "Wouldn't you rather be respected for who you actually are? Think about it. The Duke is at war with his kin, and they're drowning everyone in lies and misinformation. By staying as a young girl, you're the last person they'd expect. It's the perfect tactical cover. Should we maintain this charade a while longer?" Ilya mused. Was her masculine disguise for that same reason? Lawrence pressed for answers. She confirmed it. How did she find out? Ilya simply turned away, agreeing. She'd approached the lady dressed like this. "Quick, take me to her." Soon Marie let out a joyful cry. She was thrilled Miss Ilya so young and traveling solo. She pulled Ilya into a hug, promising her protection. Ilya started flailing and yelling. "Does she even know her own age?" Lawrence asked the lady to host their guest. "That scoundrel tricked me," Ilya shrieked. Oh, she was definitely going to make him pay for this later. Inside the office, Ethan noted his swift arrival. Poferant scoffed. How could I possibly be late for this? Since the Duke summoned him personally, he couldn't just sit idle. "If you don't mind, may I examine it now?" Ethan handed over the crossbow. "There are bloodstains on this. Do you recognize the craftsmanship of this weapon?" Poferant scrutinized the weapon before speaking. "The pattern is identical. There is no doubt in my mind now. This is undeniably the work of William the Royal Blacksmith. Could he be colluding with those damn dragons? For dwarves, this is the ultimate treason. The war against the dragons had already brought them to their knees. Without laws or a system, they were sitting ducks. When the dragons invaded, the dwarves were utterly defenseless. Small villages couldn't withstand the onslaught. One by one, dwarven settlements began to vanish from the face of the map. Countless lives were lost as villages turned to ash. If not for Ardon and King Muradni, all would be lost. He founded the nation. Wait, Ethan interrupted. Poferance blinked. Is something the matter with your expression? It's shocking, the dwarves built a state, but was Muradni truly their first ruler? Ethan asked curiously. Back then, dwarves wailed in the streets. A man gently closed a fallen dwarf's eyes and surveyed the chaos. Kinsmen, hear me, Muradni bellowed. They had barely escaped total annihilation in that terrifying moment of crisis. Duke Arden's aid saved them, but there is no guarantee that such terror won't strike their doorstep once again. They had to face this catastrophe together. Dwarves and humans finally united as one under a single banner. They forged a kingdom. Muradni personally united the 12 clans, playing a massive role in their historic unification process. He became the first dwarven king. Poferance noted this all happened while he was out cold and unconscious. Ethan pondered the news. Muradni as king was unexpected, but perhaps it meant he was actually doing well. He smiled faintly. Poferance added that some dwarves still venture into the human realm for trade and business. They engage in trade, sending their profits back home to fund the construction of their new kingdom. People claim they only care for gold, but for his kin, he is ready to endure any insult. You've helped my family immensely, Ethan said. The Ardon clan would never forget that level of loyalty. We will do our part to restore the dwarven realm. If you need anything, reach out to me anytime. Poferance clasped his face emotionally. We already owe the former Duke Ardon a debt we cannot repay. Thank you, but what about William? Ethan noted the blacksmith's actions were a direct threat to their current peace. He defies both the Dwarven Kingdom and Hydern. A court blacksmith should not be acting with such blatant disrespect. Is someone more powerful backing him? Poferance asked. Ethan's gaze sharpened. Exactly. Someone with immense influence. They wield power even the king cannot suppress. Accusing William recklessly would only invite a deadly counterstrike. Poferance gritted his teeth. While we toil for our nation, that fool is selling us out to the enemy. His fury was palpable. Listen, Ethan said calmly, I am not looking to just play a small game here. What do you mean? Poferance asked. Ethan spoke of vengeance, reclaimed glory, and heavy sacrifices for the people. There is a way to achieve everything in one move. I am going to make you the royal blacksmith. Is that even possible? Poferance gasped. Ethan smirked. It is, as long as you agree to it. Poferance was stunned by the offer. I do not get it. No one else believed a word. I said, why trust me? Ethan shrugged. Is it so odd to rely on someone who shares the same enemy? You are my man now. Why would I need a reason to trust my own? Poferance felt foolish. I will give you my all, Duke, I swear it by my hammer. He dedicated his steel and loyalty. I accept your oath, Ethan replied. Later, he went to greet the influential and powerful Marquis Bluton. A pleasure to see you, Duke, the Marquis stated. I believe this is our first official communication. Drop the formalities, Ethan insisted. Let him use whatever title feels most natural. Fine, Marquis it is. He still owes a proper thanks for that legendary elixir. He expressed deep gratitude for the treasure. Bluton simply smiled, hoping the gift served him well. Consider it a token of our bond. Surely this private meeting involves more than just gifts. Trouble brewing, the Duke nodded gravely. Something quite startling has indeed surfaced. Hydern, the court smith, has draconic ties. I suspect a powerful shadow pulling his strings. Bluton recoiled in shock. This is far more dangerous and unexpected than I ever imagined. Any counters? Ethan smirked. I know a dwarf whose craftsmanship puts the current one to shame. How about we crown him the new court smith? Ilya stomped, letting out a wild shriek. Finally, my time to shine. Marie restrained her as she reflected on the past 7 days. Between uncovering the Duke's hidden truth and dodging the princess's watchful eyes, she was exhausted. Now she could finally flex her power and plot the princess's ultimate downfall. Now that the players are assembled, let's begin. This comes courtesy of Marquis Bluton. Presenting the gleaming armor, he asked, can we transform this into a high-tier artifact? Ilya scrutinized the metal, while Porphyrion spoke up Duke regarding these magical artifacts. It's elite alchemy imprinting complex mana circuits directly into the gear itself. This allows even grunts to wield magic. Plus, this base material is pure top-grade mithril. Forging this wouldn't be easy though. He possessed the skill to carve the circuits needed. But I'll need a pro mage to assist. Ilya erupted. Why are you glaring at me like that? I'm a literal top-tier archmage. And assistant. You'll be taking orders from ME. Duke, am I really stuck with her? Porphyrion groaned. I vouch for Ilya, the Duke replied. She's an 8th rank archmage. Ilya, prove yourself. No fighting, I'm expecting legendary results from this duo. Your Grace Perforance muttered, bowing low. If this is your command, I shall endure her incompetence. I'll forge a masterpiece that puts her to shame, Perforance roared. Ignore this amateur's babbling, Duke. She planned to infuse the blade with legendary enchantments. Once he's floored, she'll drop the Arden bombshell. The forge ignited. Moments later, Ethan stepped in. Progress report, he asked. Ilya smirked. Welcome, Duke. Does he need a test run? Ethan questioned. Ilya nodded. Surprisingly, the old man knows his way around. Every strike was surgical. No movement was wasted. His concentration was absolute. Time blurred in the heat. Perforance slammed his tools down. Finished, your turn, brat. Ilya just grinned. Watch and learn, your grace. She was about to redefine the impossible. Ethan gripped the hilt, testing the balance with a sharp swing. The blade was weightless. It felt like an extension of his own hand, light as air. Then Ilya interrupted. Well, feel that power, she chirped. He could sense the complex mana layers woven into the steel. I didn't just strip the weight, she bragged. I sharpened the edge to a molecular level. It self-repairs and stays spotless. Plus, check the gloves, I've custom-tuned them for your mana flow. Even the greaves were enchanted for maximum compatibility. Ethan was stunned. This exceeded every expectation. Any single one of these buffs would be a national treasure. Ilya had packed them all into one set. Imagine if this dwarf actually had talent, she teased. I'd have made something god-tier. Perforance exploded in rage. What did you say? Ethan sighed. If he didn't check her ego now, she'd be impossible to manage. Is that all? He asked coolly. Ilya's jaw dropped. She laughed nervously. Of course not. This is just the warm-up. Prepare for real magic. Channel your mana into everything at once. Everything, Ethan checked. Yes, your fire mana, she insisted. Normally, it would melt any ordinary blade. But this is the only way to test its true limit. Ethan nodded. Fine. Let's see. He unleashed his power. The forge erupted in a blinding radiance, forcing Performance to shield his eyes. This was insane. His mana control had skyrocketed since receiving Ephrian's sword. The man was a monster. Nothing's changing, Ethan noted. Ilya smirked. Think again. Remember your combat style. In a real fight, you shouldn't hold back for fear of breaking gear. Give it everything you've got. Ethan stopped holding back. 8 rings active. Dragon's breath engaged. A deafening roar filled the room. The shockwave shattered every window. The very foundations of the forge groaned. Ethan stared at the blade. This. Power. Ethan whispered. Ilya beamed. The high thermal conductivity technique, my finest invention. It doesn't just hold the heat. It redirects and concentrates the energy wherever you need it most. It handles double that temperature, so your grace, ready to admit, my abilities are top tier. Honestly, she was brilliant. She's nothing special, Performance grunted. Ilya whipped around. Excuse me. Her magic was top tier, way beyond his estimates. But he couldn't let her run the show just yet. It's decent. Not bad, he said flatly. Ilya shrieked. Decent, is that all you have to say? He ignored her and bowed to Performance. Thank you for your work. Ilya lost it. That fossil. He's a loser. The output would have been double without him. Performance glared. What was that brat? Enough, Ilya. You're hired. He promised to share Arden's vision as long as she stayed useful. Ilya's face lit up. Victory, but keep your promise. Later, Lawrence arrived with urgent news. Performance was already en route to the capital, with a secret missive for Marquis Blaton. What about the king? Ethan asked. Everything's set, she replied. We've moved the pieces in total secrecy. The audit starts before the royal audience, she added. Ethan smirked. Perfect. Everything is ready. The stage was set. Ethan straightened his cape and marched out. His elite squad was already waiting. Menharton saluted fist to his chest. 40 Knights of the Arden Order ready for deployment, my lord. A horn blast pierced the air. Advancing, Ethan spurred his horse toward the main square. Chaos erupted outside the fortress. The enemy commander stormed out his face, twisted in a mask of fury. What army? Where did they come from? He snatched a spyglass, his hands trembling with rage. Identify them, he screamed. He peered through the lens and froze. There it was, the Arden flag. A collective gasp rang out. It was Ethan charging in on horseback. He surged toward his objective before his steed ground to a halt. He roared at the Leighton guards, announcing Duke Ethan's arrival. Viscount Leighton's day of reckoning had finally come. He'd answer for the illegal taxes and his blatant power trips, not to mention spreading those forbidden dragon books through Arden. The gates had to open now. The commander froze, realizing they were facing over 30 elite knights. He desperately signaled his men to hold position, trying to maintain order before the massive gates could even budge. Whirling toward his subordinate, he demanded an update on the Viscount. The soldier clutched a magic ball, his hands shaking. Petrified, he stammered that the connection wasn't going through. The commander screamed at him to hurry. They were out of time. He nodded frantically. Suddenly, the protagonist skyrocketed into the air, looming over the target with a gaze that could kill. He crashed down the sheer impact, reducing the fortress walls to rubble. The knight's magic ball slipped away, rolling into the debris. Leighton's scout stood there in shock, shouting for answers. The commander doubled over, coughing through the thick dust. He forced himself up as his subordinate dove for the ball, screaming that they were in deep trouble. The Grand Duke was here. The commander barked orders for every man to take their positions and prepare to strike. He leveled a finger at Ethan, screaming for the unit to mobilize and surround the Duke immediately. The terrified knights hesitated, so the commander roared for them to draw steel. It was fight or die. He believed unity could bring the Duke down. But Ethan just watched, puzzled by their total lack of killing intent. Were they only fighting because they were told to? The fastest way to end this was to shatter their morale. A cold smirk played on Ethan's lips as he unleashed his 8 rings technique. A burning fireball ignited in his chest. The sphere's energy exploded outward as a violent gale tore through the area. The commander shouted in confusion at the pressure. The knights gaped, paralyzed by the dark, magical aura swirling above. Suddenly, the commander realized the scale of the spell. It was a massive sphere enchantment. In an instant, one knight's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. His sword clattered down as the rest followed suit. Ethan strode through the sea of fallen men, eyes locked on the commander. Below the fortress, the soldiers looked up in terror, wondering what kind of nightmare was unfolding on the ramparts. This was impossible. Even as a 5-star knight, the commander was being crushed by the sphere's weight. Desperate and screaming, he launched a final charge. But Ethan casually parried the desperate strike with pure magic. Using just one hand, the Duke smiled confidently at his opponent, who was now drowning in absolute terror. When he saw his blade shattered into useless fragments, he let out a blood-curdling scream of pure disbelief. Ethan's mana-infused hand gripped his face, slamming him into the dirt with bone-crushing force. He turned to the remaining knights, his voice echoing with authority. He had no interest in fighting those without malice. He wasn't there for them. He was there for Viscount Leighton. He came to reclaim what was his. As the true lord of these lands, he commanded them to throw open the gates. Meanwhile, Leighton finally reached Shimon. Shimon's voice crackled through the crystal ball in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. Leighton screamed back, losing his mind. The Duke had already breezed past the fortress and was closing in. Wasn't he supposed to be a weak 2 or 3 star? Yet he just humiliated a 5-star commander like it was nothing. Shimon demanded details, and Leighton described the Duke literally falling from the sky like a god before the feed cut. Where could a low-level knight find the power to fly like that? Shimon stood there completely stunned by the news. He covered his mouth trembling as he tried to process the impossible report. This wasn't in the script. After a tense silence, he tried to regain his cool. The reports on Ethan's low mana were supposed to be ironclad. He asked why Ethan attacked, and Leighton confirmed it was over the taxes and the Forbidden Dragon book. Shimon snapped that this was it. He ordered Leighton to stall while he scrambled to send immediate reinforcement. Leighton begged him to move faster, terrified that they wouldn't last another minute against the Duke's wrath. Then, the line went dead. Shimon realized the Duke's true power was light years beyond their wildest intelligence reports. Everything was falling apart. The situation was spiraling into a nightmare he hadn't even prepared for. He needed a plan. If Ethan wanted the books and taxes, they'd have to use that to distract him at any cost. Gritting his teeth, he realized they'd have to make a sacrifice to survive this storm. Just then, Commander Lowenson burst into the room, his face tight with a grim question. Was he summoned Viscount? Shimon confirmed the Duke's blitz on Litton's elite knights had already begun. He urged for immediate reinforcements. Lowenstein nodded, his expression cold, as he acknowledged the command. Shimon interjected, warning them to advance cautiously to avoid a lethal collision with the Duke himself. Lawrence smirked, acknowledging the plan with chilling compliance. Moments later, he stood face to face with Ethan. He was low-key shocked by how fast the truth was uncovered. Truly impressive work. Ethan shrugged it off. He had just cracked the outer gates open. Now, the palace's main forces were likely guarding the Viscount. Is the play still on? Ethan asked. Lawrence confirmed the gears were turning. Start the retreat, Lawrence added. Ethan shifted his gaze to Menharton, who appeared right on cue. Our main character ordered a small unit to hang back, manage the prisoners, and stabilize the front lines. The rest follow me. Menharton saluted in obedience as Ethan swung himself onto his warhorse. Move in, Ethan commanded. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, the common folk were oblivious to the storm. Life seemed normal, until a lone figure climbed atop the central stage, commanding everyone's attention. Have you heard? He bellowed. Duke Ethan is here to crush Litton's reign of terror once and for all. Our hero's blade is finally unsheathed for us. A man in the crowd roared back in pure desperation. I'm starving, I can't take it, another yelled. To the Archduke, he is our only hope. The fire of rebellion ignited. Let's go together, they screamed, the atmosphere crackling with hype and hope. Ethan watched from the shadows satisfied. The turnout was massive for such short notice. They just sparked the fuse. The people's deep-seated rage did the rest. His legend was spreading fast. Rumors swirled. Kargas and Litton were living like kings while the people suffered. Suddenly, the stage man froze. The bald agitator spotted a familiar face in the crowd. It was Ethan standing among the commoners. He pointed a trembling finger. The Archduke has arrived, he screamed, his face lighting up with joy. Ethan stepped forward, the sea of people parting like magic. Every eye was locked on him in awe. Is it really him? They whispered. Ethan ascended the stage. People of Damarian, he boomed. Your home was once a paradise. Now your lords have dragged you into a living hell. Litton's judgment day is here. From this day forth I shall be your ruler. Knights, draw your steel, he roared. The crowd erupted into a deafening, euphoric cheer. They embraced their new king. Every window flew open as citizens poured out their heartfelt support. As twilight painted the sky in blood-orange hues, the fortress knights began to whisper in fear. The rumors were true. Archduke Ethan had already seized the castle's outer perimeter. Is that why we're on high alert? Worse, the other muttered, he's already conquered 2 territories. 2 territories already. How the man was just in a coma. Suddenly a young knight gasped, his eyes widening. Wait, look. The entire squad peered into the distance. Emerging from the mist were Ethan and Menharton, leading an army of angry, torch-bearing civilians. Stay calm, hold positions, a knight barked. Get a messenger to the Viscount now. A sea of fire surged toward the fortress. Inside, Litton was watching the chaos unfold. He stared at his crystal ball in absolute shock. What the hell is this? He screamed. Was Ethan seriously leading a peasant revolt? He bolted from his room, panic setting in. Why are these peasants rising up now? Litton hissed. On the walls, a commander was losing it. Don't panic, they're just rebels, the commander yelled. Return fire, light the fire arrows now. The soldiers hesitated, paralyzed by fear. The commander snapped, seizing a young recruit by the throat. Are you defying me? Set the fire. The boy shook, tears blurring his vision. I can't. My family is down there. A brutal fist collided with the boy's face in response. Disobey and die, the commander roared. But then Ethan's fury exploded. Stop this at once. The sheer power of Ethan's voice made them clutch their heads in agony. Cease fire. Everyone watched in awe as the atmosphere trembled. In his tower, Lytton heard a thunderous boom. "What's going on?" Ethan roared, demanding Lytton cease his mindless cruelty. "Open those gates now." Justice was finally calling. Lytton screeched back, calling the hero's righteous demands pure insanity. "Wipe them out," Lytton barked at his captain, desperate to crush the uprising immediately. The baffled captain drew his blade, screaming for his men to slaughter any who resisted. "Burn them all," he ordered. But among the ranks, a lone soldier broke down in tears. He couldn't strike his own kin. For his hesitation, the captain's steel swung for his neck. Ethan's mana surged. A shockwave blasted the captain back before his blade could find blood. As the captain groaned, Ethan signaled, manifesting dozens of shimmering mana spears in the air. Pure shock hit the guards. Those weren't just spells, it was a high-speed mana finger technique. No one saw him move. His precision from that range was god tier. Then it happened. Our hero took flight, defying gravity with a mid-air burst to launch his final assault. Lytton's face went pale. He finally realized how the monster had bypassed the outer defenses. Ethan touched down like a meteor. The knight's spirits broke as he cast a chilling shadow. Steel leveled right at Lytton's throat. The tyrant shook like a leaf as Ethan spoke. "Surrender isn't an option." Ethan's blade erupted in a blinding magical aura of absolute power. Magic swirled violently around him. The captain watched, mesmerized by the strange glowing energy signatures. He noted the flames were red, not black. If they were black, they'd all be corpses. Thinking he had a shot, the commander gripped his hilt and lunged forward with everything. Without those legendary black flames, the captain felt his own victory was still within reach. "Surround the Archduke," he bellowed. His men roared in unison, closing the trap from every angle. 4 blades converged on Ethan at once. He didn't even flinch, scanning the incoming threats. One fluid step, one casual parry, the entire assault was neutralized. The captain's eyes widened. That wasn't just luck, it was top-tier swordsmanship. Ethan stared them down, but then paused. Something felt off. He frowned, noticing their bizarre, twisted fighting stances weren't human at all. Terror gripped the commander as a spectral beast loomed overhead. Ethan realized the truth instantly. "Are these Dragon Clan techniques?" The captain panicked, screaming that it was all total nonsense. "You're lying," he yelled, but the soldiers behind him were visibly trembling with sudden tension. "Mixing styles won't save you." Ethan's voice grew cold. "That's the stance of destruction." Dragon Arts Lytton had cursed them with forbidden breathing techniques that came with a deadly price. Suddenly, the knights turned pale nausea, hitting them like a truck, as fear paralyzed them. "Is he serious? What price are we paying?" The ranks descended into pure, unadulterated chaos. "Shut your mouth," Lytton shrieked, ordering his men to ignore Ethan's psychological warfare. "How heartless," Ethan sighed. "Only 4 of you were left in the dark about this." The captain roared for silence, but Ethan kept exposing the truth about their soul-ripping techniques. Sacrificing his own men for power, this was darker than Ethan had ever imagined possible. Enough talk. He unleashed a solar blade strike, blinding the battlefield with pure celestial energy. He closed the distance instantly. One heavy clash sent a knight spiraling away, completely drained. The man coughed up blood as the others watched in disbelief. What kind of power? A simple parry had triggered a massive explosion. The captain stood there, outmatched and confused. Ethan hoisted his massive blade high. "Your movements tell me everything. You're all dragon puppets." The realization hit the captain like a bolt of lightning. There was no hiding it now. He screamed in despair. How could mortals fight a god-tier technique? "Surround him. Move." He desperately called for a dogpile. Ethan just smirked. "You really think you can catch me?" Snap. He vanished. The captain shrieked in terror as the gates became his next target. "Stop him before the gates fall." The knights scrambled, but Ethan's smile was pure victory. Smirking, he announced their doom. They had walked right into his snare. A split second later, Ethan lunged, engulfing the knights in a devastating inferno. Terror struck the captain as the realization hit. What he gasped, desperately screaming his men's names, while Ethan's cold voice cut through the chaos. A backstab. Really? These rookies weren't even close to being worthy knights yet. With a casual flex, he shattered the massive chains, hoisting the gates wide for his army. Menharten's eyes widened at the sight. "The Archduke broke through," he roared. "Move out. Support him now." It wasn't just soldiers. The citizens charged the fortress with triumphant roars. The Viscount's face drained of color, turning a sickly shade of green. Paralyzed by shock, he could only watch his world crumble. "Stop them. Don't let a single one through," the captain shrieked in pure panic. He ordered the grunts to suppress the mob, while he took on the Archduke himself. They had to hold the line at all costs. Before the words even left his mouth, Ethan blinked into his personal space, unleashing a scorching wave of pure fire. The captain raised a desperate guard, but the sheer force of the blast sent him flying like a rag doll. Hitting the dirt hard, he coughed through the dust, his mind racing. He gnashed his teeth, boiling with helpless rage. It was insane. How did Ethan take down 5 elite high-level knights with just one strike? Even as a level 6, he was completely outclassed. Finally, he felt the same soul-crushing despair that Cargus and Lamont had faced. Lamont trembled, the terrifying truth sinking in the Archduke had been playing them. He had been hiding his monstrous power all along. He collapsed, paralyzed by pure dread. On the front lines, Manhattan saw the enemy lines buckling and signaled the final charge. While Ethan pressured the captain, the sheer momentum of the angry citizens swamped the remaining knights like a tidal wave. They breached the palace doors with war cries echoing through the halls. As darkness settled, Jiran stepped forward to introduce his father. This was the man the Archduke had personally recommended. Porphyrius stepped up to greet them, drawing a hearty chuckle from Jiran's father. An honor to meet the realm's greatest smith, he beamed. But we must hurry, the council preparations won't wait. The Emperor's council meeting was fast approaching. As they stepped inside, the air rippled into a glowing magical portal. Brace yourselves, the teleportation gets a bit dizzying, he warned, before they stepped into the shimmering light. Enveloped by the portal's raw energy, they gritted their teeth against the overwhelming pressure. Porphyrius's jaw hit the floor. Towering before him was a palace so massive it defied imagination. Welcome to Parantium, the heart of the Hydra Empire, the Marquis announced, offering him the chance of a lifetime. A royal blacksmith for the imperial family itself. Porphyrius could only stare, completely mesmerized by the Golden City's grandeur. Back at the fort, the knights were getting absolutely wrecked. Leighton, seeing the writing on the wall, slunk into the shadows behind the pillars. Still locked in a desperate duel with Ethan, the captain roared, Technique Form 10, as he lunged with everything he had. Ethan didn't even flinch. Crimson mana exploded from his body, and with a single fluid motion, he shattered the captain's ultimate move like glass. You seem pretty proud of your speed, Ethan noted coldly. Let me show you real speed. Ethan unlocked his 8th ring, chanting the solar spell, Prominence. A blinding pillar of solar energy vaporized the air, heading straight for the captain. He could only scream as death closed in. A violent explosion rocked the battlefield. Everyone froze their weapons, lowering as they stared at the sheer destruction in awe. Silence fell over the ruins. As the smoke dissipated, they saw the captain broken and unconscious amidst the charred earth. Ethan's gaze pierced the shadows. Hey Leighton, you really gonna hide behind your men like a coward? Step out and end this like a man. But Leighton just shivered behind a pillar, shrieking for Ethan to shut his mouth. I did nothing wrong. You can't blame me, Leighton whimpered. Ethan's glare turned murderous, radiating pure, unadulterated coldness. You're a pathetic excuse for a noble, Ethan spat. Suddenly he kicked off the air, vanishing into the sky. He landed right in front of the retreating coward. Look at yourself, Ethan roared. Have you no shame? A brutal kick to the chest sent Leighton flying. He collapsed, hacking for air until he finally passed out. Ethan caught his breath and announced to the entire fortress, Leighton is defeated. Drop your weapons or die. Manhattan backed him up, barking orders for an immediate surrender. Any man still holding a blade is an enemy. The ultimatum worked. Clang after clang echoed as the knights realized the fight was over and disarmed. The Viscount is now my prisoner, Ethan declared. The crowd erupted, their cheers shaking the heavens. Long live the Archduke. It was a total victory. Ethan watched the celebration, a look of calm resolve on his face. Later, a frantic messenger reached Count Schumann. The Vice-Captain Schumann questioned. He is supposed to be on duty. What's the status? He reported that Viscount Leighton's forces had officially collapsed. Shimon was completely blindsided. He stammered, unable to believe the palace fell in just 2 days. Did Leighton surrender? Greg shook his head. Deserters confirmed the Archduke's knights breached the inner gates. They secured victory alongside the townspeople. Shimon went silent, processing the news for a later briefing. Greg acknowledged the order and left. Shimon stared into the void, his mind spiraling with questions. He crushed the report in his fist. Leighton had a level 6 captain and 4 level 5 knights. If the Archduke broke through that, it meant his power was already hitting level 6. It hadn't even been 6 months since his awakening. That growth rate was absolutely insane. He turned to Lowenstein, asking if the 1st Division could actually crush this Archduke. These guys were Shimon's absolute trump cards, chosen from the county's elite 100 knights. Wielding forbidden dragon arts, they stayed hidden. The Archduke was still just a level 6 rookie. Vets are built different than rookies. Lowenstein boasted his men were already pushing for level 7. With 12 elite warriors ready to strike, losing was literally not an option. 2 knights, and the 1st Division. That's enough, Shimon whispered with a chilling grin. He'd let the Archduke play hero a bit longer, while ordering a strategic tax cut. He also halted the Dragon Book's release. Lowenstein promised to keep the noble families in line. Secrecy was the priority. Shimon warned that Lugan must stay totally clueless about this plan. Lawrence flashed a wicked smirk, swearing he would handle everything perfectly. Meanwhile, our hero and Manhattan were restoring order. Ethan began organizing the massive pile of intel. The cleanup was successful. As their territory expanded, Lawrence knew they needed more resources fast. Supplies were flowing in. They had already reclaimed most of the southern duchy's territory. One more target, and his plan to split the duchy into 3 power zones would begin. Shimon would definitely try to make a move soon. Our MC planned to use him as a shield. It was the perfect bait for Lugan's faction. Ethan noted they'd likely fall for the trap. It was a total chess move. Lugan's goons thought our hero was just blinded by rage. They were too busy with politics to see the truth. He told Lawrence to keep the charade going. She bowed before the Enlightenment ceremony. But let's look back at how this mess started. Leighton was reviewing taxes while his captain waited. They were planning the next day's collection. Suddenly, a magical crystal ball manifested before them. Both men froze, completely stunned by the anomaly. A hooded figure emerged from the glow. The captain roared, "Who are you?" as the stranger moved. He claimed he arrived early just to give them a warning. The disrespect was real. The captain screamed at the freak, unaware he was facing a mage beyond his detection. Leighton sensed the danger. He tried to stop the captain's reckless charge against the intruder. The captain swung wildly, but the man's eyes glowed with a terrifying magical light. The captain turned into a statue, paralyzed. Leighton realized they were trapped in a veiled zone. In a heartbeat, a blade was at the captain's throat. The warrior could only gasp in terror. What did he want? The stranger whispered for them to chill. He was just there to negotiate. He wanted the Duke's secrets, knowing the man had been extorting the people for ages. Leighton scoffed. Corruption was just business. Was this assassin working for the Lugan faction? The man offered him ultimate power, handing over a dark sphere. Flash forward to Leighton's cell. That mage's power was terrifying. Leighton knew that refusing the offer meant certain death. They had no choice but to accept the Dragon Clan's forbidden arts for more power. Ethan admitted the Dragon arts carried a lethal price. Did he feel zero remorse for betraying his loyal followers? Leighton smirked. Even in this dragon-hating duchy, people were desperate for that forbidden strength. Ethan's blood ran cold. Leighton sneered, wondering how many others would fall for the power. They were just mindless sheep. Fury boiled in Ethan's veins as his knuckles turned white. Declaring he'd figured it out, he demanded the truth about that mysterious midnight sorcerer. "Spill your masters." The man trembled, but Ethan's hand clamped like a vice around his throat. He slammed him into the stone. "Coward," Ethan hissed as the man gasped for air. Fake bravado turned into pathetic choking. Was testing the Archduke's patience a death wish? He wheezed that snitching meant death for his kin. Ethan just hauled him higher by his neck. "You absolute clown," Ethan snarled. "Why do you think I'm even giving you this choice? Erase your masters. Save your family." The man finally cracked and frantically nodded his head. Ethan tossed him like trash. Dazed and bleeding, he confessed the mage was merely a middleman. "Head to the Delgorn Viscounty. Search for the one bearing the secret mark," he whimpered. The revelation left Ethan speechless. Meanwhile, at the capital, the council chamber atmosphere was tense. High-ranking officials whispered, wondering who these outsiders were, sitting in their sacred office. The king ascended his throne, eyes scanning the room. "Who is this guest?" he inquired sharply. Pofferent stepped forward, bowing low. "I represent Archduke Ethan, your majesty," he announced with poise. He presented Ethan's letter, sparking an immediate firestorm of frantic whispers throughout the hall. "Why send dwarves?" An advisor leaned in, murmuring scandalous intel into the monarch's ear. "Is this a joke?" The king's hands gripped the newly produced scroll as he read. A wicked smirk formed. The royal smith was secretly in bed with the dragon tribe. The room froze in sheer terror. Sensing the chaos, the king let out a sharp, dry cough. He crushed the evidence. The Marquess realized the emperor was radiating pure lethal discomfort. Was it fury at the traitor, or was the king hiding his own dragon blood ties? As questions swirled, Pofferent simply watched the scene unfold with a cold, silent gaze. Back at his estate, Ethan flipped through files, imagining the chaos he'd unleashed at court. The Delgorn trap was set. Now it was time to handle the dragon problem head-on. Suddenly, the door flew open. Archduke Ilya screamed, charging into his private workspace. She'd done it. She brandished a perfect whetstone, capable of sharpening god-tier blades instantly. Ethan sighed. "Ever heard of knocking?" he grumbled, visibly annoyed by her loud entrance. Ilya leaned in, screaming even louder. "Hey, are you even paying attention to me?" He kept reading, so she snooped. Her eyes widened, seeing the names Molasses and Carmugin. "You know that creep," Ethan blinked. Ilya bragged she was an expert on all the weirdos. Why search for that old freak? Ethan just stared, leaving the girl feeling strangely awkward. "I'm super busy, but maybe if you beg me, I'll help." She smirked expectantly. "Come on, beg," Ethan just chuckled. "Fine. Pack your gear, we're moving out right now." High-fiving the air, Ilya scrambled into the carriage as they raced toward their destination. "What's the deal with Molasses anyway?" Ethan asked as the wheels clattered against the road. "He's an alchemist who buffs materials. Everything that man touches becomes a legendary treasure. He can turn scrap metal into mythic swords, though his actual combat magic is pretty mid. Level 4, at best," she guessed. "But why the heavy armor? This isn't exactly a picnic." "I'm checking something," Ethan replied coldly. "Whether we use these blades depends on his cooperation." The carriage screeched to a halt in a dark forest. Ilya stepped out, sniffing the air. "I can feel his mana. But the place is crawled with annoying security circles." "You got a better plan?" Ethan asked. Ilya just smirked with pure, unadulterated confidence. Trust an 8th level mage, Ethan. I'll wipe these amateur wards before they even know I'm here. It'll be silent as a grave, she promised. Then a massive blinding flash detonated. Birds scattered in terror as magical energy tore through the woods. So much for being quiet. Radiant mana exploded everywhere as she shrieked, calling him a delusional old fossil. Ethan trailed behind while she roared, questioning if he seriously intended to challenge her power. She threatened total annihilation, cackling wildly and daring the old man to face her impending wrath. A stunned Ethan recalled her promise of stealth, yet her chaotic energy suggested zero quiet infiltration. Her elderly disguise hinted at deep history. Ethan smirked just as Ilya conjured a shimmering barrier. A massive blast cleared their path. Sneering, she hurled insults at the reeking old geezer. Fuming over the unnecessary effort, they breached the inner sanctum as she hollered for the mage. Show yourself. Heavy footsteps echoed in response, followed by grumbles about her habitual destructive visits. He accused her of behaving like a thug, smashing circles instead of simply calling ahead. Had she forgotten his offers to guide her safely? Snorting in defiance, she snapped back instantly. Why would she need his permission? He should have anticipated her arrival and cleared the traps himself. Ethan realized she just blanked on the instructions. Meanwhile, Melices clutched his temples in frustration. He begged her to drop the ego, noting how much effort restoring those ruined circles would take. Ignoring his pleas, she pivoted. Melices suggested speaking with the Archduke, catching Ethan off guard. Despite his isolation, Melices claimed rumors traveled fast enough for him to recognize Ethan's legendary presence. The first broken circle confirmed Ethan's purpose. Melices granted them entry, leading the group inside. Settling into a plush lounge for tea, their peace vanished as Ilya suddenly shrieked in disbelief. You're siding with a dragon house, she raged. Melices simply noted that the world was evolving. He urged her toward progress, sensing they weren't there for blood. Ethan agreed, seeking answers. He chose dialogue over violence. Melices smirked, assuming Ethan was out of the loop regarding history. After a 10-year slumber, Ethan missed how Dragon Clan arts had permeated every corner of society. Ethan observed that those lacking dragon hearts suffered greatly while attempting these forbidden ancient techniques. Mimicking dragon breathing was a death sentence, yet people still obsessed over the forbidden power. Melices chuckled, reminding them that mages, while thirsting for knowledge, weren't fools walking blindly into death. By reverse engineering the arts, they'd harvested raw power while filtering out the lethal side effects. He'd successfully mastered these refined techniques himself. Ethan conceded that the dangerous logic was sound. Ethan pondered his own path. Melices beamed, revealing that draconic arts had unlocked unprecedented power. New heights were now reachable. When Ethan questioned this breakthrough, Melices prepared a shocking revelation. The traditional 10-star ceiling for humanity had been shattered. The old limits no longer applied. 11 and 12-star beings now existed. Shaken Ilya slammed the table, her mind reeling. 11 stars, Ethan smirked, noting their mana had transcended human limits through draconic cultivation. They'd swapped hard training for shortcut breathing. Now Ethan needed a direct, honest answer. His hunt for the dragon, worshipping Norax's brotherhood, had led him straight to this very doorstep. Give him one reason why he should walk away alive. The ultimatum left Melices visibly shaken. Breaking the silence, Melices claimed their numbers were few, driven only by a thirst for knowledge. The Brotherhood traded ancient dragon texts for cooperation, a deal no knowledge-hungry mage could resist. He cared nothing for their faith. Stunned, Ethan pressed for details about this mysterious order. Presenting Luton's artifact, Ethan questioned its link. Melices nodded, confirming the connection immediately. It was the emblem of the Arcana Magic Association, a name that left them in shocked silence. Ilya was clueless, but Melices explained, it was an elite circle of the world's most formidable mages. Hand-picked by the Hydra Empire to lead all magic users, he had even secured an invitation. Ilya nearly choked, erupting into hysterical laughter at what she considered his most ridiculous lie. Why would the Empire choose him? She demanded the truth, triggering Melises's explosive temper. He roared, labeling her an insolent brat who constantly downplayed his immense worth and standing. He claimed superiority over a mere cave-dwelling doppelganger. A stunned Ilya demanded an explanation. Lose the attitude, she hissed, but he just smirked back. Ethan's mind raced, realizing mages were drawing power from somewhere dark. Ancient dragon secrets, the ultimate elite flex. While they bickered, Melices and Ilya's petty feud showed no sign of stopping. You want a taste of real magic, he bellowed. But before things got messy, Ethan shut them down instantly. Focus, Ethan snapped. So, mages are basically running the palace, Show Melices confirmed with a grim. Absolutely. They're either Brotherhood heavyweights or puppets on a string. Ethan's mind spiraled deeper into the palace's dark conspiracies. These mages were already corrupted. Even the royal blacksmith seemed like a sleeper agent for the Seventh Kingdom. A Dragon Clan link meant the whole palace was compromised, or maybe they were already under the dragon's thumb. They realized the magic circle that nuked the ring was beyond any normal mage's skill level. This was high-level stuff. Someone was lurking in the shadows. The old man was now a dead man walking. The Order would hunt him down. Why not just recruit him? He'd make a decent lackey for the journey. I'm in, Ethan replied. He wasn't tied to the Order, and he sure as hell didn't answer to dragons. Her lips curled into a predatory smirk. Perfect. I'll keep you on a short leash until I've drained you dry. Ethan wondered if death was a better deal. He watched her leave the air, suddenly growing thick with tension. Melissa's folded. Joining them meant safety, and honestly, the job description hadn't changed all that much. It was just another day at the office. Suddenly, Ilya's pack started buzzing with an urgent, magical sound. You packed the comm crystal, Ethan checked. She nodded, passing it over. Apparently, Lawrence was desperate for a chat. Who's this Lawrence guy again? Ethan wondered. But the voice on the other end made him go cold. Count Schumann had sent an emergency ping. Ethan played it cool. Take Menharton and the Knights. Crush the Eaton Viscounty. They were going to war. Ethan prepared to move out instantly as the plan ignited. Lawrence gave the green light. Ethan stepped out, voice cold. Everyone moves. It's go time. The clock was ticking. Over in Pleasanton, the entire district was being swallowed by a sea of flames. Chaos exploded as civilians fled. Menharton's mana flared. Stand your ground. Do not let this line break. The enemy was a beast, but failing their lord wasn't an option, even if he was fighting solo. Narian Portical stood there like a wall. Menharton's jaw tightened in pure, unadulterated fury. The envoy was right in front of them, but something felt off. Why was only one man standing against them? Narian blurred into motion. He's coming. Engage. Keep your formation tight. Menharton roared at his knights. They tried to hold, but Narian was too fast. He circled back, shredding their rear flank in seconds. Just one casual swing, and the power difference was terrifying. This wasn't just skill, it was a curse. The Duke's knights are just pathetic trash, Narian mocked. Consider this your final goodbye. Die. Narian's blade screamed toward Menharton's throat. Death was inches away, and Menharton's defense felt useless. Suddenly, a crimson aura exploded behind Narian. He whipped around his face, twisting in total shock. Darkness and blinding light clashed in a massive shockwave. As the dust settled, Ethan emerged like a god. Gotta hand it to you, Ethan remarked. Detecting my strike, you're definitely not some average knight. Is he really that cocky? Or just that good? His knights were already twitching on the floor. They were paralyzed by sheer terror. Narian just smirked. Arrogance has nothing to do with it. I can crush them without even trying. Ethan glanced back at Menharton. Sorry for the wait. This one's mine. Go handle the Viscount. I'll deal with this guy. Menharton nodded as Narian finally introduced himself. Knight Captain Narian at your service. He mockingly apologized before launching a lethal strike. Ethan braced for impact. Narian lunged like a viper. Ethan's defense was a fortress, keeping the blade miles away from his skin. He was moving way faster now than against Menharton. Was he hiding his true power level? He's hitting 6-star power, maybe even touching 7. This guy is a straight-up beast. His blade had a heavy crushing weight unlike any typical mana-imbued sword. Narian roared, swinging with murderous intent. Steel screamed as their blades locked. Ethan held firm, noting the guy actually knew his way around a sword. But his blade was vibrating with fear. Weird, especially since he barely had 4-star mana reserves. Still, Ethan couldn't find a gap in his guard. They traded blows until Ethan dodged a deadly slash. Ethan smirked, wanting to dig for answers. Narian blinked, asking for clarity. So Ethan laid it all out. He revealed the Cytalian Knight's secret. Their combat style mirrored the legendary Dragon Clan's techniques. Why ignore Ethan's ultimate technique as the Knight Captain Narian froze his mind, reeling in absolute silence? After a beat, he answered, it all starts with a sharp mind and a tempered physique. He refused to ruin his body for cheap power. Ethan grinned, praising that rock-solid philosophy. Suddenly, he unleashed his 8th magic ring. Narian gasped, paralyzed by a level of power he'd never imagined. He vowed to fight with a true knight's honor. Our hero then summoned a blinding solar light beam. He unleashed an explosive blade. Narian felt pure terror as the air roared with a deafening blinding light. A massive inferno swallowed the field. As smoke cleared, Narian was left kneeling on the fortress's shattered bridge. Ethan loomed over him, explaining the stakes. Very soon, his elite knights would breach this entire stronghold. With the civilians watching, he still had time for redemption if he truly valued a knight's honor. He had to recall his purpose. They locked eyes intensely before Narian reached for his blade with shaking fingers. He wondered if a traitor like him deserved mercy. Ethan simply said his future depended on his actions. Ethan personally shattered his mental chains. Narian promised to wait, and Ethan eventually vanished into the shadows. Shimon grabbed the report, cackling. Kargas, Deacon Lomenton, and Eaton the branch lines had completely crumbled. 4 lands and 120 warriors. Only 136 days after waking, Ethan reclaimed the frontier. Epic rumors of the duchy's resurgence flooded the Hydra Empire. Suddenly, a scout burst into the master's chamber. With a sharp knock, Count Wellington Falsky arrived, the mastermind behind Emperor Hydra's elite intelligence network. Hydra's king demanded an update on Archduke Ethan. Wellington smirked with confidence, confirming the mission was complete. However, the royal blacksmith caused a major snag. The emperor's knuckles turned white as he demanded more answers. That's Duke Raxion, right? What's the tea on their alliance? He confirmed they finally secured hard evidence. He was covertly shipping weapons, but their ironclad security blocked any further digging into their secrets. The king sized up the Duke, a man who defied the Dragon Clan and barely escaped with his life. Leading the aristocrats, while representing a kingdom, made him a threat even an emperor couldn't easily crush. He bowed low, reporting William's demotion. Unfortunately, the man still lingered within the imperial halls. "Your Majesty, I failed." Hayden sighed, knowing the Count and his noble cronies made failure inevitable. Hayden insisted he did his best against the noble opposition. He told him to stand tall despite the setback. Slow progress was expected, but keeping their spies' covers intact was the absolute top priority. The Red Moon spies were their final ace against the Dragon Clan. Soon new reports surfaced. Our hero felt the plan was a success. The imperial blacksmith, William, had finally been kicked out. Herman took his place, but it was just a minor shift. Ethan questioned if this was only temporary. He figured it'd become permanent if things got messy. He sensed the Emperor's intentions were actually legit. Regarding those Dragon Clan laws, how did they react to the chaos erupting within the duchy? Lawrence noted they were just playing the waiting game. Ethan smirked, realizing that changed everything. He sensed hesitation, betting things would stay chill as long as he kept his hands off. The court's balance was shifting like a darkening twilight. A golden chance was about to arrive. To test everyone's true power, Ethan stepped onto the training grounds where knights were clashing in duels. Ethan checked the progress. Narian saluted with pride, reporting for duty with his heart in the game. Scoring a near 7-star knight was a massive win. Now he could finally delegate the leadership. Ethan offered a friendly pat, marveling at how a newcomer could be so incredibly dedicated. He praised his insane work ethic. This guy was proving to be the ultimate backbone of the team. The level up under Narian's watch was obvious. Suddenly, Ethan ordered a full assembly of the troops. Narian was confused by the rush. Ethan explained that a fresh order required some top-tier gear. Soon, every warrior stood in the square. Ethan addressed the crowd, noting their current strength. Over 100 knights from 4 clans, their styles and tactics were currently a total mess of variety. From this moment, everything changes. Ethan prepared to unveil the secret techniques destined for his elite order. The elite knights assumed their stances. Then, with cold precision, he drew his blade. He chose to battle without using a drop of mana. A mob of knights, including Narian, lunged forward. Ethan's senses sharpened as he swung his weapon. Mid-spar, a knight vaulted high into the air above him. Tracking the movement instantly, Ethan parried the strike effortlessly. A counterblow then slammed into the knight's ribs. He collapsed, face pale with pure dread. Doubled over, he gasped for air while clutching his gut. Watching their comrade fall, the others pressed the attack. Suddenly, one knight felt a chill of terror. Staring at Ethan's imposing figure, the man began to shake. Meanwhile, Ethan weighed his next move. Using raw strength, Ethan seized his arms and violently slammed him face first into the dirt. Agonized screams and coughing filled the air. Undeterred, the next challenger stepped up to face Ethan's wrath. His opponents hesitated, sensing danger. In a flash, Ethan struck, scattering them as they cried out. Ethan locked eyes with the final survivor. The knight marveled at the Archduke's terrifyingly graceful prowess. This transcended fire mana. What was this style? He stood frozen as Ethan vanished, reappearing right behind him. Instantly, Ethan flipped him and hammered him down. The entire squad lay broken, completely overwhelmed by his power. Narian was baffled. He expected a lesson in the traditional Arden family sword arts, not this. Was this truly the path to restoring honor? Driven by confusion, Narian charged Ethan once more. Their blades clashed. Ethan glanced at his weapon with surprise while Narian let out a fierce war cry. Narian froze, jaw dropping as a spectral beast materialized behind Ethan. Total paralysis took hold of him. Ethan stomped, and the beast's roar shook the earth. Terrified, Narian raised his blade in a desperate guard. The monster's clawed limb swept forward, snaring Narian's arm. Shocked, the knight scrambled back in retreat. Gasping for air, Narian was suddenly sent airborne by a kick. Ethan watched him with absolute confidence. Ethan pressed the attack. Narian struggled to comprehend, was this low stance technique even humanly possible? Narian swung, but Ethan's smirk said it all. He parried so effortlessly that Narian's steel shattered into fragments. Cold steel touched Narian's throat. As the knight panted, Ethan calmly declared the match over. The onlookers were stunned. How could one man dismantle 6 elite knights using nothing but a sword? All eyes were on Ethan as he stood there, smiling serenely. Finally, Narian broke the silence. He praised the magnificent display, but Ethan cut him off, signaling for the entire group's attention. Most served out of loyalty to Arden, yet others were forced into the Senate's cruel service. Despite the collateral branch's tyranny, their respect for Arden's unmatched skill kept their loyalty alive. They are the West's finest, yet the blade favors no one. Do they truly understand? Arden's greatness came from defying noble taboos and mastering the forbidden arts of the barbarians. They refined those savage styles. The knights were shocked barbarians, the very same ones who started the war. The invaders of the Hydra Empire 100 years ago, Ethan countered that no technique is inherently evil. Power is defined by the wielder. This style fused the Arden legacy with a secret power. By blending in the Dragon Clan's essence, he birthed a new art, the dragon-slaying sword. Whispers erupted a dragon-slaying technique. Could this truly be the evolution of the Arden blade? The dragon-slaying sword. Suddenly, his order to join the Dragon Clan's ranks made perfect sense. Ethan nodded, declaring that every knight present would master this revolutionary new swordsmanship. They would become the continent's ultimate force. Now who stands with the House of Arden? Narion reacted instantly, roaring his name while swearing eternal fealty to the Archduke. Inspired, the entire squad followed suit, their voices rising in a unified oath to the Duke. As Ethan raised his glowing hand, Lawrence realized this army would surpass all expectations. Would he resurrect the Black Flame Legion? Ethan's answer was short and sharp. No. The vision had evolved. The Black Flame Legion would now become the official Order of Arden. They were destined to be the family's crown jewel, the most elite warriors in the entire world. The Dragon Clan was purged. To keep the branch houses in line, the suicide mission Arden Squad was born. They vanished from history. Lawrence confirmed the shadow war between rivals still rages on. A new era beckons. This new order is set to usurp the Black Flame Legion's throne. They'll become the continent's ultimate dragon-slaying elites. Meanwhile, Shimon savored the moment. He sat back with a sinister smirk, knowing the Etong Viscountcy had finally crumbled. He and the Archduke were secret allies, yet Lugan remained clueless about their true endgame. What a total clown. He'd dispose of Lugan first, then settle the rest when the time was right. Heavy boots suddenly thundered outside. A panicked servant burst in with urgent news. Shimon snapped, demanding why he'd forgotten his manners. Gasping for air, the messenger spoke. The Archduke was crashing the Senate meeting. Shimon bolted upright, his face twisting in shock. Say what? This was way ahead of schedule. His hands shook with pure, unadulterated fury. This storm wasn't just hitting Lugan, it was coming straight for him too. He ordered an emergency Senate assembly immediately. Staring out the window, Shimon felt the pressure. He needed to pivot fast. Elsewhere, Ethan stood before his gathered iron-clad legion. The hour is here, he roared. We reclaim our duchy and purge the leeches. Those parasites had bled the Arden name dry. His knights stood tall, hanging on every word. For 10 long years, the Senate had suffocated them. His kin watched with burning pride. Ethan drew his blade, his voice booming. He declared the birth of a new era. These dragon slayers would crush the Senate. Glory to the Arden, he bellowed. Honor to the Arden, the crowd thundered back. Ethan knew the real war had begun. With eyes like steel, he marched toward Sinaran, the heart of the branch house territory. Fear rippled through the city. The Archduke is here, the servants screamed in terror. Knights scrambled for communication crystals, desperate to warn Viscount Remund of the impending storm. The commoners whispered in disbelief. Had the legendary Duke actually arrived in person? As the army marched in, rumors flew. Had he truly liberated the 4 fortresses already? They prayed for his salvation. Meanwhile, Shimon paced the nearly empty Senate hall. The seats were vacant, but time was a luxury they didn't have. Start the meeting now, he commanded. Suddenly, the doors were kicked open. A guard cried out that the Archduke had breached the city. Shimon and Lugan froze. Lugan slammed the table, demanding why the reports were so damn late. Where were the wall guards? He threatened to execute everyone for this pathetic failure. The servant trembled as Shimon's mind raced. He'd rushed this meeting specifically for this. How did Ethan track their timing so perfectly? Outside, the guards' protests were ignored. Ethan shoved past them, stepping into the lion's den like he owned the place. He took his seat with chilling composure, offering a cold smile to the room. I believe I'm just in time for the festivities, he stated. Lugan lost it. He pounded the table, screaming that only ordinary families belonged in these chambers. Archduke or not, he had zero authority here. But Ethan just smirked. He tossed a stack of documents down proxies from 4 absent elders. With the king's personal seal, his authority was absolute. Any complaints, take them to his majesty. He turned to Lugan, demanding back taxes and an end to his illegal schemes. Lugan's jaw dropped. You want what Ethan's expression turned deadly serious. Obey or consider this a declaration of war. Lugan's hands shook with impotent rage. How dare you, he spat. But Ethan was already done talking. He summoned his commander and rose. Suddenly, the room exploded with his suffocating golden aura. Panic gripped the crowd as Shimon felt it, the overwhelming aura of a 7-star knight. His scheme to weaponize the Archduke against Logan was finally unfolding. He was the ultimate puppet master. Then the legend himself appeared, Zaret Clemen, the Red Lion captain and 7-star powerhouse. As our hero questioned his authority, a blinding radiance suddenly erupted from his chest. A mystical glow mirrored his eyes, leaving him completely paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of it. Bystanders ducked from the gale and searing light, while Logan's blood began to boil with pure fury. "What's his play?" Logan roared. Ethan smirked, wondering if he actually dared to manifest his domain here. Is he adding treason to his tab? Even Zaret was shocked, as his own domain was effortlessly crushed. It hadn't even been a year since his awakening. "Spit it out," Logan barked. "What's the verdict?" Why the silence toward Shimon? Ethan simply shrugged, stating he'd already folded and accepted every single demand. Shimon's smirk confirmed the backstab. Logan's heart sank as he cursed the traitor in his mind. Later, the cavalry assembled in the Grand Plaza, and that's when Fons finally made his entrance. He eyed Captain Narian, mocking him. "Wait, isn't this the washed-up captain from back then?" With a snicker, he apologized for the delay, claiming that dark aura made him almost invisible. Narian stood his ground, but the man just laughed, throwing shade at the Dragon Slayer squad. He joked about the irony, calling them slayers, while blatantly ripping off the Dragon Tribe's secret moves. Narian just laughed back, suggesting the man should learn those moves while begging for his life. It was a brutal burn. Fawn snapped his face, contorted in rage. "Say that again, I dare you." Insulting the Red Lions was a death wish. Narian scoffed. "How did a loser like you become vice captain? Must be a massive demotion," he teased. Fons gnashed his teeth, eyes burning with pure, unadulterated loathing. "Big talk for a snake," Fons spat. "The Archduke's gone senile if he's hiring trash like you." Tension peaked as Fons unsheathed his blade, pressing the cold steel against his throat. "Finished barking yet? Draw your sword and fight," Narian challenged. Fons just cackled, realizing his rival had fallen for the bait. Narian stayed calm. "Don't be an idiot. I'm not wasting my lethal arts on a clown like you. I'd hate to trouble the Archduke by overkilling a weakling." Fons let out a mocking, hysterical laugh. Mockingly, he bowed, thanking him for the concern. "Oh, don't worry. I've got a special plan for you. You'll spend a decade rotting in bed just like your pathetic master." Then he ignited his mana. As he lunged, Narian countered, promising to make him spend his remaining days licking dragon boots. Blades clashed in a flurry of sparks. Fons's sanity snapped as he screamed for Narian to shut up. Mid-swing Fons, paralyzed in terror. This wasn't normal steel, this was the legendary Dragon Tribe's lethal swordsmanship. He'd heard the rumors, but seeing it was different. This hypocrite already possessed their entire forbidden arsenal. He charged, but a monstrous hulking shadow suddenly manifested right behind him like a nightmare. Pure horror washed over Fons. He spun around and let out a blood-curdling scream at the incoming strike. This was no ordinary skill. Narian reached out his hand, seemingly dragging the very air toward Fons. "What the hell is this?" Fons shrieked desperately, yanking his hand away from the invisible grip. "Time to pay for that mouth," Narian roared. Fons felt a suffocating, lethal bloodlust paralyze his heart. Fons begged for mercy, but Narian ignored the pleas, burying a devastating fist deep into his chest. Fons crumpled to the dirt, his sword clattering nearby. Logan watched as the secret domain was finally exposed. Level 6 mana, but where was the black flame? Shimon just leaned back, looking smugly confident. He grinned, thinking the boy was simply too weak to wield the black flame's true destruction. His aura paled compared to a 7-star master. Our hero caught Shimon's eye with a piercing stare. He smirked internally. Let them enjoy their little fantasy of control. Their downfall was already set. Finally, Ethan stood up, demanding Logan account for his defiance. "Are you going to follow orders or not?" With a shaky, furious voice, he stalled for time. "I need 1 week to discuss the terms." Ethan's fist cracked the table. "Enough games. You really expect me to wait 7 more days for garbage? If they've spent 10 years bleeding, the villagers dry, perhaps war is the only answer." Suddenly, a monstrous pressure erupted from him, chilling everyone to the bone. Shimon stiffened, sensing pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Could he actually be serious? He knew the man was cocky, but this reckless pace was insane. Lugo's blood boiled, seeing this lunatic play by his own rules. Victory wouldn't allow him to slay the Archduke, but total submission meant the certain death of his faction. Realizing his predicament, he froze, gnawing his lip in desperate hesitation. Seconds later, he dropped his head in defeat, whispering his surrender. The entire room gasped at the sudden white flag. Whispers filled the hall. Was he really folding that easily? Their profits would vanish by half. Ethan rose, declaring that the new order began immediately. With his business concluded, he turned to depart. He strode toward the exit without a backward glance. As the tension broke, Shimon signaled to his men, noting that with the deal sealed, the meeting was over. It was time for them to vanish as well. Zareth glanced at the Count, finding him trembling with fear. The sight ignited a fuse, and he exploded in rage, slamming a fist onto the wood. That Archduke trash. He only struts around because his title protects him. Ethan ignored the outburst and barked at Zareth to move. They had a war to prep for. Lugo halted mid-step, his eyes widening at a shocking sight. Nearby, Narian had just utterly crushed Fons in a duel. "What the hell is this?" he roared. Fons spun around, dazed as Lugo screamed for him to get back up. "Move it," Zareth jumped in, trying to restrain the Count while demanding a moment to assess the situation. Zareth rushed to Fons, searching for answers. "Vice Captain, were you jumped by these cowards? I'll summon the entire order," but Fons shook his head. It wasn't an ambush, he'd simply been outclassed. Zareth reeled in disbelief. What the Dragonslayer army was supposed to be a pack of stray mutts, hired from the gutters, yet they took down the Red Lion's second in command. It was an impossible nightmare. He snarled at Fons to stand, ordering a retreat to the main castle. Just then, Ethan sauntered over with a smirk, mocking the Count's elite knights as a total circus act. Lugo's jaw hit the floor, completely speechless. Ethan chuckled while walking past, taunting their hollow title of Red Lions. Truly pathetic. Lugo's face contorted, turning a sickly shade of blue as his fury reached a breaking point. Ethan climbed into the carriage with Lawrence, who assumed the meeting was a success. Ethan nodded. Everything went exactly as planned. But now they had to watch Lugo's next move. Spies needed to flood the region immediately. The trap was being set. Back at his estate, Lugo paced like a caged animal, bashing his desk in a panic. Keston had ghosted him, that traitorous snake. He glared at the crystal ball, lost in a daze of uncertainty. How were the peasants taking it? Surely they were satisfied now. With taxes slashed in half, they should be grateful. But his servant delivered grim news. A nasty rumor was spreading, claiming the tax cut was proof of his defeat by the Archduke. Lugo lashed out in a frenzy, roaring for his guards to drag whoever started these lies before him. Right now, a glass bottle shattered near the servant's feet, sending him trembling as Lugo's scream echoed, condemning him for listening to such trash, and casually reporting it as if it were nothing. "Find them or pay the ultimate price," the terrified servant scrambled back, vowing to fix the mess immediately, before fleeing the room in a blind panic. Left in the silence, Lugo collapsed into his chair, gasping for air. Suddenly, a mysterious voice cut through the air, mocking his pathetic situation. Fear gripped his heart, as he spun around, demanding to know who was there. A hooded figure materialized beside him. The man was a high-ranking arcana mage, and the 8th leader of a dark brotherhood. Lugo hit the floor, his own screams choking him until his eyes snapped open in shock. The Noraxis Brotherhood. The figure nodded. They knew the Archduke was crushing him and offered a deal. "Why would you help me?" The stranger smiled. The Archduke was a common enemy that needed to vanish. Slaying him would clear their path. He revealed a sacred token, the crest of the Rimdell Kingdom. Border disputes had kept them at each other's throats for ages. The plan was in motion. This secret card was his only ticket out of this mess. If it worked, they'd deploy the Knight Captain and a dozen elite killers. The mage's lips curled into a smirk, praising the plan. They'd reach out the very second the trap was set and ready. In a flash, the mage vanished, leaving Lugo in a heavy silence. But then a chilling laugh erupted from his throat, echoing loudly. He barked that the assassin led 10 elite warriors, while Ethan was nothing but an arrogant brat begging for a grave. His time was officially running out. Meanwhile, Ethan questioned Lawrence about the Brotherhood rats infesting their ranks. Had she found the spy? She confirmed it. 6 Lugan moles were active, and one had direct ties to his own brother. The betrayal ran deep. He was clearly in bed with the enemy. Their goal, Lawrence noted, every spy was obsessed with tracking Ethan's every move. They wanted him dead. Ethan requested the intel immediately, as he was headed to a classified tower for a surprise inspection. He was stepping into unsecured territory alone. Lawrence's eyes widened. She knew he was a beast, but the Brotherhood played dirty. This mission smelled like a death trap. Ethan countered that bringing guards would just make the rats go back into hiding. To flush them out, he needed to be the bait. It was time to handle this garbage personally and effectively. Lawrence offered herself as backup. Ethan paused, completely caught off guard. "You." But before he could respond, help arrived. Boom, Ilya burst in with heavy footsteps. She slammed the door open, shouting, "Archduke, I'm here to save the day." She claimed word was that he was desperate for her world-class help. So being the legend she is, she appeared. After a dry silence, Ethan reminded her this was a literal war zone. He acknowledged her magic, but saw her as a tinkerer. Could an inventor survive a bloodbath? Ilya just gave him a wicked grin, practically vibrating with excitement for the carnage ahead. She promised he'd eat those words once she flipped the switch. Ethan raised an eyebrow, repeating her strange phrasing with pure skepticism. "Battle mode." Ilya nodded. It was the absolute peak of a great mage's power, a state of pure, unadulterated destruction. She brandished her staff, her eyes glowing with mana. "You better get front row seats because this is going to be legendary." Sometime later, they were riding through a dense forest. Ethan led the way, his senses dialed to 11, scanning for danger. Ilya complained they'd been patrolling for a month without a single shadow in sight. Was an ambush even happening? Ethan stayed sharp. This was the enemy's golden opportunity, and he knew they wouldn't miss a chance to strike his throat. Suddenly, Ilya stiffened. She used a mental link to scream at him to listen, but kept her body moving to avoid suspicion. Ethan was impressed. A mana frequency whisper. That's high-level stuff. Up ahead, the air felt heavy. It was definitely a trap. A massive magic circle lay hidden 50 meters ahead. Whoever set this up had some brains. The mana density was insane. But to Ilya, it was child's play. Spatial interdiction magic, she noted. One step inside and they'd be completely locked down. She asked for the plan, but Ethan already knew the score. They'd been waiting for him. Why disappoint them? Without hesitation, his horse crossed the threshold. The trap triggered instantly, dragging them both into the center of the kill zone. Blinding pillars of light erupted as a horde of knights materialized surrounding them. From the shadows, a hooded mage stepped forward. He sneered that they'd fallen for it. Ethan, unfazed, asked for a name. The man bowed mockingly, introducing himself as Eric. He was the 8th leader of the Neuroxis Brotherhood. Ethan hopped off his horse, his eyes narrowing. So the Brotherhood finally shows. He admitted they were pros at assassination. Suddenly, Zareth stepped up beside the mage, a murderous glint in his eyes. Zareth unsheathed his blade, the steel humming with killing intent. Magic circles flickered around him as he prepared to strike. He spat that the decade Ethan spent in a coma was the only peace they had. Your tyranny ends today, Archduke. Mana exploded from the group. Eric boasted that their impenetrable barrier was superior to any magic circle. There was no escape. The Brotherhood had them cornered. He told Ethan not to even bother struggling. This was his final resting place. Ethan's hand found his hilt. You talk too much for a dead man, he cold-eyed them. Let's get to the point. Eric laughed at his boldness. He'd killed countless people, but he thought breaking the Archduke would be much more fun. He glanced at Ilya, pitying the poor child who had to die too. The Brotherhood didn't care about age, only results. Ilya didn't even flinch. Eric just shrugged and shouted that she should blame her terrible luck for being his companion. He unleashed a wave of magic toward them. But Ilya just smirked her mana, beginning to swirl violently around her body. Fool, she hissed, raising her staff. Get ready to taste the true overwhelming power of the great mage Ilya. Now, none of these villains were leaving alive. Without her even lifting a finger, the magic circle suddenly erupted in a blinding golden radiance. The knights stood frozen in shock. Eric's eyes widened as the weight of the situation finally hit him. He demanded to know if she invented this. Ilya simply smirked, claiming he was coming with her. She unleashed her mana, causing his physical form to dissolve into thin air before their very eyes. His men screamed for their leader, but Eric was already trapped in a completely different dimension. Confusion gripped him. He was stuck in a spatial pocket severed from the outside world's reach. This realm was forged by a master mage. Desperate, he roared, unleashing light magic to push back. He planned to carve out his own zone. He grinned, ready to strike until a sudden presence chilled him. Ilya stood there, mocking him. She teased that waiting would have been a total snooze fest otherwise. She sat perched on her staff like a queen, laughing at his pathetic attempts to struggle. Eric begged for a moment. He explained that their entire organization had been hunting her down. He claimed meeting her was fate. He even offered her a high-ranking spot in their brotherhood. Ilya scoffed, calling his group pure trash. Did he really think she would join those villains? How tragic, he whispered. His disappointment turned into a lethal surge of dark obsidian energy. Ilya just laughed, finding his tantrum hilarious. She dared the boy to give it his best shot. Surrounded by 6 elite warriors, Ethan stayed calm. He calculated their power, all high-ranking 6-star knights. This was the ultimate test. Since his reincarnation, he had never faced such an overwhelming force. But fear wasn't in his DNA. A true swordsman never flinches. He remembered the nightmares of his past. A chilling smile crept across his face as he beckoned the knights to come get some. Meanwhile, Ilya bombarded her foe with a barrage of spectral blades, forcing him into a desperate retreat. She mocked him for scurrying like a cornered rat. Eric was sweating, realizing he was outclassed. He knew she was a monster, but how could he bridge the gap? Suddenly he reached for forbidden power. He channeled the ancient dragon's essence, forcing the primal mana to flood his exhausted body. Fueled by the dragon's soul, he roared with insane joy. Ilya watched her curiosity finally piqued. A terrifying beast with razor-sharp claws emerged, possessing Eric's body in a half-dragon transformation. The beast snarled for her to leave. Ilya didn't flinch, fascinated by his rare dragon tongue magic. Eric screamed that he would tear her pride to shreds. He was lost in the draconic rage. He vowed she would die within her own creation. Ilya just chuckled at his desperate threats. Now things are getting spicy, she whispered, sketching a complex magic circle into the air. Eric launched his monstrous assault, but Ilya countered instantly with a massive wall of crackling lightning. As she defended, Ethan unleashed a crushing aura. The knights felt the atmosphere grow heavy with mana. They realized the Archduke had played them for fools. His true power was far beyond their imagination. Despite their pride, they couldn't deny his overwhelming strength. Ethan stared them down with cold confidence. Zareth lost his cool and ordered a full-scale charge, screaming for the knights to kill him. As they closed in, Ethan whispered Solar Prominence fourth form. He ignited his blade in hellfire. His eyes glowed crimson as an explosion of fiery lightning blasted his attackers back into the dirt. The battlefield turned into a furnace. The elite knights were literally drowning in a sea of flames. Zareth screamed for a retreat. He couldn't believe Ethan could actually turn his physical body into fire. Panic spread through the ranks. Zareth tried to rally them, searching for any sign of weakness. He pointed out that even the secret arts of Ardent couldn't make a man truly invincible. "Aim for the chest wound," he barked. Ethan raised his sword, blocking the incoming strike with ease. Zareth noticed the gash on Ethan's neck. He knew they only needed one perfect opening to win. He ordered them to pour every drop of their mana into their blades for a final strike. Ethan acknowledged Zarath's sharp instincts. A level 7 knight was indeed a dangerous opponent to have. But the body of fire was no mere trick, it was the ultimate defense of the Arden House. In a shared realm, their strikes would be useless, but this secret art has heavy costs. It drains his mana reserves. With only 50% left, he must blitz through them immediately. Fury ignites. He unleashes the Solar Prominence spell, his devastating first move. The knights watch in horror as the protagonist activates Fire Fist Dance, lunging at his prey. Enemies crumble under his might. One is obliterated instantly, painting the ground crimson. He clears his throat. Ethan notes he's down to 40% mana. Zareth bellows that the strategy worked, it's their chance. He orders a relentless coordinated assault. Spinning the hero triggers his 4th spell phase. Heat Fracture attack. A blinding laser incinerates another knight, leaving nothing but an explosion. Terror grips the survivors. Seeing another comrade fall, Zareth and Fawns charge forward in a blind rage. But the protagonist smirks, it's just a curse. Their desperate strikes barely even grazed him. Ethan soars through the air, diving into the remaining knights, despite having only 30% mana left. He invokes his third art, Ultimate Explosive Sword Strike. As the incantation ends, a massive inferno engulfs the battlefield, claiming another victim. Fawns realizes the terrifying power gap. He can't even get close. Planting his feet, the protagonist activates his second spell, the Detonator Sword. Pure confidence radiates from him as thick dust chokes the dimensional cube, blinding his desperate foes. Zareth screams about a curse, terrified of losing sight of their target within the smog. He freezes. Emerging from the haze, the hero grips a knight's throat. Zareth's jaw drops in utter disbelief. Blood sprays as he fails to react. Suddenly, only 3 of them remain standing in the wreckage. Ethan points this out, his mana hitting 10%. Meanwhile, Ilya's own dimension begins to fracture. Dragging Eric by his hood like trash, she suddenly pauses, noticing she has entered Ethan's space. She asks if he's still playing around. Everyone stares in shock as she tosses the broken Eric aside. Ilya scoffs at Eric's weakness. The knights tremble, seeing their once mighty spiritual leader completely neutralized. This can't be real. One knight stutters his body, shaking uncontrollably with pure, unadulterated fear. Desperate, he screams for the witch's head. He demands she die right then and there. Ilya just smirks, unimpressed. With a single finger, she deletes him from existence in a flash of light. Only Zareth and Fawns remain paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of the situation. Ilya teases Ethan about keeping a lady waiting. He just grins, telling her to relax. He's almost done. Zareth's mind spirals. They even lost their leader. Defeating the Duke seems like a hopeless pipe dream. Ilya asks if she's intruding. She promises to stay back and leave the Duke to his own devices. She won't interfere in their little dance. Zareth's pride stings as he realizes they are being underestimated. Gritting his teeth, he turns to Fawns. When Fawns asks what's wrong, the captain's expression hardens. He decides to tank the Duke's hits, ordering Fawns to find an opening and strike the killing blow. If he falls, the Red Lion order belongs to Fawns. Fawns yells for his captain to stop, but Zareth lunges, executing the secret lion attack technique. Ethan raises his blade to parry. He notices the shift in their tactics. As Zareth screams for Fawns to be ready, Ethan just scoffs. He mocks their interesting battlefield chat. Zareth vows not to waste the sacrifice of his men. Betting that even the Duke has mana limits, he kicks off the ground with everything he has left. He thinks a total mana burn might give them one tiny opening. He casts Furious Lion's Charge. Despite his empty reserves, the protagonist prepares to block the final, desperate assault. He believes victory is his and cheers. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the woods. Blood sprays, it's Zareth's. Pierced through, he grabs Ethan and screams for Fawns to strike. Fawns dives from the heavens, putting every ounce of hatred into a bone-crushing swing. But the hero counters with 9 rings. Wyvern Breath. Zareth watches in total paralyzed despair. The energy was absorbed. Ethan immediately retaliates, casting his own blast wave of fire. The battlefield disappears in a blinding flash as the protagonist's final strike obliterates the remaining hope. His foes lay crushed as the hero regained his prime. Watching closely, Ilya stood speechless. She couldn't believe such a crushing win. Then, the glowing magic circle vanished into nothingness. Slumped against a tree, a shaking Eric struggled to recover. That's when Ethan closed in. Heavy silence hung between them. Surrounded by his slaughtered knights, Eric questioned if they were truly gone. Ethan hoisted him up by the throat, demanding answers. First, where is the great spiritual leader? Eric smirked, mocking Ethan's mood while claiming he'd be useless. Ilya's eyes widened in shock. She screamed about a phase shift. Lightning erupted from Eric. Was it already too late to stop? She shielded Ethan, but Eric just laughed. Ethan realized this was a desperate failsafe move, a trap for being captured. As crimson mana surged from Ethan's palms, Ilya cried, "What now?" Eric suddenly ignited, shrieking in pure agony. Seconds later, his physical form began to crumble. Ilya gasped, demanding an explanation. Phase shift is wyvern magic, he noted, but it has flaws. Lethal flaws, he added. Ilya frowned. Flaws, he pointed to the brain's reliance on phase shift's healing. It grants insane regeneration. But even if you regrow a head, memories don't just come back. He torched Eric's mind, incinerating his memories, and leaving him a brainless shell. Right then, Eric sat there, dazed and powerless, staring at nothing. Meanwhile, across the distance, a high-ranking leader reviewed the reports regarding the 8th leader's disastrous use of phase shift. "Explain this," he barked. The servant bowed, promising answers once the investigation finally concluded. They'd report back as soon as possible. Apparently everything traced back to that brutal clash with the Archduke. The great leader pondered. Burston, a key figure in the Western sect, was already gone. That dark priest managed the mines until Archduke Ethan ended his life and sealed the site. Even the publishing house director fell to Ethan's blade, causing the entire operation to vanish. Wyvern sorcery is forbidden in Arden, yet a massive conflict just erupted in that very region. The 8th leader was in charge. Was the Archduke responsible for his ruin? The servant nodded. It was definitely him. Curiously, reports say the Archduke was only scouting with a lone woman. They were alone, yet the 8th leader had Count Emmilton's deadliest assassins backing him up. Plus, Eric used dragon arts. The leader questioned if King Delphrian was pulling the strings. It seemed likely. The knights were cleared, but the government was already pointing fingers at Delphrian. The king mentioned the Shadow Knights, his personal elite warriors' right. Dispatch an elite unit. Whoever broke my students will suffer a fate worse than death. Night fell over, Count Lugon City, Toledo. A man sat scanning a mysterious secret message. Suddenly, a knock. Menharton stepped inside, asking if he was the legendary second spirit in charge. "That's me," the man replied calmly. "Just call me Marcus." They sat. Menharton studied him, realizing Lawrence had personally handpicked this man for the role. The new intelligence captain. Rumor said he hailed from Baron Kargas's crew. What a wild coincidence. Marcus stated the plan was ready, requesting just one thing before they moved out. Minimize the body count. Menharton smirked, promising a flawless, high-stakes victory without any messy errors. He swore on his warrior's honor. Soon, dark rumors about the Archduke began flooding the streets. Was Count Lugon behind the hit on the Archduke? Everyone wondered what really went down. Word was, he escaped. The knight captain and his second-in-command had vanished after the strike. They'd been MIA for days. Suddenly, a city knight marched into the crowded town square. "Stop this slander," he roared. "Be grateful the Count only demoted those traitors for their crimes." A civilian barked back. "We all know the Count's just following the Duke's direct orders." "Don't play us for fools." Enraged, the knight delivered a brutal kick to the man's chest. "Treason. Throw him in the dungeon," the knight spat. Suddenly Marcus appeared, demanding a halt. "Stop. This man is a liberator warrior." The knight froze. "A liberator warrior." He spotted the mastermind behind the rebel rats. "Traitors," Marcus roared. "She needs a reality check. The villagers are innocent. Release them now." The knight barked orders to seize him, fueling Marcus's rage. Instantly, Menharton's mana shield flickered to life. "Is this dark magic? Who are you?" the knight gasped. Tossing back his hood, Menharton smirked. "None of your business. Like that matters." Fuming, the man stared at the stranger, desperate to unmask this mysterious powerhouse. High-tier rankers hiding among rebel trash. Unbelievable. Form the vanguard. Prepare to strike. Using the Red Lions formation, they swarmed Menharton. He was cornered one man against an army. Menharton unleashed Dragon Sword Art First Form. A shockwave erupted, sending armored bodies soaring through the air. "What is this? That's not a wyvern technique," the leader stammered. But Menharton wasn't finished yet. Dragon Sword Art Second Strike. A devastating blast of mana tore through the remaining knight ranks. The leader lunged, but Menharton blurred. Third Form. A blinding flash of steel ended the fight. In an instant, weapons were shattered, and the leader was slammed into the dirt, defeated. The Archduke's hidden technique was absolute perfection. Menharton caught his breath, sensing the shift in power. They were both level 6, but Menharton was on a different level entirely. He'd evolved far beyond his past self. Back in the Kargas days, he was the legendary battle dragon, the infantry's fiercest commander. Marcus signaled for silence. "The Red Lions aren't the target. Our true enemy sits in the Count's throne." He exposed the Count's tyranny, sparking a fire in the crowd. "Hero, our savior," they roared. "Liberator," they cheered. Lugan hissed at his guards. Why is that peasant still breathing? Seize him. Sir, he's no ordinary man. He has powerful backers, the servant trembled. Logan snapped. What kind of backers? The guards have flipped, and the Red Lion Knights have been utterly crushed and humiliated. Lugo's blood ran cold. The Arden Knights were already at his doorstep. Zareth and Fawns were a nightmare come true. Communication was dead. A full week of silence he smirked, though sweat beaded on his brow. They were definitely dead. Logan lost it, slamming his fist down and shattering the heavy table. The crystal ball rolled away. We outnumber the Duke's forces. We still hold the advantage. He needed a new commander now. A suppression force had to be dispatched to crush this little rebellion. A frantic knock interrupted them. Lord Logan, Disaster Archduke Arden, is moving. Toledo Fortress has fallen. Lugo froze, his face pale. Repeat that. What did you say? The Archduke was leading the charge himself. Furious Lugo screamed at his butler to mobilize everyone. Rally at the palace. We fight until the last man. Outside, a sea of citizens flooded the streets. A knight sneered at the growing crowd. Is this a joke? Have all the city's lowlifes come out to play? Narian stepped forward, his presence commanding. Throw down your weapons and surrender, the captain bellowed. The people roared in unison. The true king is here for the traitor's head. The atmosphere was electric. Cheers erupted as hands were raised in defiance. The enemy captain wavered, his confidence crumbling. What's the plan? A soldier whispered. The captain gritted his teeth. Hold steady, we aren't pushovers. A squad of rank 4 mages stood ready. Not even the legendary Archduke could survive a concentrated magical barrage. Steady your hearts, the knights raised their enchanted weapons, locking onto their targets. A volley of arrows rained down. Panic surged through the crowd as screams of terror filled the air. They were actually slaughtering innocents. Suddenly, a massive aura exploded onto the battlefield as our hero arrived. Mana shrapnel wave, he chanted with a smirk. Charge! He launched himself forward like a cannonball. He soared directly onto the battlements. The knight captain stared, paralyzed by pure, unadulterated fear. A massive magic circle glowed in the sky. Keep fighting. Follow your orders, Narian screamed. Explosions rocked the fortress, turning the ramparts into a scene of absolute carnage and agony. Hold the line. Reinforcements are coming, the captain shrieked, desperate to maintain order. The moment those gates shatter, gather the elites, Ethan commanded. We're going straight for the count. Secure the target at all costs, Narian saluted, his eyes burning with resolve. As you wish, my lord. The siege ignited. Moments later, a frantic crew hauled a massive, mysterious crate through the damp dungeon depths. Bundled in rough fabric, they scrambled in panic. A clumsy servant fumbled, shattering a priceless vase against stone. Lugon snarled, calling him a brainless idiot. Does he crave death? He better clear that mess instantly. Trembling, the servant stuttered his compliance. Earlier, a loyal soldier had begged the count to make a final stand. If the defenses crumble, thousands of rebels will flood in. The Archduke himself is spearheading this brutal onslaught. Surrender was the only logical path. Lugon spat that he was a fool. Has he forgotten the Archduke's mercy? He raises every city he conquers. Let the soldiers die holding him back while the count makes his escape. He's fleeing to the Marquis of Altarnus. The butler and several servants will smuggle his vast treasures away. Total secrecy is paramount. Deep in the shadows of the tunnel, Lugon suddenly locked eyes with his butler. He nervously asked if they were being hunted. The butler shook his head, constantly scanning the dark path. Suddenly, Lugon shrieked, paralyzed by chilling terror. His servants froze, sensing an ancient suffocating curse taking hold. With the castle fallen, he hadn't expected such weak resistance. They had to sprint, the exit was finally near. As they neared daylight, Lugon spotted several hooded figures blocking their path. One man wore a sinister smirk. He mocked, questioning if this pathetic man was Count Lugon. A loyal knight roared, charging at the intruder. Lugon screamed for him to halt, but it was too late. The stranger grinned, and with one strike, obliterated the knight instantly. He savored the kill, decapitating the man and drenching the horrified family in blood. Shaking with fear, Lugon gasped, "The Brotherhood! What on earth did these monsters actually want with them? What's their next move?" the assassin replied coldly. "Only the Count stays alive. He has secrets they must extract." He laughed, calling the situation perfect before lunging at the terrified Lugon like a predator on its prey. Agonizing screams echoed through the halls. Later, Menharten stepped into the room, horrified by the gruesome scene. He arrived with Ilya and Lawrence, who surveyed the carnage. Only bloody remains of the Count's party stayed. Witnessing the aftermath, Menharten noted, the Count ordered his men to die, while he fled like a coward. Yet despite his pathetic escape, his treasures were untouched. It seems the gold wasn't their target today. Their goal was purely assassination. Based on tracks, the Count was protected by elite 6th-rank Imperial Knights. Anyone who could slaughter 3 warriors alone is a monster. Ilya wondered if a single person did this. He nodded. All 3 died identically. But what exactly was the lethal blow that ended their lives? No blades were used. There were no typical wounds. This was high-level magic fused with lethal wyvern techniques. Suddenly, Ilya sensed a second presence. Lawrence turned to her, eyes wide with confusion, whispering, "Wait, what?" Ilya noted only the Count survived the initial brutal bloody massacre. They kept him alive for information. Lawrence realized the Brotherhood was behind this, just as a shadow approached. Ethan stepped forward, completing her thought. Lawrence was stunned by his arrival, admitting her suspicions aligned with his. They were hunting the killer of the 8th spiritual leader. Ethan added that this was a targeted interrogation. Given the magical power displayed, the attackers were likely high-ranking spiritual leaders themselves. Ilya grimly agreed. This was their bloody retaliation. For his past actions, the Brotherhood had dispatched a deadly assassin into the palace. They likely didn't expect the king to retaliate. Perfect let them waste time chasing a carefully crafted false trail. He'd also successfully reclaimed the 9th ring. It was finally back in his hands where it belonged. Lawrence spoke up, suggesting they exploit this chaos to spark a war between the Brotherhood and the kingdom. Ethan questioned her strategy. She explained they must back the king into a corner with no other options. He'd be forced to strike the Brotherhood. She requested immediate contact with Marquise Bluton and Sir Populence. They reached the Bluton estate to report the Brotherhood's moves. The Marquise was shocked by the Count's execution. These fanatics stop at nothing. Ethan noted their arrogance stems from the 7 noble houses secretly backing them. He asked how he could serve his grace. Ethan replied he'd set the stage for the king's intervention. He needed the king forced into action and tasked him with digging up dirt on a specific man. He wanted everything on William, the former royal blacksmith. The Marquess realized Ethan planned to purge the spies. Ethan confirmed the plan, searching for any evidence of treason within the king's inner circle. High-ranking Wyvern nobles plotted to muzzle the king's growing authority. They'd already dominated foreign lands, but this mission was purely for his grace. They had to strike back. The Marquis urged patience while he hunted for proof. Soon steel clashed as knights ignited the battlefield with raw magical energy. Bracing behind his shield, one warrior gasped before hurling his opponent aside. Myers crashed down hard. His rival smirked, warning that a deadlier strike was coming. The third master lunged, forcing a block. Earlier, Hans had questioned his resolve. Hans had visited his room asking if he was truly ready for this. He was. 5 territories, including the Amelton estate, had already been reclaimed. Feeling ill, Myers brushed it off, staying focused on his high-stakes duel. His mind raced. He'd just unlocked Black Flame while his brothers conquered capitals. The Night Corps was falling. His rival scoffed. Daydreaming mid-duel, "Are we, sir?" His rival mocked his focus. Was he really zoning out during a life-or-death duel? Seizing a diamond-sharp opening, the rival drove his blade toward Myers' defenseless chest. Pure rage boiled over. A crimson aura exploded, coating Myers' sword in light. His opponent froze in terror, yet their brutal exchange of steel didn't stop. Myers unleashed a ferocious finishing move, forcing his trembling foe to retreat. He wouldn't let them escape. Myers gnashed his teeth until his opponent begged to stop. The opponent was petrified. Shimon stepped forward, applauding the display of power. "Magnificent. Your Black Flame mastery is evolving." Myers called it a shameful display. "Don't be modest. Your flame is turning pure." Shimon offered him a rare elixir. Myers accepted the gift, vowing to repay the kindness, before asking about the Archduke. "How's the Archduke?" Shimon dropped a bombshell. Count Lugon had been completely crushed. The rumors were true. The Archduke had wiped out the Count's entire forces. But strangely, spies reported the Archduke never used the Black Flame during the battle. Myers was stunned. "Is that true?" Shimon mentioned the upcoming Patriarch ceremony. They needed to prepare. Shimon was already vetting candidates for the next Patriarch. Myers looked skeptical. Would he even allow a ceremony he couldn't personally perform? Shimon gave a predatory glance. "I'll handle it," he whispered, looking at the brother. That night, Ethan used a crystal ball to reach a very confused Shimon. Shimon questioned him again. Ethan cited the ban on fire rites until adulthood. Candidates had to be 20. The Senate wouldn't stall over such minor trifles. His birthday was close. Nothing bad would happen once he hit 20 right. Ethan offered only silence. Shimon demanded he appear in Rondinium within a month. If he didn't show, he'd be forced to renounce his claim to the Patriarchate. The connection died. A heavy, awkward tension filled the room immediately. His sister was spiraling. The ceremony required summoning the actual Black Flame. Rexian sighed. They still hadn't seen Ethan's power. He was genuinely concerned. Ethan asked Lawrence if she saw no hope either. She was speechless. Ethan smirked. He'd worked too hard to let unworthy heirs take the throne. "Get ready," he told Marie. It was time to return home. He declared it was time to return to the Lion's Den, their father's estate. Later, palace servants scrambled to haul heavy crates and load the travel carriages. Lawrence coordinated the logistics while a servant diligently logged every item in his notebook. Suddenly, Lawrence snapped out of a daze. Ethan was asking if she was all right. Ethan confronted her about the rumors that she only found peace in a bottle to escape her sleepless nights, 2 bottles of liquor just to pass out. Rumors said she was starving herself, and Ethan saw the toll it took. She was sacrificing everything for the cause, but at the cost of her own life. She bowed her head, knuckles white with frustration. "I'm not ready to go yet," she whispered. Ethan countered firmly, insisting she prioritize her own survival. He reminded her of the growing ranks under her command. "Delegate Lawrence, I need you by my side for the long haul." He pressed a small box into her hands. Lawrence stared at it, her mind racing. What is this?" "A gift from my sister," he replied. "A magic amulet forged to bolster your very soul." Sensing her worry, he made her promise never to remove it. She desperately needed a night of undisturbed rest. "Learn to share the burden. That's a direct order." Lawrence looked down at the bracelet, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. As the crew rushed to finish before sundown, a subordinate froze. Was that a genuine smile on Lawrence's face? He blinked in disbelief. If she was actually smiling, it meant the screams from the dungeons tonight would be legendary. Alone at last, Ethan centered himself. It was time to test the limits of his burgeoning arcane power. Flames erupted from his breath. But this wasn't fire, it was a manifestation of pure agony, something cold and alien. Unstable energy had its limits. He needed to purge the bitterness and find the essence of a true, pure sun. Just as the spark flickered in his palm, a sharp noise shattered his focus. He whirled around, eyes narrowed. It was his sister. "Are you still at it?" she asked. "Everything is set. It's time." A soft smile touched his lips. "Perfect. Let's head back to where we belong." The day of destiny arrived. The boys finally approached the looming gates of the Duchy of Arden's capital city. Cheers erupted as they crossed the threshold. The young lord had returned, and the people hailed him like a savior. Men wept openly at the sight of him. But as the carriage slowed, Elia's heart sank. The reality was grimmer than any nightmare. "Is this really the capital?" she hissed. She couldn't believe these lowlifes had dared to desecrate the lord's ancestral home. Suddenly, Marie gripped Lawrence's hand tight. Lawrence jumped, her eyes wide with confusion. "Marie, what's wrong?" Marie looked away, her jaw set. She wondered if Ethan would finally rain down judgment for the suffering of their kin. Ethan reined in his horse before the lord. "Welcome," the man announced. "We've been waiting a long time for this." "Is the stage set for the ritual?" Ethan asked coldly. Shimon nodded, confirming the rite would take place within the grand arena. "Then let's skip the pleasantries and begin now," Ethan declared. Shimon recoiled, stunned by the boy's sheer audacity. He still lacked the black flame. Shimon hesitated, reminding him that this was a monumental event, decades in the making. "We've prepared a massive feast to celebrate," Shimon added. Without even looking back, Ethan's voice cut through the air like ice. "Cancel the party. I won't spend a single second breaking bread with the vultures who trampled my lands." They had turned his home into a wasteland. Rage boiled in his veins as he tightened his grip. They had no idea what was coming. He had orchestrated every detail to ensure their downfall. As the ritual ignited, a roar of flames filled the sky. Ilia's eyes darted around the massive chamber. In the center of the arena, she spotted the glowing etchings of magical seals. "Be careful, Ethan. Those seals look dangerous," she warned. Ethan didn't even flinch as he responded. "I never expected them to play fair," he muttered. Above them, the stands were packed with a bloodthirsty audience. The crowd roared at the sight of their master. It was a spectacle, but Ethan knew this was no time for celebration. Bets were being placed as the tension reached a breaking point. Suddenly, a cry rang out. "Look, he's here." The third young master stepped into the light. He approached his brother, his eyes widening at the transformation he saw. "You've changed," he whispered. They stood toe-to-toe, a heavy silence falling as Shimon announced the start. "Wait," Ethan interrupted. "Where is Terran?" Three shadows stood between the crown of the Arden family. "He vanished," Shimon replied. Silence is his only answer. Ethan wondered if the coward was simply hiding in the shadows. As the ancient ritual of opening fire loomed, Shimon leaned in. "Are you finally ready to begin?" Ethan remained a statue. With a thunderous stomp, Shimon bellowed, "Let the 18th rite of opening fire commence." The arena exploded into a deafening roar. In the eye of the storm, the brothers locked eyes and shared a chilling smile. The spectators were clueless about the carnage to follow. Mayer smirked, ready to unleash a level of power they couldn't imagine. He would prove just how far he'd climbed. With a violent sweep of his blade, he prepared to trigger his ultimate move. Mages unleash their mana as Mayer channels it through the arena, his eyes widening in pure shock at his own blade. Instead of crimson, an abyssal darkness erupts from the steel. Shimon wears a wicked smirk while Mayer's mind begins to race. What is happening? Shimon is flooding his domain with raw mana, preparing for a terrifying and dark transformation. Before he can react, his brother's voice cuts through the air, whispering for him to cast aside fear and trust him. Mayer flashes a confident grin and lets out a thunderous roar, sending the spectators into a wild, adrenaline-fueled frenzy. High-ranking elders whisper in disbelief, realizing this kid's potential has already eclipsed the legends of the previous generation. Shimon tastes victory, convinced he has won it all, but that is when Ethan begins his decisive move toward his brother. Shimon is baffled by his sheer audacity. How can he be this cocky without even manifesting the black flame? he has already lost. Our protagonist unleashes a devastating combo of eternal anguish and infinite inferno prison. True black flame is forged in agony. As he endures the burning sting, Ethan slowly raises his blade to the sky. An abyssal aura mirrors his brother's power, leaving the crowd breathless. Is the eldest heir truly doing this? The arena explodes with gossip. Everyone thought the firstborn was a total write-off, but here he is wielding the shadow. Shimon is absolutely paralyzed. How is this possible, when the magic seal has not even been completed yet? This surge allows the younger heir to push his flames further, but Ethan just exhales and lets out a gut-wrenching shout. He demands the Western lords pay attention. For centuries, the Ardon name was synonymous with the Black Flame. But Black Flame is volatile chaos. Now he is about to rewrite the Ardon legacy forever, sparking a wave of shock. Witness the future, Ethan bellows, his grip tightening on his sword as the atmosphere grows heavy with anticipation. The secret of the pure flame erupts from his soul, his body trembling under the sheer weight of this power. The light intensifies, blinding everyone. As Ethan whispers in awe of the power, Shimon's mind completely shatters. Could this be the White Flame, the mythical art used by the very founder of their legendary bloodline? Marie's jaw drops along with the rest of the crowd. Ethan proclaims that the Black Flame is merely their past. It was a shackle holding them back. Having mastered the ancestors' original path, he has finally broken the chains. Their destiny lies within the radiance of the White Flame, and right at that pivotal second, Meyer drops to his knees, screaming his submission to the Ardon laws and conceding total defeat to his brother. He swears eternal loyalty as the arena erupts into chaotic cheers. This is absolutely legendary for everyone watching. Hail, the new patriarch. Ethan turns to the crowd, the outcome of this trial now written in stone. Shimon is vibrating with pure, unadulterated rage, his teeth gnashing as the ceremony's verdict is finally finalized. Just as Ethan is crowned head of Ardon, a mysterious figure storms the arena, demanding an immediate halt. Heads turn in confusion. A menacing mage sneers, asking who dared to appoint a leader in his absence. Ethan feels a chilling, sinister pressure. Marie gasps, her face turning pale as she whimpers one name, Tehran. She rushes toward him, while he declares himself the only rightful heir to the Ardon throne. Ethan locks eyes with the newcomer. Tehran stands tall, brazenly claiming the title of patriarch for himself. He lunges at our protagonist with lethal speed. Sensing a foul curse, Ethan raises his steel just in time. A brutal clash ignites. As steel rings out, Ethan wonders if this man's mana is truly as pure as it seems. The guy has clearly lost his mind. Ethan deflects the heavy blows, but Tehran's assault remains relentless. Those 7 cursed families, what did they do to his brother? Suddenly, Tehran's dark energy begins to dissipate. It is working. The Black Flame is devouring the corrupted energy, turning the curse back on the intruder. As the White Flame purifies the lingering darkness, Ethan continues his intense struggle against his own flesh and blood. While Tehran groans in agony, the crowd whispers that this younger heir has truly surpassed their father's legacy. He is so young, yet the second heir is even more formidable. The spectators are left in utter confusion. The second son is actually dominating the eldest. Menharton glances at the captain, who is deep in thought. The White Flame's aura looks smaller, yet it is completely swallowing the massive waves of dark energy. This kid is a box of surprises. Driven to madness, Tehran launches another desperate strike at his brother. Ethan prepares for the final blow, when a mysterious voice startles him from the sidelines. Suddenly, a blinding radiance detonates between them, engulfing the entire arena. Ethan freezes as the world witnesses a new power. Standing before them was the Razian commander Marlock Edwin, a legendary, transcendent warrior. The moment Shimon saw him, his heart skipped a beat. He was totally shook. With the Ardon family's legacy fading, the Razians had officially become the most dangerous swordsman clan in existence. And Marlock Edwin was the beast leading their charge as the commander of the Razian Knight Regiment. This man was a rank 10 powerhouse. Marlock sensed the killing intent and barked, "What bloodlust? You trying to catch a body?" Ethan didn't back down. He snapped back, telling the ranker to stay in his lane, instead of crashing a private duel. That's when Marlock realized Ethan was a total savage. He extinguished the White Flames using nothing but raw mana, no defensive skills needed. Marlock just laughed, finding the whole thing pathetic. He mocked Ethan, asking if a kid was really trying to teach him about honor. He claimed the entire ritual was invalid and full of violations anyway. Suddenly, the vibe shifted as the leader of the Black Demon Squad arrived, drawing everyone's eyes to the new threat. Among the newcomers was the Duke of Agel's top battle mage, the rank 8 Grand Sorcerer, Roger Burgley. Marlock argued that the Razian and Agel families only got the ritual invite 2 weeks ago, giving young Terror zero time to prep. Ethan just sighed, wondering if they actually expected him to buy such a trash excuse. They called this guy a transcendental warrior. Ethan had his doubts. If he were the real deal, Ethan wouldn't even be able to lift a sword against him. By his logic, the guy was rank 10 at best. Granted, his mana pool was massive, nearly touching the levels of a true transcendental warrior. If this guy was this loaded, then rank 11 and 12 knights must be absolute monsters. Ethan went straight to the point. So what's the move? Marlock acted like he was slow, repeating that the air was a mess. He claimed the ritual needed a do-over because the air was unstable. Ethan was floored. Unstable. They were the ones who broke him. Ethan couldn't believe they'd admit to hurting his brother so casually. Marlock just smirked. I was just giving him a lesson, Marlock lied. He stomped his foot, creating a shockwave that rattled the room. He declared the fire ritual void and announced they'd set up a private duel later before notifying the public. As Marlock turned to leave, Ethan reached his breaking point. He raised his blade high, his eyes glowing with rage. Go to hell, Ethan roared. Marlock panicked, barely dodging the strike before drawing his own steel in a blind fury. Ethan lunged again with blinding speed. Their blades collided with a deafening crash, vibrating with pure intensity. Suddenly, a sinister black flame erupted behind Marlock. Mayers screamed in pure terror. What is that? Marie gasped, covering her mouth in shock, while Praxian stood beside her, trembling at the sight. That was a forbidden secret technique used only by family traders. No one expected an outsider to master it so perfectly. The crowd went wild, whispering about how the Rasian commander could possibly summon the legendary Black Flames. Everything was chaotic, and even Marlock was caught off guard by the sudden power surge. Seizing the moment, Ethan moved like a shadow, leaping into the air with a lethal grace. He tried to drop a finishing blow from a blind spot, but Marlock barely held him off. The commander was sweating now. Even though Ethan was only rank 7, his strikes were heavy, and his technique was literally flawless. He just needed more mana. It felt like fighting Count Durand himself. Ethan didn't let up for a second, forcing Marlock into a desperate defense. With a burst of agility, Ethan zipped across the battlefield and fired a piercing red beam at his opponent. Shimon's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't believe his eyes. The scene was absolutely unreal. The eldest heir was actually going toe-to-toe with a transcendent warrior and wasn't losing an inch of ground. Marlock swatted Ethan's blade aside, trying to force him into submission, but Ethan saw right through his games. Ethan knew his black flames were on another level compared to Terror's. He realized they were just using him as a lab rat. To steal the flame's secrets, they must have brainwashed him, filling his head with nothing but pure, unadulterated hate. There was no other way an 18-year-old could hold this much darkness. They had absolutely destroyed the boy's mind. The realization fueled Ethan's ultimate rage. He labeled them all as monsters and swore to slaughter every last one of them.